listen to this. Bad boy.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Good evening and welcome to the ESL Pro League. Got a desk full of memers here to dissect some Counter-Strike over the course of the next 4 maps. Of course, this is, well, what are we at now? Week 7, match day 18. They are flying by week 7. Still week 6, Alex.
It was on Tuesday, it was week 6, Alex. So.
What day is it today? Who am I? Yeah, so time's definitely not flying by as much as I thought it was, but I'm joined by Janko YNK Paunovic and Chad Birchall, the Aussie on the end. What colour is his shirt? Let us know. Hashtag ESL Pro League. I apparently called that salmon, but now I'm not so sure. That looks like more of a pate.
A pate?
A pate.
I don't know, maybe it's on the label.
Hit us up with a hashtag. Do it. That's the most important debate we're going to be starting here on the desk tonight. Hashtag ESL Pro League.
Can we talk about your haircut?
Oh, yeah, I got my haircut. Oh, it's so short. Oh, I didn't look at it. Oh. It is a lot better than it was, though.
You
Can we
don't
all
look
agree?
as much as the guy from the weekend now.
Yeah, which is probably a good thing, because those are dreadlocks, and I should not be having dreadlocks. That's
definitely not.
No bueno for me. Anyway, we've talked about hair, we've talked about shirts. Now let's talk about some CS. Just yesterday, you're right, it was week 6 yesterday. Let's talk a little bit about what we did witness, because we got some special treats and not so special for Polish fans. Of course, Virtus.pro were a team that we wanted to be talking an awful lot about, and if we can actually show you, there it is. We're talking about there in just a moment, just to address what we did start with. We got to see Penta push Navi. It was that same agonizing story for the majority German side. Just getting right into the OT, even could have closed it out in regulation, as we said here on the desk just yesterday, and didn't quite manage to replicate that on Overpass. Alongside that, the VP story, and I mean 14-16 Yenko does not, and I sometimes say this a little haphazard, but this does not do the game justice.
Definitely not. I mean, VP having a 12-3 first half and a 14-4 lead in the second half, obviously meaning that Hellraisers managed to win 12 rounds in a row on the CT side of Cobblestone, Alex, against Virtus.pro. And that sentence, I don't think a single part of it makes sense. Pretty much, right? But it's just what happens at times with VP. It seems like they get relaxed a bit too much after having a huge lead. That gives their opponents momentum, and then when it comes to the very end, they just can't seem to find a way to win a round.
12 rounds in a row, Chad. Just a quick sigh from you, I think, is all we need, just to kind of point just how crazy that was.
I think our face palms yesterday said it all, really.
Absolute madness. And alongside that, we got to see FlipSide get wrecked by Envy on our B stream. I think they only got 9 rounds amongst all of them, but that will be shown in the standings. That's the best way to show you. Of course, I'm talking about across the 2 maps, they got 9 rounds. And look at that big fat 0. FlipSide are having a mare of a time here in the ESL Pro League. Above them, you can see Penta. And we talked about, you know, that Cobblestone not necessarily doing justice, but neither does that 3 alongside their namers. So they'll be playing the battle of survival now as time goes on, because 13 losses, I'm afraid, is just a little too much to be battling towards the top 6. In fact, we describe it as the 9 loss threshold is usually where you'll be finding yourself. So keep your eyes on that. Look, if you cast your eyes, Janko, there's a couple that are already, you know, T1 teams bordering on the precipice of 9 already.
Yeah, we have G2, who most likely won't make the cut, seeing as how they are already at 12 losses. But it's also interesting to see when you look at the lower end of the table. I think a lot of us would have put Heroic there, fighting for survival as well. But I think they've proven to be, you know, at least above the other 3 teams when it comes to that. They've had some good wins as well, not just in Pro League, but at offline events. And I think they're pretty safe about securing their spot in Pro League for next season.
Now, a team you saw in Bucharest as well, we saw their 7-5 Envy, Chad. What are we thinking about the French side's chances? Have they looked like they're kind of finding that form that we know they're capable of?
If they do make it in, it'll be in that 6th slot, I think.
Right.
I think they're one of those teams, like, you know, you can see how G2 and Astralis in those rankings there too as well, who'll be around that 6th slot. I think they're in danger. Envy are on the rise, though. We're seeing better Counter-Strike out of them. They had they played FlipSide yesterday, right? That was the match. They had 2 matches, and they absolutely destroyed FlipSide. So, you know, FlipSide aren't doing well. They're 0-10, but still to win so convincingly on 2 maps versus arguably, you know, a decent team, a top 8 Legends team from Majors, they're doing well.
Arguably. It must be tough for FlipSide at the moment. They're definitely not having a great time. But alongside all of that, we do have to start talking about what's coming up today. You may have seen it on the idle screen, but now you get to see it once more, and we can guide you through exactly what you have to look forward to. Now, this first one was described as a blockbuster just yesterday. As we said, our goodbyes, Chad. I'll let you kind of reiterate that and tell us exactly why Na'Vi versus Virtus.pro could promise to show some sexy CS.
So for Cobble, we saw both teams yesterday on it. They were both close matches. Now, VP actually lost 16-14 in HR, which you covered, and I thought their CT side was obviously fantastic. It was their T side where they had troubles, and then on the flip side of that, Na'Vi, they went to overtime versus Penta, and I thought their CT side was the issue. You know, Seized, he didn't look comfortable at drop. That B side of the map was a bit shaky. Guardian as well towards A, he was, you know, getting run down by pistols quite a lot, being a bit too aggressive with the AWP. But as a matchup, these two maps are great for both teams. It's going to be fantastic.
And following that one, Janko, you get to just quickly guide us through the FlipSide Penta matchup. I mean, I can't help but feel that actually, for the first time in probably a while, Penta may be coming in as favourites.
I think that's a safe statement, Alex, because looking at recent form more than anything else, right on paper, you would think that FlipSide is a stronger team, they have more structure, but they also had the most recent roster change in Pro League. So they're definitely going to have a lot of obstacles in front of them in that best of 2.
Yeah, and we'll be talking about that in just a moment. Of course, when we do get to our third map, it's not really a moment. It's quite an extended moment. If it's
a couple of hours.
Yeah, just a couple of hours. Just a cheeky couple of hour moment. But we'll be talking now first about this blockbuster that we've already highlighted. And I think we're going to run with your point, Chad. The fact that they both played it yesterday and both had kind of unconvincing results. Virtus.pro, of course, you've highlighted that had the abysmal T side on Cobble, which is something we usually credit them for, right? They usually are the team on the T side. So I guess we just forget all about that, Janko, right? Fresh start today, or do we have to kind of hold that against them?
I certainly hope so, because both teams sucked on Cobble yesterday, and it's one of the 2 maps that we're going to see, which is, funnily enough, definitely a map that's really strong in the pools of both teams. Arguably, for the new Na'Vi, maybe not yet, seeing as yesterday was the first time they actually played it in an official game. So if you look at it, we come in, as we say, you know, clear cut, we forget about yesterday. VP should be the favorite here because, you know, it's been one of their best maps, especially on LAN in the past couple of months. We know how strong they can be on that T side, and Na'Vi doesn't seem to have fully implemented it into their pool just yet.
Now, Chad, we just had Navi's names up on screen, and actually just yesterday you were talking to me off air and just saying like their firepower is scary. What are you suggesting when you say that?
Obviously, replacing Zeus for Simple is an upgrade in skill, and now, you know, Simple, Guardian, you know, Edward and Flamey, they're rocks, and then Seized, now he's more of a utility player. I think that's how he's being used, but he also has his moments, and if he's the guy, the third guy picking up the AWP, he can be solid with it from time to time. He's also a good rifler. The problem, I think, with him in the beginning is playing these new positions. It looks like he's been put in Zeus's role now. He has to do all of the rotating and stuff. You want to leave Simple where he is, leave Guardian where he is, and now he has to, you know, link the 2 sides together.
Now, just from your perspective, how much of a change is that? Could you perhaps shed some light on that for the guys at home about how much of a shift, like how much that can change your approach and your feel of the game, moving roles? So, like, talk me through it.
When you're the rotator between both sides, or the link player, as I call it, you have to take in all the information. If you're the guy holding platform, you just hold platform until the drop guy's like, they can get our drop.
Sure.
But the guy playing, you know, connector, he has to rotate to the A guy when he needs it. He needs to save his nades to help at any given point. You know, and he also has to worry about holding a spot. And drop on this map is so annoying, you know, the utility that can be used to flush you out and push you away. And then you have to communicate proficiently enough so that your teammates know what's going on. It's probably one of the most difficult roles because you find yourself getting caught with nades out as you're running between places. You find yourself looking at your teammate screens when you're on LAN because you want to get the information. And it's hard just to stay focused.
To be flexible.
Yeah, well, it's very important to stay focused in that role, and I had to do it, and I wasn't very good at it. So
that attention span becomes a problem, or at least I have a low attention.
I mean, you have to take in a lot of information. It's not just about you making the decision; it's about your players, your teammates giving you correct info, right? Maybe an easier example is Dust 2. You have a player who's link between mid and A side, so he has to decide whether he's going to be in CT spawn, guarding the mid to B split, or he's going to be way back helping the A guys, and that's much harder to execute properly in-game than it seems when you just watch the game and see, oh, but they have cat control, why isn't he just on A, right? It's much more difficult to do it in-game.
And something I just kind of wanted to kind of run with of what I was fishing for with my question to Chad was more of a kind of the external perspective, as in you bring a new player into a team and roles shift. Like that seems to affect. I mean, look what happened to Liquid. They've fallen off the face of the planet here with Pimp.
I think that's the problem with teams when they make a roster change, right? Maybe even the roster change that Envy has made, in a sense that, okay, you think that one player is underperforming and you want to bring a different player instead of him, but if you're not bringing the player to change him to swap with in exact the same roles and positions and setups on the CT side, well, that means more changes than just the roster one. So if that roster change causes, you know, other players to switch positions, then maybe they're not as comfortable in their new positions, which causes them to underperform. Then you change, because you got rid of one player who was underperforming, now you have 3 players underperforming, maybe not as much, but when you accumulate everything, you get the same level of play across the team, right? On this particular example, to maybe try and make it a bit more clear for the viewers, if you swap Zeus for Simple, obviously has more skill, but you force Seized in an uncomfortable spot, so maybe he starts underperforming. You swap Guardian to a different side, so Simple and Guardian can double up. Maybe he's not as effective on a certain map, and then you did more harm than you did good. I'm not saying this is what's going to happen with Navi, or even it looks like at this point, but it's a possibility. That's why we need time to see how it will work out for them.
A butterfly effect within the roster, just one person does join. But I mean, there's examples. There's examples within the CS scene. It's rife with them, actually. I mean, you know, when we lost Keo for Envy, when we just saw SK, you know, they have a stand-in because Fur wasn't available. We saw them get 16-0'd at one point. Like, the power of one player is insane.
And Fur is the rotator guy, as Chad was explaining the role, so you can see how that one player can be important for the team.
If you look at, just as a different example, G2 are a team who changed in-game leader and got a new player, which meant they changed the whole way they approached the game because there was somebody else, you know, giving the shots and doing the setup. So when you do that and you change the in-game leader, it does matter who you replace the person with, but the way you approach the game is going to change. And if that changes, then, you know, you don't have this where, you know, you're trying to fill the gaps. You're all building it up together. You're basically starting fresh.
That must be so crazy. And obviously that's something that people don't necessarily acknowledge when they're watching. You don't really realize why, like, why does this team suddenly look different? It's, of course, the voice behind the game.
I think it's good, you know, so the Na'Vi example that we were giving, I think it's, in the beginning, I was critical of the fact that they weren't just throwing Simple into that AWP role because he's so good at it, you know, the secondary AWP, he's great at the combat AWPing type thing and getting stuck in, and he can really open up sites and rounds. But for him to learn Zeus's role, if they ever go, all right, guys, this 2-op setup is not working, let's dial it back and let's go back to Simple, you go to Zeus's role, Seized. It's good because it keeps it fresh, right? You need to have a lot of depth when you play Counter-Strike, and if you can go change between that and Simple AWPing, and, you know, even if they go to another one where it's just, okay, we're just going to go pure Guardian AWPing and go 4 rifles and just mix it around like that, you know, you need a lot of depth in Counter-Strike, and if you can have that at your disposal at any given time, it's fantastic. So
my question to you is Simple capable of that? Is he, as a player, as a personality, capable of taking Zeus's old role? As in, was that something he was competent at?
I'm not really sure, but I don't think he should be the one having that role. I don't think he should be, because Zeus, most of the times, he was the one sacrificing himself for the better of the team. He was the guy running out first in, you know, some set execute so that he could create space for the other in a sense of a space creating entry fragger, right? He was dropping rifles to other players and he would play with pistol. You don't want that from Simple. You want to have other players enable Simple to do what he's comfortable with.
And we want to see what Simple can do now. I mean, you've said it perfectly, Chad. I love that entry, just saying, we've seen Cobble yesterday from both of these. It was pretty poor. One got a win, one didn't. And I want your predictions very quickly. Give me a team name for map 1.
I really like what I've seen from Na'Vi in the last couple of weeks, so I'm going to stick with them.
And how about you?
I'm going with VP because I feel they step up their game against better opposition and they really enjoy playing Na'Vi.
A well-justified answer from both. Let's have a look what the casters have to say, though, as we do dive into Cobblestone.
What do we have to say?
I don't know if we have to say much, to be honest. I think this game should speak for itself between Virtus Pro and Na'Vi. It should be very straightforward. I feel like it's two heavy hitters. It's a team that struggles online. It's a team who's been changing up roles, to be completely honest.
Well, we saw Virtus Pro yesterday, of course, against Hellraisers. A bit of an interesting event. They actually got 12 rounds on the CT half and couldn't get going at all on the T half. I feel like they'll address those issues. It was a T side. We talked about them coming back from Milan. It's the first game back, and maybe they weren't quite ready for it.
I've noticed something that's going to be a bit of a problem in our setup. I don't know if the producers can change it. I don't have a preview monitor, but I can look way over there. It's just going to be a lot harder. So they'll see what they can do. But Cobblestone started off, I think, middle ground for these two teams. Obviously, Cobblestone yesterday was a complete catastrophe for Virtus Pro.
Sure.
On the CT
To be fair,
side.
Navi have been slightly struggling as well. They were going to get Penta the other day and it's finishing overtime on Cobble. They did this clinch a win, but still.
Well, remember, Navi was the team that started off by getting like 5 rounds tops on CT side. That was their customary.
That was their signature on the map, right? Even if they only got 5 rounds, they could always bounce back on the T half. They were always very good at that. But we are going to be getting into the pistol, I believe. It will be 5 sets of armor for Navi, starting on the CT side here. And looking at the VP buy, different to their approach yesterday, in fact. They actually got 5 sets of armor. Yesterday, they had the 2 smokes towards connector and balcony. It's a fast mid take this time, going in towards danger, and that's where the bomb's going to be as well. But here we go, Guardian. You can hear the footsteps. He's waiting for them.
I'm going to try and push up this Neo, though. Yep, A-split. Coming in from drop. He's going to hold this perimeter and try and push them back through inside of the site with 2 players down already, though. This is going to be such a tough task for the CTs on the edge of the perimeter. And back over to B, they like to go where Flamey waits. He'll spot up one on top of the site. He's got the silencer off the weapon. That's what I do. That's what I always say. This reality, he's going to get taken, or rather takes Flamey down, and then Pasha find Guardian. It's Edward, the last alive. Very straightforward from Virtus Pro. So starting off tremendously again. We'll see if that trend can continue throughout the course of the half. Remember yesterday, if you can say something positive about their game, it was a complete failure in the end. They did have an excellent T-side then as well.
Absolutely. Well, it's a nice little A-split there from VP. Like I said, different to their approach yesterday. Against Hellraisers, they actually went for the 2 smokes and actually smoked connector and balcony and went up together a solid ETA side. This time they go for an A-split, but like you said, they found out there's kills towards B and they actually decided to fall back and go back towards the B side. So that actually worked out very nicely, not dropping a single frag there. We're going to see a semi-force spike coming in from Navi into this one. 2 players with the body armor, be Flamey and seized. But VP actually going for 5 rifles, 5 AKs in the second round. This is my favorite setup, Matt. It keeps things a little bit more interesting, I think. You keep it nice and long range, stick together, make sure you're trading frags effectively, and the SMGs don't have to go in those close range quarter combat. Only problem is you are lacking the utility, so that's why they're sticking together right now as little units, going to be as a 4-man towards long 8. And Taz still out first, Guardian trying to do what he can there with the AK-47, but it doesn't work out for him. Seized waiting on the side.
He's going to try and bait himself into this play as well. Let them get close. Everyone knows to check this, but he's hoping to catch them off. That's exactly what he does, only for 1. Drops bomb temporarily. And it is simple, 1 versus 4 with the Deagle to try and pull this back. No armor, no kit.
Bomb has been planted.
No vision towards stable. Should be pretty straightforward again this time around as he'll try and just do some economic damage against these AK-47s. If he can find 1 kill, excellent. If not, doesn't really make a difference, does it?
Yeah, it's obviously not really worth Virtus Pro going for a hunt. It's 1 player remaining. He hasn't got a weapon of any value. Simple gives away his position now. Will be deciding to fall back. He hasn't got the armor to save, but the Deagle potentially could be worth something. He's actually going to be trying to find another exit here. Just trying to bait the footsteps off as he runs back towards connector there. I'm not sure what the grand plan is here. It'd be absolutely insane for a terrorist to run through connector trying to find that frag. Wouldn't make much sense at all. As they decide to exit all through towards long A. Saving 4 AKs. We did see C's pick up a kill with that CZ. It's pretty much as good as it's going to get. They're really fully forced into this round. There's a couple of players getting the body armor there. So Virtus Pro managed to keep 4 AKs alive. They'll be buying another one as well. And we go to round number 3. This should be the full eco round from Navi. So a chance for VP now to get all the grenades out and have a nice full buy going forward. But I guess the only problem with this is if one of your players do go down or there's a close range sort of crossfire coming in from the CTs manage to pick up an AK, that's when it's a little bit more high risk. But so you just need to slow things right down, full default. And maybe VP don't even want to do that this round. They just want to get for a B rush.
Smokes out on the long platform of Molotov onto the stairs as well early on for Virtus Pro. It's Guardian that's up close as well for Navi. He on the P2000. No upgrade, we know why. Undoubtedly, as Simple's gone for the armor to complement that Deagle. He's got to be careful to dance around the bottom of the stairwell, but that flash, Snacks gets in too close. It's going to be a pickup for Virtus Pro, make it doubly so as they walk into the site. In the alley, he'll start getting entry frags as well. He'll go down at the end with a late play from Edward at Chicken Coop, but he's spotted out. Taz with the kill. 3-0 Virtus Pro, guns to be drawn, and Guardian, does he have enough considering he saved? Yep, absolutely. Immediately buys up the AWP on the bind and armor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the trademark Guardian maps. If you remember the previous Navi lineup, like you mentioned, they normally only got about 5 rounds on the CT side of Cobble, but that was actually due to him just going absolutely insane. He's quite quiet on the T side traditionally. We'll see whether this new adjustment with with Simple coming into the lineup does change things up a little bit. If we go towards middle, waiting for that initial flashbang that does hit him though. Not going to be as aggressive for now. It's thinking about it, but VP, 3 players towards A. Going to be concentrating on middle this time. Maybe not towards long. I will see how this one folds out for them, but Guardian still present towards the mid area. Looking for that first pick. Fires off a shot. Can't land it just yet.
He gets a shot through the door as well as Taz was waiting on the other side.
God, he really wants this, doesn't he?
Yep. Not going to get it. That time will be enough. Third to charm. Fall back to the site. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, they're not scared off by this in its entirety. They just didn't want to give anything up early. Still out toward the courtyard is Neo. The rest, on the other hand, though, are rotating back over toward B. Flamey and Simple up close to the platform.
This looks like it may be some sort of B play coming in here. They've got a couple of smokes remaining, so the execution potential not fully there. They'll probably use the smokes to cover off move towards Connector or Chicken Coop. As they go towards the bomb site here, Simple hunting for that first frag. Guardian still towards the A side. John Bay Edward as well, so only 3 players towards B, and this is where VP will be ending up as well. Here come the smokes, and here comes the Molotov towards the steps as well. I mean, Simple has to move.
And he'll do exactly that. Back to standard, back to basic, the old hole in the wall. But the flames have extinguished. Is he spotted, though? I think Snacks may have just spotted him crossing back over into this position. He's staring him down. Flash comes through. It's Bialy instead to hit the shot, and in the entry from the drop, it's Taz and Bialy following that up as Taz's entrance covers off both prongs to the approach, and Na'Vi with just 2 remaining against 4, although 2 of them are low, have no real grounds to walk on inside of the site. Guardian as well, bought down to $150 after picking up the AWP.
Yeah.
And he and Edward are just going to like to save.
Yeah, no kits available. Just an incendiary flashbang in the hands of Edward here. So he's trying to do what he can on the exit kills. It does take down Pasha, but they do need to save these 2 weapons. They're going to have to struggle by going to the next round, but still, Guardian saving the AWP. We know what a complete monster he is, and actually at the moment as well, his current form is impeccable. We saw those crazy highlight clips the other day on Overpass. So him to save the AWP is more than enough chance to actually win the round in the next. So we'll see what that brings to the table. And we'll be 4-0 here in favor of VP. 1 player goes down to the bomb. There's a Taz. Just about didn't get far away. I think that's probably about 5 damage he took from that one, but there it is. And we'll be 4-0. And this should be quite a comfortable round for VP, but they need to be very careful of the Guardian Orb. Here's a couple of options here. Go towards long A, middle. He can be boosted up and towards drop down. The upper platform, it's just going to be whether VP give him an opportunity to take that first shot. We'll see what happens here in round number 5. Teammates not going to be buying up around him. It's just going to be the upgraded pistols. And of course, Edward saving that M4 from the previous round. 3-man stack from the CT towards long A. They know that VP like to run that standard setup there towards long A by themselves and trying to work out the map control and pushing terrorists back. So we'll see whether this works out for them.
They're going to go all the way deep inside of their own territory, having, as you mentioned, all the players over toward the A site. B instead, just with the presence of Guardian at the statue. Everyone in tandem rotating toward that B site together, though Na'Vi, their positioning could still be decent in all of this, and Guardian's going to get more aggressive knowing he's got some backup toward drop. He's spotted out, but it's the shot, Bialy down. And the next one, oh, can't quite land it on Neo, but knows he's trying to push to his right. He's got to play this perfectly. His teammates tries to bait him in. He's got to get the scope in, and he does it. Down goes Neo as he was trying desperately to figure out the angle. Unfortunately tagged up. It's the Pasha nade that will take him down, and Pasha and Taz will collect all the remaining kills, but Guardian makes it interesting at least.
He always makes it interesting, Matt, and that's another round to show you how deadly he can be on those sort of situations when he's just a player that saves the WP. He does make 2, and it could have been more as well. Luckily, VP able to take him down in the end. And I think when you know Guardian's got an AWP on the other side of the map, only losing 2 frags in that round, you'll probably be okay with that going forward. But here he is then. The new setup of Na'Vi, the new complexion is going to be Simple coming in that secondary AWP. We haven't seen it really come into fruition just yet. It hasn't impressed me amazingly, but we'll see what we can do as he goes towards the upper platform. Known for his aggressive style with the AWP, more flashier in many senses than Guardian in terms of the risks he's willing to take.
Yeah,
to find frags.
Well, in this double up, it's the first time we'll see it now on the CT side. Edward, nade. Spots 2, smartly going to get away from this, doesn't have positional control, and he may just bait them. If they were careless, obviously Virtus Pro knows better than that. They could have baited into Guardian, but he overcommits to the peak and therefore taking down from middle. It's going to be Edward to fall with only 1 kill, and again, Virtus Pro are just owning them on these entries.
Yeah, this is looking very good from VP. It's going to be another 4 versus 2 with Flamey. He's just burning alive in the platform area there. 5 HP, somehow gets out of his life, just standing in the open with a full flash effect. And actually, he may have a chance of winning this round as well. Simple coming in with that secondary AWP. He's going to bring it down to the 2-on-2. Bialy and Snacks still haven't made their way to the bomb site.
Well, Bialy's positioning, though, is fairly... Okay, good. Simple's actually rotated correctly toward balcony where you can see still see the bomb, excuse me, because if he overcommits and had to walk that door, Bialy would have had him, but they know now he's dropped down, he's fully flashed up. And Bialy again going to hit the shot. Another 2 kills for him in the round. Bialy currently sits top the leaderboard with 8 kills, 6 rounds in. It's been fairly decent and distributed evenly across Virtus Pro, but it's the entries more than anything that's just obliterating Na'Vi.
Yeah, VP with their pretty classic mentality at the moment, just getting the mid control towards long A, and they're just dropping simple smoke to start around. It's going in, and that bulldozer effect, pushing out a long A, 3 people coming out at the same time. Unless you hit that first shot against them, you have an incredibly difficult time to actually hold them off. We did have Guardian towards that APC area as well. He's supposed to hold them off, but VP, 1 player towards middle, very good flashbang comes in, just finds that crossfire, takes him down. At that point, the round fell apart for Na'Vi. It will be another eco here, 6-0 for the Polish side. Still a lot of work to do here, of course. It's still anyone's game, I'd say. It's just a very good start from Virtus Pro. And Pasha looking to continue it as Snacks chimes in as well. Double orb set up on the T side, working very efficiently at the moment, just slowing things down, trying to get those first picks. And Flamey and Edward actually waiting to receive in towards the B side, but the Molotov is able to get to the face.
Flamey's going to fall back slightly as well. Snacks is trying to open this up with that AWP toward the chicken coop, but it's Bialy again that just sprays them down with the AK-47. Fairly straightforward in the anti-eco this time around, but another double op setup immediately coming in. 7-0 Virtus Pro. Na'Vi, we said it, they're known to typically get around 5 rounds, usually on the back of Guardian's solid play.
He's normally the one carrying them on the CT side. That's historically every event I can think about casting with the previous Na'Vi lineup. We always thought, oh god, 5's never enough. It's not going to be there. It's only Guardian that's really fragging. They move to the T side, and that's when players like C's would go massive. And Zeus is actually very good on this map as well. Obviously not part of the lineup anymore, but that's where they really did deliver. But still, need to start posting some rounds to Guardian. Once again, aggressive towards mid, trying to find that first pick. As Simple has been smoked out of the upper platform. Seeing if he can find any sort of angle here. Just spamming off through the smoke. Seeing if he can take down potentially that boost spot. But there we go. Guardian does get the first pick. Neo by himself towards middle. Does get taken down. Was having a little face over his knife, seeing if he could work anything out there. But Snacks using his smoke now to see whether he can spot onto the bomb site. He knows Guardian likes to rotate his position. Oh! Could he actually see him then?
I don't think so.
He must be able to.
Well, yes, he can, because he's got the shot. I don't know about the first time. Smoke was just starting to fade off, but
I think he must have saw like a pixel, because the fact he just didn't move his crosshair at all in that area. Like normally you'll check it, right? And then you'll fall back. The fact he was just glued to it suggested he saw something moving in the smoke.
Either way, very impressive to know the angle from Snacks, and Guardian gets taken down on what is normally a safe position to rotate back to. Simple, meanwhile, though, he's brought his AWP over to that site. He'll find the refrag at the bottom of middle, but they still have to account for Taz, who's come out from the drop. Good play from Simple. He knows another one's there. He's got the bomb down as well. It's Bialy that will fall, and it's just Pasha remaining as Virtus Pro this time finally potentially stopped in their tracks. Now, the one thing to keep in mind in all of this is that we're about to hit a reset for Na'Vi. So a double up purchase, exactly. Every member counts, and that was far too easy for Pasha. As he's walked with his back turned toward the drop room, Flamey will be there to trade it back, and that's going to be the round at least going the way of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's Simple stepping up this time. It was that first pick actually from Guardian towards middle. We saw Neo maybe getting a little bit overzealous there, but it's actually facing cleanly towards top of mid, seeing if we can get a bit of information there. Does find Guardian, who takes him down. And at that point, Virtus Pro coming towards the drop down area, and Simple goes absolutely wild. Something we've been waiting for. This double orb setup has been recently announced. It's not like he came into the team with straight away with the secondary AWP. He had to fit into the Zeus role initially, but now they've had a little bit of time. Opposite word being little to actually try and bring this in. It's perfect time to actually demonstrate what it's capable of here in Pro League as we go into round number 9 here. Once again, this is the classic VP setup. 3 towards long 8, push the CTs back, take the vision away, and start dissecting the map. It's a
very good counter to Guardian, who likes to play in this position so frequently as well with that AWP.
Sure.
Bialy's forced back slightly on drop, at least for about 11 seconds with that smoke down. Guardian this time going to watch bottom mid. Remember last time they had this exact setup with Edward out toward long at Stables. Guardian overcommitted to peeking the corner, and no one was watching the bottom of middle. This is when he got taken down, so see if you can read the play or assess the situation a little bit better this time around. Bomb intentionally dropped back toward B tunnels. Neo gonna grab that. We still have a full split. 3-2. I expect drop. Rotate to A. Here we go. 46. Clear the drop. Bialy down. He'll hold off left side. Bomb hasn't dropped yet because they want to make sure he can stabilize that position, but now they are starting to push back Edward inside of the A site. He'll go to cannons. Vulnerable from the top of middle, but crossfire established when they do walk out. Long flash round. He's going to try to take advantage. Taz was waiting for it. He just stares down that position, and overcommitment on the refrag back in, and suddenly just like that, Virtus Pro, they've got control as Snacks is going to take down Simple inside of the balcony position. Flamey, though, he'll find at least Bialy back, but a 1 versus 3, he's going to bail out already.
Perfect round there from VP, holding up very nicely, just bleeding the CTs out, making sure they had nothing left to work with. They're looking for that first pick. They get towards long A once again, completely pushing the CTs back, and then they show their hand. And they've actually got Predator drop down as well, just pinching the A bomb side there. We're hoping Guardian can step up those scenarios as well, but he got taken out by Snacks to open things up. Once again, he's having a pretty quiet game. I think he's only on, what, 2 frags now? 3? And he needs to be the player really delivering the frags on the CT half. They just can't find the shots against Snacks at the moment. He seems to be impeccable at the moment, especially at DreamHack Open. Had a fantastic tournament. Obviously, the game yesterday, they had this great terrorist half. It was the, no, sorry, it was a great CT half. And then they sucked on the T side. So they're kind of addressing things today. They got 12 for CT.
Yes.
That was always surprising. And then
Yeah,
they
because it was
on the
Snacks
second.
looking super confident.
Yeah. And then they moved over to the T side. And that's when they just couldn't actually hit a barn door, it seemed. But today, maybe it's in reverse. Who knows? Currently on the T side, they're looking very, very good indeed. 8-1, and they have fully reset Na'Vi. They managed to save. Oh, are they forcing into this? Guardian's got a UMP, so he had 2,200 left over. So he had a little bit more money than everyone else. So he's going to try and see what he can do with the favoured SMG of CSGO at the moment. Flamey saving an AK-47. He'll be towards B, joined by 2 teammates, which will be Season Simple.
Yeah, what can Guardian really hope to achieve from that position?
It's if he gets 1 kill, picks up an AK, potentially catches him off guard. He's got no armor, no nades, just a UMP. It's ambitious.
Snacks, meanwhile, AWP bottom of middle. We saw what he was capable of last time he brought a sniper rifle into this position. He's still just probing out. Lovely shot, though, from Edward.
What an angle.
Just a pixel to fire at, really. There's not much there. There's what it looks like through the scope of a sniper rifle. Oh, I dare say he's overextended there to go back for more, and Snacks staring him down is going to take that back. Get the bomb recovered for Virtus Pro, just like that as well. Bialy drops down. Once again, he'll establish control of that point of the map, taking down Simple.
That's such a horrible angle. He does do reasonable damage at the Snacks. He goes under 36, but the UMP not really designed for that sort of range, especially against armor players as well. Guardian has to fall back at this stage. And Neo finds a frag towards the B side. That's actually going to be Flamey with that AK-47, so that's round over at this point, I'm afraid. Guardian, if you can find 1 kill with this UMP, that would give it an extra $600. That would probably be very beneficial for him at this point. Doesn't happen. It will be 9-1, and the money's not great for Na'Vi. This could be the point of no return. If they lose this round, they get themselves in such a deep rut. They have got an orb dropped, but the rest of the players will be struggling. I think it'll be a mixture of Famises and M4s with no utility. So you can see they get the guns, sure, but Matt on the CT side of Cobble, we all know in the incendiaries, the smoke grenades, you need those to hold the terrorists off, and they're executing. They've got 1 smoke to play with, nothing else.
Yeah.
No kits, Edward, just a Famis, no armor. If they win this round, I'll be very impressed. Simple has got the AWP there. That's the difference maker. Surprised he got head armor against the AKs, but
wow,
could he got an extra smoke there?
Simple's going to try and catch them off this time from out toward the chicken coop. Flamey, quick peek, catches one with a nade out, so Snacks, he'll temporarily drop the bomb, but that's quickly recovered from Pasha's position immediately next door. They're going to switch over to the AWP as well and try and find an opening with it, but Simple has now come back into the fold. So they get the first kill with the M4. Simple suddenly rotates, swaps with his teammate, and he's going to try and catch them off guard if they try and go for a refrag toward the stairwell. Smartly, though, Virtus Pro is going to slow this down with a minute still to work with, and look at Neo. Is this Cloud9 all over again? Is he going to slip? Oh, he's been spotted. Guardian sees him, but he still wins the duel. 12 HP. Problem is now, where does he go? And just barely, timing is everything, gets around the corner to hold off rotations. They've rotated all the way back over as well on that side. Virtus Pro on the attack, and Edward, he's going to have a bit of problem here spotting out the first, because as soon as he does, Taz wraps back round, catches him off from the left, and it's just onto C's balcony. He's down. Simple. Not yet part of the equation. He's going to swap away from the AWP and go on to an M4. 2 low players. There's a chance he can pull something off in this.
If ever was a man to come into this situation, he would probably be the one you wanted it to be. But in this instance, he can't actually make it happen. Pasha takes him down. Massive round there for Na'Vi after getting that first pick. Flamey almost gifted it. Finds a player with a grenade in his hand on the upper platform. That should have been the catalyst to get them into this half. But unfortunately for them, it's VP, especially Neo as well, getting himself in towards that connector area. Edward a little bit too passive towards the A site. It's Guardian that goes down first. Does do reasonable damage. I think that kill, had they catch him on the retreat there, they could have had a real chance of getting back into that site. But 10-1. And the lost stage bonus match, it's only a 3rd stage, so they're going to have, what, $2,400 coming into this round, and there's a couple of players with some residual cash. They have to take an eco here, but the problem is they're getting so deep into this half, it could be actually a little bit too late. If they go 11-1 down, it means there's a lot of pressure to actually get those last 3. You need, I'd say on the CT half, you need at least 4 to give yourself a fighting chance. but apparently not sometimes.
Yeah, apparently
Yesterday,
a 12-3 is a curse.
Hellraisers
so.
managed to pull back from worse, so, you know.
It's true, they certainly did. And they did it in appalling fashion on both the fact that they did well and Virtus Pro did absolutely god-awful.
I'm going to call this another 12-3, and VP will get, like, flashbacks from yesterday, and maybe won't be able to close it out.
Yeah, I don't know if I can sit through another one of those, Henry. I'm not going to lie.
Even when they won the pistol as well, that was insane. That was such a nuts outcome.
Well, yeah, it really was. It speaks volumes about Virtus Pro's inconsistency, both online and after a LAN, coming off a DreamHack Bucharest with a win.
Well, they looked amazing. Like, everyone was stepping up for them. Like, not a single player on that team had a bad event that weekend, but came back to an online game, looked amazing to start with. CT half looked flawless, and they just couldn't get anything rolling at all on the terrorists. But it seems they've managed to rectify those issues. Na'Vi now in the tactical pause, trying to work out what the next move is. I guess at this stage, it's just trying to take the foot off the pedal a little bit and just work out what's the next move. They're not going to buy into this round. You can see Guardians want a PT50, so this will just be a conservative round where trying to do some damage. They can save an AK or get the orb off snacks. That'd be amazing. VP, on the other hand, have actually got lots of money here. Winning this round, they have enough for the rest of the game. Na'Vi now just discussing what's the next move. And with 4th stage loss bonus next round, they should be absolutely fine in terms of cash. So just buy some PT50s this round, maybe an HE grenade each, and do that airstrike sort of play towards B. That could be something interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering exactly what Simple can do to try and get more effective with that AWP. Guardian can't be on both sides of the map, but I think Guardian's better off on the A site. We're seeing him go to B a little bit as the primary. You often talk about just being dynamic and switching that up.
Well, Guardian's been trying to go aggressive towards middle as well. At the beginning of the half, he just wasn't getting anything out of him. He saw him trying to pick that little angle, and normally he goes a bit more aggressive than that. He'll drop the smoke in middle and actually go for the full face. This time he's just using the left-hand side gap. He hasn't really had too much impact at all this first half. He's done 3 for 10, and that was in the round they won. He managed to get that opening frag, but since then he's been very quiet indeed. Certainly not the godlike levels we know he's capable of. So the unpause comes in. It will be 4 USPs here at the moment, just 1 PT50 in the hands of Guardian. Oh, there's a few more. So 3 PT50s, make it 4. Simple. Obviously, one of the snipers here will be saving his money for the next. Round number 12 comes in. So VP will be aware of the situation. They won't give too much away. Let's be holding back at the start of the round and seeing what kind of aggression is presented towards them. As we have got Edward, Guardian, and C's towards the A side of the map. C's behind the mid doors here. It's very rare this actually works out for anyone. Let's see whether he can do anything with it.
And one and done, potentially at best. And fires early with the flash coming through. He tries to catch them with crosshair placement. That just serves to give his position away more than anything. His Guardian's going to push behind them, though. I know. Oh, he goes for the first one. Now, there's one to his right. Trigger discipline might have paid off, might have prevailed, but he gets back through a smoke that was there to guise him. The smoke they threw to cover off danger actually comes back to haunt them as it leaves Guardian alive. But now it's still Guardian on 21 in a 3 versus 3. Flamey rotates over. Damage done from those P250s again. In fact, a nice shot from Guardian will take down Snacks. It's a 2 versus 2, and exactly that. He has an AWP to work with. The last gun you would want him to have. So thankfully, the airstrike from Pasha will not allow him to get a shot with it.
They actually left that towards mid. I always watch that secret smoke go down, right, towards danger. And you always think, well, there seems to be a CD that always pushes through that one and gets him in the back every single time I've ever seen that happen. And it happens once more. No one's watching it, and they do win the round overall. Like I said, VP not really strapped the cash to them. They're absolutely fine for the rest of the game. But still, it's something you obviously need to be very cautious of.
And the role changes right now from Na'Vi. Clearly struggling as they can't even get to their 5 rounds on CT side. Guardian tries to go aggressive again, gets caught off. They bust out the door because there's one up close he doesn't see. He's going to get away. No way. No way, Guardian. How does he always do this? And he doesn't actually. Okay, he does get the third. And Edward slips in between them. It confuses me for a second, but finally, there we go. That's exactly it. They win rounds on Guardian's brilliance alone.
Yeah, well, very close range combat situation there. You would have thought VP. Okay, let's have a look at this. So you've got players there. One's blind, sure, but as far as Neo, he's got his knife out, so he has to draw the weapon. That's the problem. He should be coming around with the AK in his hand and blowing off Guardian's head before he even has a chance to fire the second shot. He had his knife out, trying to curve jump around the corner, and obviously that's to his detriment. I guess he was flashing. He's probably trying to run a little bit faster out of harm's way, but had he just run out with the gun, probably would have had a simple kill there. And it's Taz this time, aggressive towards the upper platform. 2 headshots coming in for the full spray, looking for the third as well. C's can't find it. This should be a round going in favor of VP. 4 on 2. Still Edward on site, though, doing some decent work for Na'Vi.
And he's got the flash out toward long as well. Going to try and put himself in a better position as the Molotov. Follows it all the way to make sure he doesn't step on it. That's going to cover off in front of the rock. Guardian late over toward A is going to find the lurk. Now that's big because now Snacks can't deter the rotation, and Edward doesn't have to worry as much about it, but he's not 100% convinced of that just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be towards B. The bomb is towards that on platform at the moment. Flashes come in, and Bialy stuck towards the fountain, trying to make something happen out of this as Neo edges in with the bomb. Spots Edward towards drop down, has to Molotov him out of position for now. That's actually a pretty decent Molotov, and he spots he has fallen back.
Neo trying to get across with bomb. He'll throw a flash for himself to do so, but it blinds up both, and Guardian can't quite connect on the shot. Still has the cross covered off as additional utility will be thrown out toward the CTs. Bialy's in the best position possible at the cubby, but they know he's there. Edwards found it. Guardian's going to get out of the hands of Neo. It's a 1-1 trade, and it's down to the 1 versus 1 in the round. 48 health for Edward to work with, and 31 seconds to accomplish this for Virtus Pro to reset Na'Vi again going into round 15, or for Edward to finally get something rolling for Na'Vi. 3 rounds isn't far away from what they normally achieve, considering how poor this has been.
20 seconds remaining, and Neo knows if he tries to plant the bomb there, Edward will strike. He's waiting for that smoke to dissipate first, I guess. Oh, there it is. This is the chance now to finish things off. He's going to try and get the bomb down, and Edward surely going to pounce.
You'd think he would, but he's a little bit slow to do so. That leaves him open to the AWP, but the jump from Neo doesn't quite spot him now. He will no-scope, tries to hold him off. Flash as well, gonna repeat this immediately, and a no-scope again because he's gone a lot closer. Edward not anticipating the side correctly, but still, he'll respond as Neo can't land the shot with the AWP, and finally Na'Vi will get back-to-back rounds.
Obviously didn't have the information that he was low HP there, doesn't get the call from his teammates, so I guess it was from his HE grenade that actually did most of the damage, so why would he know? And it doesn't manage to pull off the no-scope there. Very well played to get the bomb down. I thought Edward was going to capitalize it. This was the opening of the round as well. The fast B play from Taz with a decent storm, runs in there, nails the first 2 shots. You thought that was game, set, and match there, but Na'Vi still fighting these rounds due to individual performances and those clutch situations. It will be this time Na'Vi with 3 rounds, and there's still money, of course, for Virtus Pro as we go into round number 15. They're going to have the single orb set up. Guardian back on the orb himself. Money not as bad as I thought it was, considering the last round was a 1v1. Managing to get kits, nades, and hopefully the 4th round, so we have a real game on our hands here.
Guardian out toward long again this time round. Simple's going to slowly push as we see it on the minimap toward the long position at B. Flamey's going to play off of him and also try and cover drop. That'll give them the early rotation if he can successfully do so to Seized. He's playing the swing on this map, but here we go. Guardian out toward long. No utility yet to push him back, but he's still going passive. Edward, surprisingly, with a single flash down toward mid, is going to push onto this. Doesn't make it work, but Seized wants to resume this position and catch off Virtus Pro potentially. Virtus Pro, after finding their first pick and thinning out the defense, forcing rotations, are smartly going to go back toward the B side, at least for now. 57 seconds they still have to work with and figure out exactly what the remaining 4 CTs are doing.
We'll see, he doesn't spot the player lurking towards mid. Neo coming out here. The timing is going to be everything. They're just actually negating each other by actually hiding at the same time. But it's going to be Simple going down here. Surely you're going to get a no-scope. Can't actually manage to pull the trigger as Taz does take him down. 5 versus 3 now. And Neo lurks to perfection there, taking down Seized as he's coming in for the flank behind them. 5 on 2. Flamey, you need to find at least 1 kill here to actually give Guardian any sort of possibility coming to the side. It's not going to happen. It's the last round. Guardian has to try and make this happen as he goes coming towards drop down. Surely dead now. Apparently not. Does nail the close range shot towards Taz.
Guardian 1 versus 3.
Ooh.
Henry, if he doesn't pull it off, the score is 12-3 for Virtus Pro again.
So we still have a game on our hands.
Yes, we will. As is tradition in Pro League online matches, 12-3, we've seen it, what, 5 times this year, 6 times this year, maybe more. Yeah. And about 5 of them have been comebacks that have been successfully completed by the team that goes down early. So this could still be a problem for Virtus Pro.
Yep, this is the same scoreline they had against Hellraisers. 12-3 in the first half, lose the pistol, then round by round, they get back into it. So this is certainly not over yet, Matt. Historically speaking in Pro League, every single team gets back from 12-3. So, what do you reckon? Do you think they'll do it?
If they win the pistol again tonight and lose twice like that on this map, I don't know what to expect, but we'll find out if that is even a possibility when we return after the short break. just saw a cool tweet someone sent out. Actually, it was ESL Counter-Strike sent it out, but that's someone that controls it, so it still counts. There's a nice big electronic billboard at Times Square right now advertising ESL 1. You can get your tickets at esl-1.com.
I might do that.
You don't need one, Henry. You're going to be there with me. And when you're with me, you get anywhere.
Perfect.
That's how
Wow.
it works.
Will Virtus Pro get anywhere here on map 1?
We will see. You would think 2 nights, lightning can't strike twice, but then again, the op does sound like thunder, so maybe it will, as 12-3 the scoreline again at half. Last night it was the same thing, and they managed to lose to Hellraisers.
Yeah, that was...
Pretty depressing, if I'm completely
The
honest.
thing is as well, that was on their CT half as well. This time they've done it on the T half, they've got that massive lead. Surely they can bring home the bacon now and actually finish this one off.
Bacon.
You do.
I love bacon.
Bit of maple syrup on it.
So the guy at the hairdresser today, by the way, when he gave me this new product that he put in my hair, of which he used more than I ever would, said it was maple syrup based. And I said, you know what? I'm all right with it. Keep going.
Keep just
Lather me
applying
up,
it
sweetheart.
Yeah.
Make me smell real good.
Okay then, well, I think we all know by now that this is a must-win pistol round for Na'Vi. If they lose it and potentially go 3-0, that's pretty much game over. It'll be match point for Virtus Pro. So, what's the buy? What's the approach here? They've gone for 3 sets of armor. Guardian on the smoke and flashbang. But Snacks, he's taking it away from him. He's gone for the double headshot towards Long. Aggressive, of course. Takes him down, and it's going to be the 4 versus 3. What's the reaction is? Taz, he's still towards Long A. I'm not sure they'll be ready for it. We'll see.
He's going to try to make that work. We almost saw Simple going that way. He's faked that he's gone back, and he's going to repeat that bait out Taz. So smart from Simple as suddenly Pasha, though, pulls it all back the other way. As Pasha's gotten seized down, and as soon as I cast one thing, Henry, the other thing happens. We're back to a 2 versus 2, though. Flamey getting that kill is going to converge with his teammate in Simple and take the bomb toward the B site, which is held by one man inside of Mo's house. It's Bialy, who has to wait a long time for Nia to rotate all the way back through the B tunnels as he's gone for the flank rotation. And this is going to be interesting because Simple's already read this as well. So he thinks he's going to be clever. He thinks he's going to walk in easily. Simple timing. He sees him, but Neo's with the better shot. Now it's a pinch play. Flamey caught in the middle. And Mo's home, baby. Bialy pops out and Flamey goes down.
Is that you just trying to make it a thing with Mo's home?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
okay.
I can't say the other one.
I was just wondering whether you heard it somewhere else and you were trying to bring it into the game.
No,
or...
that's me.
Okay.
The Jaden round, Mo's house.
Because I'm never going to say Mo's house.
That's fine.
But I like that
I've heard
do.
you call it the other thing, though.
But chicken.
Well, KFC honestly suits you.
Why?
Because you like KFC. You went in Romania late night once.
Oh, yeah? What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's not healthy to have KFC that late.
Okay, then. 4 Glocks, and it's not going to be the force buy for Na'Vi, interesting enough. They'll be going for that kind of approach map. They'll probably bring out the Galils, the AKs next round, maybe some upgraded Deagles. We'll see. It's a full eco, which is quite rare after not planting the bomb on the pistol. It's always the go-to approach, right? But VP almost guaranteed. Around 14 here. Oh, Snacks does a nice chunk of damage there to Edward. Doesn't find the kill, but they're going to try and find something in return here. But Taz, he's ready. Sprays down with the UMP at this point. Not really much hope for Na'Vi. So he's trying to sneak in towards the connector there, but it's going to be Taz to finish things off. Runs out of bullets. Shotgun surely should be able to make light work of these final 2 players.
Shotgun, trying, jumping, going low. Simple's pulled it back, but Neo's there. Mo's house has 2 meanings as well, because if you were going to eat a kebab, you'd need some chicken.
Mo's house?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's fine.
Well, as predicted, Matthew, it is going to be the AKs. The Galil. 3 sets of head armor. It's not the worst by all things considered. With no plant down, it is a nice little thing to bring out there. It's not really orthodox or part of the meta right now, but it certainly is can be your key back into the game if they win this one. They start breaking the economy of VP, considering they have a P90, a Max 7, and an MP9. Let's see where they can actually finish this one off and get to match points. Just Snacks towards A at the moment. He's got the Max 7.
Well, Max 7 Snacks seems to go hand in hand on this map. Unfortunately, it won't go hand in face as Flamey punches back with an AK-47. Instead, Edward tagged down to 55, having gotten that kill.
5 versus 4. Na'Vi. Problem is with this setup, they actually have they've got 2 smokes remaining now, actually. I think they actually picked one up towards Long after getting that first kill. So that certainly actually helps things out tremendously, believe it or not. gives them a little bit more room to breathe in the post-plant situations if it comes to that as well. Right now, they're trying to use the classic Navi mentality. This is their bread and butter, getting that first pick, waiting for CD reactions to come in and just going in together. And Pasha, he's actually going to be on the upper platform. They're trying to get flashed in with that P90 in hand. One smoke remaining for him. So if he can drop that right about now, that would be absolutely perfect. It's going to be an incendiary, which is one step better with that, potentially. So you can drop that incendiary and then lock them in once again with the smoke grenade. Damage with the nade. Smoke comes in.
Yep. P90, dead. Gone. Forget it. Neo. MP9. Can't sit just with just that single machine. Instead, though, it's Bialy, who's got a much better machine. A contraption known as the M4A1S. It's silenced, but it's deadly.
Wow.
Similar to the gas that I have in the morning, as Edward's going to wrap back around the statue. He's low on HP, but he's got bomb. He's got a headshot on Taz, down to a one-on-one. It's now positional. It's all about the game, and he's got the plant in time, too, at 4 seconds, but that does give Bialy the advancement. He's on to 74. One bullet from him, and the low HP on Edward would be enough, and he can't find the headshot. As such, Bialy will win the duel, and Virtus Pro's got map point early, Henry.
They have indeed. They have at least guaranteed themselves overtime, which is...
Chat's
and
happy.
the analyst desk has lit up with excitement.
Well,
So-
it means they can actually talk about something that should have happened rather than something that shouldn't have.
Obviously, yeah. If you get 12 and you win the pistol, you should be winning the game. That's insane that you don't close it out. But Navi did get the bomb down. They're at third stage loss bonus. There's still some money there. Not much, but some. They're going to have an AK-47, 2 Galils, a Tech-9, and a Desert Eagle. They've got some grenades as well. Obviously, it's last chance saloon at this point. It has to win every single round. It's going to be the next 12 required to actually stay alive here. You think at this point, it's pretty certainly going to be GG. They'll do everything they can. You never give in. It's never over until it's over and all that.
Guardian. What can they possibly do, Henry? What can they do?
You try and work the map control at the start of the round, smoke off the key choke points, work together, and land the headshots. I would be trying to just keep things simple at this point.
Well, simple enough for Taz. He gets a headshot one way.
That's simple.
That is.
See?
I like what you did there.
Yeah.
I like, he made that one real hard for you. Bialy saves his teammate. I love when you get a third-person perspective of that almost, but it is going to be Virtus Pro closing the map. Convincing fashion as well, and that's potentially how fast last night's game should have been. At least they can get that skeleton out of the closet early enough.
Yeah, we've always said that Navi struggled in their CT half, but we needed those electrifying performances from Guardian. He had a couple of them, but it wasn't only enough to get them 3 rounds after losing the pistol. Normally they pick up the pistol and they get about 5. 5's workable, right? So even if you lose the pistol, you still have the gun rounds to play with there, and that's when Navi really do come to life on that T side. Didn't even get to demonstrate it today. Get 12-3 in the first half, they swap over, lose the pistol, and another 2v2, very close round, and then at that point they're forced into situations that are obviously very unfavorable. Can't finish it off, and it will be quite a convincing scoreline. 16-3, why not, after losing to Hellraisers yesterday?
And I was very much hoping that these two teams would provide us with an excellent game. Not to be in the first map. We'll see if it could be on the second, but let's hand it back over to Machine, Sponge, and Yanko.
Leans in on the desk and just leans in and goes, nice prediction, Chad. Just before we go live. 16-3. Of course, Australian here on the desk did predict Navi to be taking that one. I mean, you can't really predict something like that. So convincing just yesterday.
I just did.
Okay, you're a mastermind.
Do you want to start doing scorelines now? Do we want to make it like that?
Do you wanna play
Is that
that
how we
game?
want to
No,
play it?
I'm just bantering.
But, I mean, okay, 16-3. The team just beat Navi 16-3 on Cobblestone after losing to Hellraisers yesterday. Welcome to CS. Can you put that into perspective for me? How does that come about?
Well, you want to go?
I'm looking
Or
at you,
I go?
Chad.
Me?
Looking at you, babe.
Well, I didn't predict it. But anyway, as I said in the pre-show, I think, you know, they didn't look very good. Navi didn't look very good on their CT side. They looked very disjointed. It looked like they hadn't worked out their spots properly yet. And that reflected here. They started the CT side. Obviously not the preferred side, but still, you're looking for 9-6, 8-7 halves kind of thing. You're not looking to get blown out of the water like that. And the 2 rounds that they won were, well, sorry, they won 3 rounds, but 2 of the 3 rounds they won were multi-kills by Simple and Guardian with the AWP. One where Simple was in connector, he got like 3 kills, and one in mid with Guardian, he got 3 kills. And that's really all they had going. They had like, I think it was maybe, what I call a proper gun round or a full buy is like full utility, diffuse kits and guns all around.
Yeah.
They only had, I think, 3 of those the whole half.
Gosh.
So they couldn't get their money system up and about.
Agonizing, and VP just seemed to be walking into some of these sites. It was very much a open and shut case. 12-3 on T side after not being able to get what was essentially, what did they need? 2 rounds on their previous T-side just yesterday, Yenke.
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty obvious at this point that VP is just, that playing to the level of their opponents really does apply to them in a sense that they're clearly more focused in their executes, because we don't, it's not like they did anything special. You know, when you look at their executes and say, oh, this is very cool, brand new stuff from VP, saving it for this game against Navi or whatever. No, it's been business as usual for them looking at the T side, but that's the difference, right? The calls are the same, but the execution is much more crisp. You can see that the players are more focused. Yes, they've been getting some good entry kills as well, but all around, I think it's a good point Chad made, that Navi still looks a bit disjointed, right? They give too much control to VP. The Guardian tries early on with some aggressive peaks towards mid, but once he has to fall back at some point, and by that point, they just don't do anything. They have that setup, which they tried 2 times. Edward is close to the stables. He's around the APC, and VP broke that through that setup both times pretty easily.
Yeah, and it did just look like a kind of a lost Navi, especially on the defensive side, just reiterating your points. And that does bode the question, what's Train going to look like? I mean, we have to talk about that after the break, but after a 16-3 convincing with a VP, it still does seem like a bit of an up-in-the-air answer. You know, you can't just sit there and go, well, VP are going to hit the ground running and continue to find success on Train. We'll be answering all your questions in just a moment after our break. Before we do take that, though, let's quickly remind you about an application that does make this all possible. It's called the Score Esports application. It enables us to give you statistics, news, articles, and all of the good stuff to keep you up to date with your favorite game. So you go grab that on your smartphone, available on iOS and Google Play. When we get back, we'll be talking Train between Navi and VP. Stay tuned.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.flipsid3.com. shop.eslgaming.com.
There is surely no way out as they toil it. Nitro will get the finishing kill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Train up next here at the ESL Pro League as Navi have just had a thrashing versus Virtus.pro on Cobblestone. It's been our debut game of the day, and it started rather swiftly. Didn't even get to see a full 20 rounds before that game was over and done with. Now we fall to Train. Now, I think I want to start this discussion by first, of course, welcoming Yanko and Chad back, but also I want to start off by asking you guys, in your opinion, we'll start a discussion, who is the, on paper, better Train side? Is that obvious to us?
I don't think it's as clear cut.
Yeah.
The old Navi was one of the best teams on Train, especially an extremely strong T side. But then again, it is one of VP's strongest maps as well. So now, as Chad already pointed out, the new Navi lineup has more firepower. But do they have the same level of team play as of yet? Like the old lineup, I don't really think so. And seeing how VP played in the first map, even though that Navi isn't really as practiced on it yet, I think that they're the stronger team in this moment.
Okay, so I mean, the reason I was staring at my screen was because I was just trying to bring up some statistics to see what statistically, which are the better side. It looks like VP have only lost twice on Train in the last 2 months to FaZe and Envy, but they were the team that started, right? They were the team that kind of found form on Train first when it was introduced into the map pool. Chad, Train is always a very interesting map, and I do like to kind of poke and prod your in-game leader button as much as I possibly can. If someone was watching this and you were trying to explain how to be successful on a T side of Train, how much variance do you have to have? I mean, I'm assuming you have to go pretty mad to have a successful T side Train.
You need to have successful ways to default taking brown walls and doing a little bit of Ivy control or presence. They're very important parts of the map, and it's a great way to bait out utility and force people to stay in their spots. You don't want to give the CT side full control of brown walls, because then, you know, one guy can just spot it with an AWP or a rifle and he can say, well, it's definitely not here, guys, or as soon as I have contact, then we can rotate, and they can stack 4 on the yard. So you want to push anybody away from brown walls,
right,
and you want to try and push people away from being able to AWP or look down the entirety of Ivy, right? You take that away from them, and then they're guessing, and you can suffocate them out, waste their utility. Also, set executes on this map are very important. You know, NIP have a really good inside execute with 3 mollies that go back of the low ramp train and bomb train, and they cut anyone off from spotting that, and then they smoke deep and get the AWPer down to take the deep jewels. Fast out team mids, they're falling out of popularity, I think, at the moment, Yanko. They're not so successful. Teams know how to react around those now, so you're seeing late round executes, like we saw with VP versus Cloud9. VP would default. They'd find out where Cloud9 were. Once they realized they were playing deep, they threw deeper smokes, a CityCon smoke, and I think it was a deep Ivy smoke, and then just slowly, you know, cleared out the yard.
So why do you think that is? Why do you think it's fallen out of favor, Yanko? Is it just because people have got counters now, fast mollies, what?
Yes, I think, for one, people learn how to play against it, but it's more viable when the CTs are low on utility than when they have a really strong buy, right? If they can throw the mollies early, the flashes, then it's much harder to get out of T-Con than it is when they only have maybe a couple of smokes, a couple of grenades. So I think you still see teams use it. It's just more situational than it was before, maybe.
And also, I always think it's interesting when we do have a map like Train. I feel like I sometimes get hung up on this, just the power of the AWP. But the reason I'm bringing this up is just because we've seen recently Snacks picking it up, and he has been rather proficient with the AWP. I mean, we've seen, well, I mean, Neo's taken it, Pasha's taken it. In fact, even Taz has picked it up on one occasion. I think Bialy's the only person that's never actually touched it. But at the moment, we've seen Snacks on it. He's been very proficient. Chad, do you feel like when VP chuck an AWP into Snacks' hands, you're losing your best rifler?
No, they are able to work with it. I think you're probably right in the sense that Snacks is the star player, but you want the star player to do what he feels comfortable with. So, okay, so tactically speaking, sure, they may potentially lose their best rifler to go for those kind of cheeky frags here and there, but he kind of, on maps, he likes to be a guy who does things on his own anyway, and giving him the AWP means he can take jewels at his own speed, and if he doesn't feel like AWPing, then Pasha and Neo are right there to pick it up. But he has been looking dangerous with it. He got so many picks there on that T side of Cobble we just saw, and he's one of those players, like, he's very annoying around smokes and stuff, right? Like,
why is this? Why has he got this name? I know he's had some cool clips in a Snacks Wonderland and everything else, but where has the one player suddenly been known for playing around smokes? Is it just the clips, or is there more to it?
I think he was just the first one to start doing it.
Yeah.
Him and Happy, when you are the 2 first names that comes to my mind that were able to be very successful playing around those smokes and, you know, baiting people, just swapping sides with them and then securing the round for the team.
Okay, so it's just I do like that we kind of every different player has their own kind of like quirks that we identify.
It wasn't like that from the beginning. That it was an innovation in play. Now we see more and more players go for it and try to play around the smokes, but they were the first ones to do it successfully.
So previously people just respected the smokes? And
yeah,
really,
definitely people would play like, okay, well,
No, you go.
Oh, you gentlemen.
You go.
Now it's
Finish your
awkward.
sentence.
No, it's
Finish your
not
sentence.
I want to say that people were more early on in CSGO, people were treating a smoke like a wall, so there was no reason for you to be as close. You would know that the T's would just not even come near it, but then you started seeing people pop flash through the smoke and run out. So if you are close, then it's harder for them. They're not going to look straight like a 90-degree angle. They're going to run out and look at some of the other spots, so that way you can put yourself in a good position.
That's a nice angle to take for that question. What did you have to add, Chad?
I was just going to say in the beginning, you know, in Source and 1.6, you didn't really run through smokes. You did exactly that. Right. You treated it like a wall. But in Source, because the way you can kind of just CSGO, the way that you can play around the smokes now, it just makes sense because you can punish people for not being thorough. You know, we saw it just then on Cobble where they smoked Danger and Guardian pushed through and got a kill in the back. The smoke isn't a barrier anymore. The smoke is merely, you know, a facade, I guess. Like, it's like, okay, are we behind it? Are we not? And it works both ways.
Sure. And
I think a really good thing that, like, I'm a person in the beginning, I used to get so frustrated when people would just like run through smokes and stuff. But I do it now because I know how frustrating it is, you know, and it gives you, once there's a smoke in a position, it's no longer a one line that they can watch. You can run out any angle from the smoke. And it's such a good way to, you know, catch people off guard and maybe make that one cheeky frag that you need to. It can be seen as stupid, but I'm all on board it now.
Now, okay, I'm going to take a big detour from that discussion. I think we've kind of put a pin in smokes and actually just quickly take an opportunity to perhaps address something that we haven't touched on in a while regarding Navi, and that's, of course, the power of Starix. You even were talking, you weren't actually doubting the prospect that he could have anti-stratted or looked at Penta. Like, you were suggesting he's a huge integral cog in the Navi machine, and of course he's going to be recently taken away from them. Do you not think that was another reason to start pinning, you know, the losses at Star Series in Kiev and other recent online results to perhaps to them transitioning to a coach? And it's a good question, but the game's already ready to go.
We'll save that for
Let me hold on to that. Rewind all of that.
That was some noise.
That was me inhaling it back. Yeah, it's all mine now. Right. Tastes good. We're going to go ahead and head over to our commentators. Just quickly, team names, gents.
I'm going to stay with Navi.
Sticking with Navi. Okay, sticking to his guns. I respect that. And
yeah, same here, sticking with VP.
Okay, the desk is split once again. How are the casters split? I know Henry can do the splits, but are you split, Henry and Sado?
He also was just telling me that he really likes that swallowing sound and loves someone who can do that. So, yeah, I could see why you guys would know so much about each other.
Can you do the splits?
No.
You tried it?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Yes.
Definitely
okay.
have. Pulled a few groins in my ears.
I bet you have. I bet you have.
Usually not my own.
Yeah. But I alluded to that. You didn't have to finish it off. But
I
anyway.
did, just in case anyone was wondering.
Okay. Anyway, the desk is split. Chad is sticking with the hype train of Navi, hoping they can bounce back.
It would be the first night that they lost both maps.
True.
And considering the lead that they had in terms of win-loss ratio, they're still a little bit behind in games. They were well and truly in contention to top the table for the entire year. Now that kind of differentiates a bit.
Well, then, it is the second map of this matchup. It's going to be Virtus Pro versus Navi. After getting battered on Cobble, Navi looking to reclaim some of their honor, as it wasn't too much to report in terms of actually a one-sided affair, just VP running away with it completely. Navi really never turned up to it. They didn't manage to win the pistol in the second half and just completely run over 16-3. So, Train, both these teams very well versed on this map. Navi with the new map as well, haven't played it as much as VP, obviously, and we'll see whether this is going to be something they can bounce back with. Flamey with the raid boss, he's got the tech 10 and armor, and they've got 2 smokes to work with as well. It's going to be 4 sets of armor for VP, and they've got a diffuse kit and a smoke. And Taz, very good position to be in the pistol round and hold them off and actually give very good information. You can see on the minimap right now, he can play inside completely by his own, completely by himself, I should say, as we go into this aggressive play from Snack towards mid entrance.
He's going to try and find this pick. Just sees the shoulder, but shots go back at him. He wants to redress. He'll go out. USB silenced in hand, and the headshot potential. Now, look at the interesting thing that's on the left. The objective, the bomb, is in the bottom of that stairwell. He's going to spot it right now, realize it, and not only that, he's going to find his 3rd kill in the round, go charging forth once more. And inside of the offices, Guardian will at least pull back 1 kill. Quick spray toward the stairs. He knows they're likely to be pushing onto that bomb position at this point in time. So oddly enough, we're going to see the round pretty much take place in T-spawn.
Well, the smoke does go down. I don't think that was the intended usage for it at the start of the round, but it's going to give them a nice veil to actually fall back with the bomb in hand as well. So it's actually quite nice from Navi, but you can see it will be VP adjusting themselves, going back towards Inner now. As Neo, though, he is in a great position. He knows he's actually covered from the left-hand side. It has to just switch between it. Oh, that's a shot he should be getting all day long. Let's see. Oh, okay, this could actually fall apart for him now. That was his opportunity, and Taz with low HP. This could actually go in Navi's favour. That was perfect for Neo, and he just whiffs the shot completely.
Well, it's Bialy and Pasha now pulling this.
Okay, this is good from Bialy.
Yeah, I was going to say pulling this into a situation where they've got to try and clutch back after having such a huge lead, but Bialy, oh, lovely.
No,
doesn't even wait. Just smokes them.
Yep, okay, well, Neo couldn't land the easy headshot, but Bialy hits him with a stunner as he gets 2 of his own. So VP completely locking that down. Very aggressive at the start of the round, just getting that first kill, pushing from main entrance, and then falling back and controlling the inner toilet area as well, which is quite a strange scenario, as you pointed out. This is the final play from Bialy. Lovely, lovely work from him. Both headshots, and actually gave a little window there for Na'Vi to get back in there. It was a 4-on-2. Certainly still could have fell into contention for Na'Vi. But we go into round number 2 here. No bomb planting means they will be semi-forcing into this. Just 2 sets of armor, 3 of them just getting deagles. That'll be Guardian, Flamey, and Simple. And you can see 3 rifles for Virtus Pro, 2 SMGs as well, Taz and Neo on the lesser weapons here. But Bialy, he seems to be hitting everything right now. He gets another headshot towards the face of Simple.
Snack's going to climb back up as well on top of the green train and see what he can find. He'll find Guardian dancing in the distance. But it's going to be 7 HP left on him after the shots go in that direction. Guardian running back up toward the stairwell will grab bomb and instantly turn back toward A main, where they still wish to try and approach. Down a man, but try to get a plant. That has to be the goal for them now, as Edward has already gone down Pop Dog as well. So they should be able to split 3-2 onto the site. Snacks backside of Sandwich is just going to try and hold this off from a distance. He'll elect to fall down. He's got his teammate there to bait him, but his teammate also standing at the back of that train.
Oh,
that
yes.
third train is watching toward Ivy. That's Bialy's target right now.
We've got seized at Ivy as well, so they're going to try and pincer towards the outside side. It's coming at it from every single angle here. Edward to strike first, potentially. He's coming out towards the Pop Dog room. But Bialy, he finds his second headshot of the round as well, and Edward's been spotted, so this Desert Eagle isn't going to have much to work with here as he gets taken down. Sees does find 1 kill from Ivy and a second as well. Makes things a little bit interesting here, but he's gone down to 34 HP. Surely can't find any more out of this. Neo, with a couple of whiffs in the pistol, does manage to finish things off, and Guardian,
this is the thing. He's distracted them. Guardian's able to sneak back in. He's got that M4, 7 HP, but he has no idea where the last remaining player is. Snacks. It's control room, and that's going to give away. Yep.
He can do this.
The silencer, he wasn't sure. It's 14 HP. He's got a deagle out. Snacks is going to try and get on the ladder slowly, and Guardian's going to pull it off after C starts and distracts.
Guardian, 3 versus 1, M4 in hand, and Virtus Pro all together there as well, and he actually manages to pull things off. Snacks, I think he thought he was found before he actually was there. He actually gave his position away just for his shoulder peeking from the window. He comes down the ladder, and instead of actually forcing Guardian to go to a plant situation, he decides to come crawling down, and Guardian actually gets Na'Vi straight back into this game. I didn't think that was happening any day of the week, but somehow it works out for him. So an AWP in the hands of Guardian now, and it's going to be the force buy from Virtus Pro. So this could actually be a lot closer. That round suggests that this is actually going to go the distance, I think. It won't be one team just running away with things straight away. It's going to be some CZs and scouts in the hand of Neo this time, as Snacks is the first player to drop aggressive once again towards main. But Pasha, he's got other ideas as he gets a long-range deagle headshots towards Flamey. 4-on-4. Taz is pushing towards inside as well.
Gonna try and wrap around this corner at the upper stairwell and spot toward the bathrooms. Quick 2 shots fired out from the CZ75. He's go back for a little bit more than that as well. And Edward top stairwell's made a lot of noise. That's a headshot for Taz. Now he can firmly fall back. Tantalizing though that gun may be, he does not have the courage to try and push forward, although that does leave him low on HP with that CZ. Pasha. Oh, this is too easy.
He didn't want to go up.
What? Where's he gone? That is so amazing. That is, I love it. 1 step too soon and he's up the ladder, and Pasha has no idea where he's disappeared to.
Couldn't have been more perfect. That's nuts. If they lose a round because of that, it's going to be a hard demo to look back at later. And it looks like it might fall apart here as well. Simple lights him up with 2 headshots from the AK-47 with a third as well. Taz, it all fell apart from that 1 pixel spot. He actually just goes up the ladder. He had no idea Pasha was waiting for him as well. What an outcome that is. Can we get a replay of that situation? That has to be looked at. That's so intense. That round was over. Simple walks past him, goes up the ladder, have no idea that's actually going down. I'm not going to see that exact moment, but still, that was the most interesting part. Obviously, it's a fantastic play from Simple to land all of these shots, but it could have been so easily shut down. It was like 1 millisecond there, separating him being discovered by Pasha. Oh my God. That's nuts.
He gets the 4K too. That one guy. I always make that reference when this happens. Guardian's going to go down the ramp, toward the site, and VP. Contact from Taz. They haven't got the kill yet, so oddly enough, Pasha's going to fall from a distance, but Taz is going to do great work up close as it's Neo after his early damage and a second follow-up kill on Simple. I always reference Saving Private Ryan when Upham sneaks past, the guy sneaks past Upham and he can't shoot him. He's too scared, and he ends up killing all his friends.
He was the scared one, wasn't he, throughout the whole film?
Yeah. That's so incredible.
Okay, then. Well, it's Flamey's 20 HP. Somehow Virtus Pro with nothing have managed to take 2 kills down and salvage 2 weapons as well. Problem is one of these is a Mac 10, but against Flamey, that could actually be perfect. As we get into the clutch situation, Snacks is waiting towards connector. Bialy, he's pushing it up, potentially trying to get himself to Pop Dog here. Actually looks like he's going all the way to T-spawn with the Mac 10. So Taz, that was his opportunity really. As the USP comes in as well, it will be a 3 versus 1. That's the threat shut down. As Bialy, he's still lurking towards T-spawn. Coming at that Mac 10, is trying to upgrade an AK-47 at this point. Be the snake in the grass, waiting towards main. So get 1 kill, fall back of an AK.
Yeah.
That would be perfect.
It'd be lovely.
Doesn't
And
even need to
based
face.
on where the kills came in on both Guardian and Simple, I don't think the bomb's going to push anything toward him.
Oh, that's ambitious. I
Why
guess he
not?
knew one player was low, so he's just like, okay, that could be him.
That's the one that is low, though. Flamey needs to be a little bit careful. He'll get away down Ivy. And like I said, I don't think the bomb's going to push anything in that direction. Bialy's not sure of it either, so no gun picked up regardless. It'll go 3-1 for Navi. Having gotten ecoed, they pull it back, and so now they got a chance to try and build on this a little bit, but... Ooh, what is this?
A pro tip.
What is this?
Okay, so this is the moment where Simple walk past Pasha. It's very slow motion. What is this?
I'm not sure what
I
it is.
think it's just got to be a haywire.
It's all gone. It's all gone funky.
Okay, so we've got it from Simple's POV. Okay, so he
This
walked
is
past,
it.
spots him. Perfect. I'm going to go kill him. How perfect is that timing? So the moment he goes around to kill him, he's going up the ladder. I wish you could see my hand movements right now. He goes up the ladder, then he walks around perfectly. And those are sometimes the millions of different variables of going to Counter-Strike and winning rounds and finding kills and stuff you can't really script. That's quite cool to watch how that worked out.
Well, I was going to say, we are just going to get back into things immediately. Technical pause, quite obviously, this early in the game, because Virtus Pro is about to bring guns back up. I think everyone right now has bought, in fact, they have. We can see it on your computer. Yeah, and there it is now for you guys as well. Except for Pasha, and he's going to have, what, Mac 10 he can hold. That's Bialy thrown over.
Yeah, so Bialy brought that over to the next round. So Pasha, we'll see what he can do. It looks like he'll be... Potentially, he could go behind the server in Ivy or maybe towards Pop Dog as well. So this is the play right now. So Pasha sees him, goes in for that easy kill. But look how he literally goes out of vision of his feet. He can just about see the feet, I think, but doesn't notice them. And it's actually, that's the moment that would have won them the round. Guaranteed they're on 100% victory at that stage. And the head can't be spotted either. Had a chance to land it down the shot there, but it's still a very difficult shot indeed. And that's so nuts that Simple, guaranteed to be dead. And apparently gets away with it without even realizing.
So Navi strike back after getting absolutely blown out.
Yeah,
on
after losing the
Cobblestone.
pistol on this map as well.
They've got as many rounds already in this map as they had in the last.
Yeah, after 4 rounds.
Yeah, impressive.
Okay then, well, like you said, the buy comes for VP. No AWPs here, but there is a Mac 10, and like I said, Pasha probably behind that server area. That's going to make the most sense, and he goes exactly there.
Well, this is exactly as well what Virtus Pro are good for, is baiting in Pasha at Ivy. We've seen them support flash him out in situations before. And Snacks is normally the one at Pop Dog, but this time he's going to play off towards Sandwich instead, having the M4 and not a Mag 7, which you know he likes to use occasionally in that position. My voice is still not returned to its correct status, Henry.
One more map to go, Matt. You'll be okay.
I don't think I will, Henry. Please hold me.
Oh, Pasha, you were so young.
He's not really that young anymore, though, is he?
Is this the thing people say, isn't it?
I mean, naive would be more accurate.
That's not the saying.
It's basically what you were saying. The boost to see above the smoke and spot the top trains. No one in visibility or range of Guardian. The line of sight not present. So Molotov off to the left. Smoke already deployed in the front of the Ivy position, and Bialy's going to try and nizzle himself into the cranny, but down through Pop Dog. That's the activity. And Guardian's got an AWP drawn. He's lost his teammate. Edward Swide. Swide swings for the wide peak is what I was going to say. That's lovely. Flame, he hits Neo, but that flash hits his teammate, doesn't quite reach Taz, so they smoke it instead, and then they panic on that and double up the smokes. He's managed to push through them and catch them off, just barely. But Seized is there for the refrag, and he'll take the extra money. Flamey, oh, not quite, didn't quite get it.
Well, then Navi, after losing the pistol, like we said before, actually started to run away with this one. 4 rounds in a row. broken the economy once more of Virtus Pro going to round number 6 there. So working towards the upper platforms, that's a very important part of the map there. You can see Simple at the start of the round. He gets control of that area. That means the CTs have no control or vision as to what's going on there. They have to either keep 1 or 2 players there towards that inner area, which they actually did at the start as well. Now finding the first pick and sticking together and actually going out towards that main and Pop Dog split, sorry, and actually just landing the shots. And VP were quite a weak buy that one. He got Snacks on an orb. He didn't save that, did he? He actually went... Did he go all in?
He must have.
Yeah, he died. So the Pasha dropped it for him because he's on $0.
You know what? Yeah, that's exactly what happened, because Pasha had 1850 left over, having not bought the SMG. So yes, because Bialy threw over the SMG. Maybe that was their goal all along, to get Pasha 1 kill, and then they build up an op in a situation when they would not have otherwise had one. So they'll get it. Unfortunately, they didn't get anything else to go with it, so it is going to be a solo op, Pasha from a distance.
It's only one player that'll be on like a pistol. If he can find 2 or 3 kills, makes it very interesting. Sure, they can actually have a chance to win the round, but unfortunately, Snacks it towards outside, and it's Pasha who's going to be holding off this inner take. But you know what? That deagle, it kind of works like an orb sometimes.
And Taz is going to hug the wall down below and try and cover off the ramp when they approach. It's Simple that gets the shot, and Taz, smoke to play with here, has actually got the spools. They spam through. That's the obvious position, but he's trying to use the smoke to his advantage. He can't find the shot. Instead, it's Neo that has to rotate over, and Smoke's on the bottom of sidewalk. They're going to push Virtus Pro, or rather, excuse me, Na'Vi back the other direction, and Bialy's got Pop Dog covered off. They don't flash in. It's 2 kills with a P250. It's all too easy. And C's will eventually trade that back, but he's now down a man in a 1 versus 2. And the rotation from Snacks through Z-Connector, he's already back outside in the yard with him. As C's limited off to the E-box and can't find the shot with the AK. Snacks gonna pull it back, and Virtus Pro, that 1 AWP has now turned in and evolved to 2 plus a round.
Well, what a gamble that was from Virtus Pro. Works out perfectly. The orb actually nothing to do with the initial frag itself. It's actually stacked towards inner. Pasha towards the back train there, actually nailing that first headshot. They didn't seem to know where he was here. He had a chance to get 2 as well. And they get the first kill, actually following the terrorists back towards the outside bomb site. Down Pop with the go, and Bialy's just waiting for them. It's absolutely perfect. Well, very well done there from Virtus Pro. And they managed to get the double up setup, like he said, after 1 orb purchased. It was definitely a Hail Mary, but can't really argue with the results there. Neo aggressive towards inside and gets that first shot. It's normally a heavy area of contention for the initial start of the round, and here we go then. Edward trying to reply, as both of them will face at the same time. Neo needs to be very careful here. Actually legs both of them. I think one of them was a deagle headshot and one was a leg with the orb. I'm not sure how he didn't kill on the second shot. I didn't quite catch it, but look at the damage inflicted. That's kind of insane. So he's killed 1 and done serious amounts of damage to 2 more.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff as Virtus Pro start to claw back into this. Seized, he's going to be limited in his movement down Ivy with that Molotov in front. Pasha's going to try and peek against it, but we'll see if he reads this correctly. Not quite an elbow sticking out and shown for Pasha, but he'll smoke that off, and now he can focus toward A main. Instead, timing was there, but the shot not. Guardian on 7 HP will still be in this as well with a shout. AWP in his hands, but Flamey finally found by Snacks will drop down, and they're going to go save with 41 seconds toward T-spawn, so they'll split themselves up. And Seized, okay, he's actually going to cross over and join his teammate, but Guardian's AWP is far too precious at this point. And all 5 alive for Virtus Pro. They're the ones that suddenly can pull back in the economy in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 players surviving on the hunt as well. It's going to be Seized in towards the vending machines. He gets taken down. And now just Guardian. 7 HP, has to drop a swick and T-spawn. That pretty much gives away his position, to be fair. If he had a chance of hiding then, he was going to be definitely hiding within the smoke. Doesn't work out for him, and it would be Bialy to get that final kill. So VP fighting back there after eco win. They've gone for a 3 orb setup now, Matthew, on train. Certainly viable if you can actually get them into positions where they're going to be effective, but the problem is if Na'Vi go for a full execute with a wall of smokes towards outside, that's when you have a serious problem. Retake will be a serious factor actually going into that sort of retake, but it's going to be an eco this time for Na'Vi. No nades purchased. 4 Glocks, a P250, 1 flashbang. I assume not to be flashing in towards inside and trying for the best here, but Taz, he's by himself, but he has got the M4 against an armor player. Should be able to mow them down here as soon as they make commits.
Taz just going to hold that off as well, that angle. Molotov, lower ramp, give Taz a bit more confidence to just continue to face the upper position instead. And that's going to funnel them. 4 players heading that direction. They're going to try and waterfall into the site, and he's got 3, if you include that Edward cratered based on the damage, and we'll give him the 4th. Neo actually did slip in and steal 1 with the AWP. But good play from Taz. The crater counts, right? That's his?
Yeah, he gets the assist and he craters. I don't think it counts to the scoreboard, of course, but I think he can claim it.
Yeah. Take what you can get.
4-4 After Navi got 4 rounds in a row, it's going to be the last 3 going in favor of VP. This 3-op setup will be interesting, though. I've kind of explained the weaknesses to it. Can be great if the terrorists aren't aware and they're trying to do pick mentalities and you're actually running into your orbs, but as soon as they go for those executions, that's when you're a lot more vulnerable going forward. It's going to be 3 players for Navi this time towards Ivy, going for this little boost. The run boost, essentially to bait out a shot, and Guardian's ready, waiting for it. As soon as the shot comes in, he actually...
It's the leg. The nade might do it, though. He's throwing... Oh, it doesn't quite catch Guardian. But it is an M4. Very slow reactions from Bialy, oddly enough, when he peeks out on that. Taz is going to try and go back in. It's just relentless from Virtus.pro, and they've gone both sides of him. Taz isn't sure which way to look. He finds one, knows there's got to be another toward Ivy, and rather than staying to push him out and force him on the play, he gets back around the corner. Snacks will find Edward. It's all falling apart again for Navi, but it is still 3 versus 3, despite the HP.
Yeah.
So they could find something off the back of Guardian if he can get in position late. He's the one with the bomb as well toward A main. It's simple. He's going to start it. Flame, he's going to follow it up. And just like that, it is going to be a decent situation for Navi. HP relatively even for all 3 remaining players, including Snacks on 24 and Guardian, who got away with a kneecap damaged and a nade that didn't quite land, is going to close out the round.
So there it is. The 3 ops of Virtus.pro can't hold strong in that round. It was the bait play towards Ivy. Normally you have one player doing the run boost and trying to jump across and bait out a shot. This time they went one step further. They had that going for them with Guardian facing as soon as the jump comes across and not even waiting for that shot to come in. They actually both hit each other at the start of the round, and at that point it was Navi capitalizing, pushing Ivy and finding those initial kills, and the ops couldn't do much about it. Snacks didn't play having any real impact there. It comes down to the 2 versus 1, and Navi finished things off. Double orb setup this time for VP, and Neo once again in this aggressive position. It's a very valuable part of the map to hold on to. If you can deny terrorists even having control of the upper halls, it means you're probably going to be funneling them towards outside. But Guardian this time, he takes out Snacks, picking towards main.
Simple as well as just trying to spot with the AWP to see if they want to take that corner control once more on the Virtus.pro side. Neo's elected not to go again after the first peek. A flash will deploy in front of his scope, but it's not enough to deter his position, so he'll hold fast on the inside sight. Down a man already as they are. They're going to just have to rely on a 3-1 split and an aggressive play toward Pop Dog coming in from Taz as a result, but he's already got company waiting inside of the doorwell as Edward got down there fast enough with the AK-47 to find the headshot in turn, and now Navi with a very controlled situation.
And they have 1 minute remaining as well, so they don't really need to give anything away. You can see they got 2 players, a Pop Dog, 2 at main entrance. Seeds is holding the flanks towards Ivy as well. No one needs to commit, but the CTs, they probably have to start moving in. They need to find some information. Someone needs to make something happen. So a flash in towards Pop Dog. Bialy trying to hunt for anything here, but he's not going to find much at all. Pasha gives his position away with the orb as well. This is the chance to come out towards Ivy, and Simple comes out of main as well. This is actually very, very nice round from Navi overall. Getting those initial picks, slowing things right down, waiting for VP to give their hand away to show where the positions might be, and then Navi capitalize. It's going to be Neo, the last player remaining. He's in CT spawn. Bomb planted. We'll have a look at the VP money as well. Pasha's on 0, and yeah, they're not going to have what's to welcome here. They get $1,900 next round, but we have seen what Snacks can do when he has the orb by himself. So if he can save this weapon, maybe something to work with.
It could indeed be, Neo. 1 versus 5, it's not ever going to amount to the round with the bomb already planted, but like you say, could do some damage here to the economy, and best case, keep the gun for himself. They're going to hear all of this motion, though. Thunderous applause, the missed shot, Flamey. Simple closure of the rounds. The matter goes to Navi, 6-4. They pull back and forth game here, I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. No one really running away with this one at all. It's going to be round number 11 here. 2 rounds in a row now for Navi. That was the round that broke the economy of VP, though. They won't be forcing to this round. It's more of a modest approach with the CZs. But yeah, Navi with the perfect round before is working those picks, and once they get them, that's when Navi really come into their own. That's their classic mentality, getting those picks and slowing things right down and taking advantage of mistakes made by the CTs, or reactions. I guess not, the mistakes probably not the right word. A lot of CTs, when you have nothing to work with there and Navi aren't showing anything, you have to at least be hunting for information and try and get a kill in return. But CZs, Deagles, and P250s is going to be the approach here from Virtus.pro in this round. They're not going for a particular stack here. There will be 2 players towards inner, and it will be Snacks in connector for now. But we can see a bit of aggression. Look at Pasha. He's made it all the way towards T-spawn, but it looks like there's players waiting for him, and they will be dealing with him accordingly.
NT, bro. Thought he was clever. Taz is not either, as he tries to catch off Simple, but AWP in hands for the man, who's now the official secondary AWP player, and can't follow it up and replicate that shot toward the back of B. Doesn't matter, they've got another 5-on-3 with a minute to play. Bialy just forward to that nade. We'll get it taken down to 64 HP. There's all on snacks with this Deagle. We've seen crazy here things happen in the past, Henry. But unfortunately, on the ladder, when he first spots them, that gives them time to react and turn. But Bayali, he's taken one down and grabbed an AK. You're dead right. That was the kill that could have swayed it all and brought it to a 2 versus 2 that would have been awkward. But smart play from Simple. He's going to go down surely to the hands of Neo, who now has the AK to work with. But Guardian's fast reactions, and that's the round to Na'Vi.
Yeah, quite a bit scary there. I thought that kill coming down towards the Pop Dog. Just to reiterate, if he'd have got that one, they had a real chance of winning that round. It could have swung the other way. Neo coming in, finding the kill with the Desert Eagle as well. He actually pre-fires the correct position, but Guardian a little bit too fast for him, and it will be 7-4 in favor of Na'Vi here. After getting battered on the first map, this is certainly a much more convincing case, and this is still a very CT-sided map overall. We're going to round number 12 here. The buy coming in for Virtus Pro will be an AWP in the hands of Neo. Pasha this time on the Max 7. You said he likes to use his weapon a lot on this map as well. He'll be in towards Ivy, but no backup for him this time. No one to bait him in for now, at least. As Neo, he'll be the chosen AWP, not Snacks this time. Holding towards main entrance, and here he comes back towards Ivy. This is what they need to actually bait in Pasha and allow him to have a chance of doing anything with that Max 7. The inside presence is just not there for VP at the moment. Very passive, so Edward, once he establishes that, that's when they really come into their own. We haven't seen much in terms of execution so far. But at this point, they get fully in control and sort those upper halls. Maybe they can actually open things up. A Guardian this time.
Keep in mind that the shotgun's still on the left.
Yep.
And he's got a shot, well, an AWP, a missed-thrown flashbang that's going to blind up his teammates, and that shotgun, ooh, it missed it, but it is an AWP. Can't react in time, and that leaves Passion to close out on 2. Massive damage on it. Flamey. And things go from terrible to terrible. I'm not sure where they went.
There's plenty of time to work with. They still had an equal situation. He goes in by himself.
Yeah, he's got rifles behind him that can clear that corner much more effectively. He wants to try and get the shot far, but then it leaves him exposed.
He didn't even check that close corner. It was like a reaction no-scope coming in. Obviously didn't have time to adjust accordingly, but we get to the 30-second mark, and if you're going to be throwing set smokes, boys, you need to be hurrying up because you've got 25 seconds remaining. Edward going to be Molotov out of position as well. I'm not even sure it's worth going for it at this point. Molotov smokes do come in eventually, but Snacks just needs to get 1 kill. He knows that. 1 will be enough.
1 should be enough, but it's not. Snacks will close out on Simple. It's 5 rounds now for Virtus Pros. They'll close in with 1 quick one immediately after, but this does, if I'm not mistaken, reset, what, 3 rounds is it at this point in time that Na'Vi had? Yeah, so 3-round reset, not a massive amount, but nonetheless, money is still going to be limited for Virtus Pro. In fact, both teams right now are not in the best positions. There are Seized and Guardian, mind you, with about another buy in hand. Not quite an AWP, but it would be.
Yeah.
Even the $1,400.
Well, that's why they've gone for the tech lines here. P50s, a couple of smokes as well. One's been deployed to the bomb side already, and they could just begin for a fast Ivy take here as 3 players about to make their way out.
Passion nearly caught off by this. Manages to turn around in time, but he's only got the 20 bullets in the silent stem for him. Bialy knows they're pushing through the sandwich up toward Hell. Smart smoke off to cover the bomb, but it doesn't bloom fast enough. Very Simple made his presence known, and an AK grabbed is going to be to the detriment now of Virtus Pro, as we saw Pasha just overwhelmed in that position. Good pick by Neo. Taz didn't see it, but he found Simple immediately before, so that AK dropped momentarily. Guardian's not going to go toward it. Instead, he'll run through the flames, try and wrap around and catch them off guard, not expecting that he'll have done so, but they're aware of it. Nice shot nonetheless. As Taz gets taken down from range with a P250, and Guardian doesn't have the bomb, but he's going to try and be clever on this. I thought maybe he's going to try and rotate toward Pop Dog, goes immediately back in instead.
Yeah, I was about to say the mind games begin right here, right now, but Guardian's position has been given away. Neo is aware, just trying to find these last few bullets. Guardian has got some head armor as well, so he can take a couple of bullets with the 62 HP, but now he's on 16. That's going to be thwarting his chances. They surely can't finish things off here. Does considerable damage towards Neo. The 1v1 doesn't work out for them, but still, when they only had pistols there, that was actually a very beneficial round in terms of breaking the money of VP. Reinvesting into this round will cost them a lot. You can see that right now on your screens. It has yet to buy. So if they were to lose this one, they could go into the last round with absolutely nothing. So here we go then. A big, big round for VP. This pretty much decides who wins the half. Open hands of Guardian. Double up setup for VP this time as well. There'll be Pasha and Neo. No Snacks, interesting enough. Obviously, he has been known as the main AWPer for a few months now. Oh, it finally hits.
Got it. It touched. I love it.
It finally happens.
Oh, I'm so happy right now. I wish it were a headshot. Simple wishes it didn't happen at all. He's down to 23 off of that to start things, and plans change back to A. They've got smokes everywhere, and through them Snacks goes. He's so good at that. The flash came in, he pushes it.
He's the master of
Catches
that.
Edward. Yep, that's his specialty. And it's going to rotate them back over to B again. So they fake out with those smokes, get caught off with one kill, and then change their position. Neo's going to catch Seized, spots his kneecap, and again, just enough to fire off and take him down. Pash has done the same. These AWPs. Now that Virtus Pro stabilized this dual op setup, we've seen them be a lot more consistent in picking up rounds and convincing when they do.
I knew he was going to hit that shot. He doesn't get the kill, but he does land the quick scope on towards Snacks' legs there. But still, what an exciting start that was. Just to reiterate, while we're kind of getting excited by that wallbang, obviously that's quite a common spot, especially in 1.6. That was a very common wallbang. But in CSGO, it very rarely ever does any damage. It's not like you see players with M4s trying to get anything like that, with that, like you did in actually 1.6. But that was quite cool to see happen. So, like I said, both teams were at a breaking point in the previous round. Whoever won that pretty much decided who won the half. That's not as clean cut as it might look right now, because you can see there are 3 pistols of head armor and nades. They've got a scout and a Galil as well to work with. This pick from Snacks, though, this could mean everything. If one of the terrorists give anything away, he's going to be able to spray them down for that wooden board.
Well, this is where the pop flash still isn't good enough, because there's a fall time that Snacks will see. Question is, how fast can he look up and down? Oh, he's going to go for it, spots it, thankfully gets off the ladder. That can be awkward against these pistols, and rather than the flash in that sense, they throw a nade instead. That'll distill him. As he goes to 86, he'll smoke it off instead. In this case, Henry, and I don't want you to think this way, but smoking saved. I know that you...
I won't reply.
I know. I've been trying to tell you for a while. This Guardian flashed off into the corner with the scout. But he's busting out of Ivy. That's so fast. Pash is caught off in Sandwich. They now push Snacks all the way back toward behind the train, the first alleyway. They've got the whole entire outer site to work with, but no smokestack leaves B Alley and Snacks a lane to fire at. They still only pick up 1 kill apiece, 9 HP for Flamey after the bullets went back his direction. It's Taz that'll pull it back with a rotation from Z-Main, and he gets 2 kills to close the round. They win the half, 8-7.
Yeah, a very back and forth game there. It was VP opened up with a pistol and then getting shut down straight afterwards that. It was a game of 4 spies ticking things off, and that's quite common in these top tier games. But Na'Vi doing a very good job there on the T side to find 7 rounds. That's actually a very convincing scoreline, like we said. They only managed to get 3 rounds overall on the first map here, so they're doing a much more better job. And going to the second half is still every chance they can actually run away with this one as they get onto the CT side, which we know they're very good on. And we'll see some more interesting plays with that double orb setup will be coming in, especially Guardian.
Yes.
Another map he's very, very good on the CT side.
Yeah, very, very good on. I agree. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go. Halftime number 2. 8-7, a much closer scoreline this time. I would say now we don't have necessarily a prediction to make, although at 12-3 we didn't either, to be fair, Henry.
Yeah, to be fair, 12-3 is never a clean-cut conclusion here in the ESL Pro League. But sure, this is still on a knife edge. It can go either way. But still be great if Navi can pick that up on the CT side. They're in a very good chance to actually bounce back and end this series 1-1. But so far it is 1-0 if you miss Cobble. It was 16-3 in favour of Virtus Pro after they dropped that map against Hellraisers the evening before. It's definitely a turbulent time here for them. Ups and downs, but we'll see whether they can make it a clean 2-0 here as we go into the pistol. It's going to be VP leading here for now on the T side. As we go into the pistol, it's going to be 2 smoke grenades, 3 flashbangs, some decoys. Decoy is actually very cool on train. It's one of the few maps that's got so many open skyboxes that you can go towards outside and throw the decoys at the start, make them look like smoke grenades. Obviously, when they land, it's not going to have that sort of effect. But at that point, you can go back towards inner and do some cool stuff like that. But we'll see what they bring to the table here. Decoys have been deployed. Not in that sort of manner. Just going to be thrown at the start of the round to just get some gunshots going, maybe pull some rotations here. But Edward, he's aggressive towards the upper platforms, takes out Neo to open things up.
And it's on to Guardian, who's just watching it out here right now to try and make sure he spots Ivy fast enough. But there's no one there, so as soon as the information relayed, he can try and get a fast peek. And a crossfire set toward A main with Seized, who's covering off Pop Dog for him. Guardian knows there's one running above, hears it. Confirms by staring at the wall to get directional sound onto the player above. That's going to force him to change positions, though, because now they know there's going to be a push from both sides. The crossfire is not quite as strong in that sense. Still no information out toward Ivy to play off of, but they've rotated over toward B, which is also why Guardians had to go a lot more passive in this position. VP is going to slow things down as well. Slow pistol having lost the first man.
Yeah,
and this could be a problem. Oh, that's so awkward. He makes it work. Oddly enough, Seized. With his feet dangling, it's not much to fire out with the USP, but you would have thought would have been able to line it up and have time to react. Instead, Taz with a headshot back is going to even the round. Now things get a little bit awkward. Bomb still not committed to either side. It's in the upper hallways. But with 2 players coming into Ivy, I imagine, no, it's going to be sold. They are going to go inner. They're going to try and hold these rotations. And Pasha, he's fought his way back around toward the train. If he could have wrapped back through, it would have been perfect. Instead, though, it's 3 men left alive, all in the rotation and no kits. They've got armor instead. And Snacks does not have anything left. As he was the utility player, Taz gone down. It's all onto Snacks. 1 versus 3, no armor. And he's got a Glock to try and pull this off with first player. Not even going to pass that test.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, Navi do bounce back and win the pistol. We said if they do that, they've got a very good chance of actually taking train here, the second map of this evening, and it's going to be Edward play at the start of the round, finds a kill towards Neo. That actually shut down any sort of idea they had of going towards the inner sight and force towards outside. It's actually a real decent fake there. You see Pasha pulled all the rotations up, but unfortunately for him, Navi working as a very tight unit, finding all the kills that are required as well. Coming back towards inside, yes, the bomb was planted, but ultimately they look quite comfortable there. Snacked in the 3 versus 1, watching the ramp. Guardian comes down and completely blitzes him as he nails the first shot. It will be. Okay, is this a force by the second? Why has Neo got a UMP? What is this madness?
It is madness, Henry, but madness
why?
Makes the world go round.
What is the point?
Hence why Donald Trump is in the running for president.
Okay, well, he's got 4 pistols around him, one of which is a P250, the rest are Glocks. He's gone in for the UMP. There's literally no rhyme or reason behind that. I couldn't even tell you what. Hello? No, the ladder inaccuracy. Oh, no.
Jack in the box went too soon. If he could have waited, he could have popped up behind all of them, but now it's a shotgun to complement the UMP and a 1-man advantage for Virtus Pro. Not only that, Bialy's taken down Edward as he gets caught on top of the train. There's 2 men facing him. A good shot from Guardian, a headshot at that onto Pasha. And low HP on Neo. He nearly found the shot toward the top of the stairs. Rather, the train. They're not stairs. Flamey's got Snacks back. This will start to equalize the situation back to where it should have been normalized, perhaps you could say. This Guardian still searching for something inside of all of this madness, this chaos. And it's Flamey again to find Bialy as Guardian continues to lurk around. It's Neo now, just the last alive. He's the one with the UMP. Tags them low, but can't find the kills.
I was waiting for him to get the 3-man and make me look really silly, as he would have wrecked him in 1 round, but it didn't happen. That was kind of crazy, though. Well, VP 2 come quite close to actually winning the round there. There's that full defusers, and okay, Simple had one anyway, so I think they would have been fine regardless. But they do manage to find those initial pistol kills, make things very uncomfortable for Navi. And now, interesting enough, they do manage to get the rifles out. Neo with that bomb plant as well means he does get the AK-47 off that. Very interesting UMP buy. I can't really see a reason behind that. I couldn't really explain it to you, to be honest. With no armor, there's not really much reason to buy that weapon. It's not like you can get a pick with it. You'd have to hope that someone rotates into your crosshair. Still, you haven't got any nades or armor to work with it. And we go into the first gun round here, 9-8. It's currently 2-0 in favor of Na'Vi. The bomb planted twice means we do get the weapons out on the third. They've got utility to work with as well. It's actually a very healthy buy for VP. As it looks like they're potentially going for some sort of execute here. For now, just watching for any aggression. Here comes the play. Smoke's coming in. They're waiting for any pushes at the start of the round, and Edward, he's in a perfect position, using that spider web to actually get the first kill. Neo drops, and this could thwart the execution potential here.
Yeah, he's completely hindered out of position as well by all these Molotovs. Timing was there, wasn't it? Chef knows exactly what's left on the oven. Guardian. Oh, that is lovely. Low HP on Pasha. It looked like a headshot. It was a body shot, no less, but it's a good quick kill. Taz and Snacks will pull it back, though, for Virtus Pro, and they still try and impede upon the site. But those who trespass, how does that go? Forgive those who trespass against us. You know what I mean. The Lord's Prayer. Didn't say Bialy. I do know the whole thing off by heart, start to finish, but obviously not when I start in the middle.
No, that didn't work, but that did work for Na'Vi. A nice little pick there from Edward. He knew he was going to be up against it with the force, well, not force by the buy from VP up in 2 bombs down. He's aggressive. I like that little position he had to wind that Cobblestone as well. It kind of limits the vision slightly for the T's coming down. He gets the first kill, and actually great utility usage as well. VP, well, Na'Vi, sorry, have always been very good at doing that. As soon as they get themselves in a decent position, the smoke's going out as well. They throw the incendiaries at the perfect time, and actually managed to stop the execution coming in from the poles there, locking it down, and their smokes were in vain at that stage. Just had to commit just as they were running out. But another execution here. This is the objective, just to get the bomb down. That's all they're really going for in this round. Sure, if it works and they get a plan, they can get a few kills with that Tech 9 and PT50s. There's always a small chance they can win the round, but it has to be a lot of a blunder from Na'Vi. So smokes come in. Normally at this stage, the CTs could adjust and play in front of the smokes, so they'll be playing a little bit more passive this time. Edward definitely had the option to, with the flashes come in, but the incendiaries dropped once again, locking Taz in at least.
Snacks gonna get up inside a sandwich. Flash out. We know what he wants to do with it. Smoke's there. That's Snacks. Taz has got the default plant down inside of the wall of smokes. That's going to at least build money for Virtus Pro, but Na'Vi with a 2-round lead. Looking poised to take this one away as Edward's going to fall down on top of his prey, and down goes Taz in the process. Bialy will fall. Bomb defuse comes in, and like I say, Na'Vi's going to make this 11 rounds now versus the 8 against them. So they're in prime position, but the bomb plant coming in. Virtus Pro, they'll be able to buy up into this next round quite convincingly as well, as Snacks has 6250. He's going to stay to the AK-47. Taz, he's in late buying. Is this going to be an AWP brought out from him? I cannot imagine.
Well, I'm assuming he'd be swapping it over. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting that he swaps with Snacks, who had more money than him to begin with, but they want Snacks' money to stay more level late.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense overall. Double orb setup this time for Na'Vi, though. 11-8. They're actually going to be 4-0 up here on the second half. In a great position going forward, but the money has stabilized. Plenty of bomb plants coming in for VP. That's all they wanted to do in the previous round, and they got it. So there's no one in towards inside whatsoever right now for the CTs. Interesting. And there's the first shot coming in. It was aggressive play towards Ivy, and it will be Bialy going down to 17 HP as well. But Pasha, he's actually pushed through the smoke here. Undetected for now, perhaps, but Flamey could be walking into his crosshair. Here it is.
Oh, Pasha.
Perfect.
Crosshair placement dead on. Guardian's going to fall back on this Virtus Pro style smoke left. And this time they push through it. Normally they smoke left, go right. Smoke right, go left. This time it's double left and 2 wrongs don't make a right, but it will for Pasha until he confronts Simple. Coming back up from CT spawn, that AWP just prevails, but watch to his right. We see it, he does not. There's still a player waiting out toward that third alleyway. And he's in a 1 versus 4. Well, not yet planted. Virtus Pro taking their time in doing so. May give him the edge in this position, but Taz is well aware of where he's coming from. Stares him down, and he'll find the kill.
Still money available for Na'Vi, but what a nice play that was from Pasha, essentially, as well. The CT's 4, Ivy was completely covered. They throw the incendiaries, the smokes at the start of the round to stop any T's pushing down there. He manages to get through, undetected completely, and just waiting there. Very patient indeed. Blows the head off towards Edward, who was going in for that little phase, trying to get a bit of information for his team. And at that point, like he said, put his own smack to the left, and that normally suggests he'll go out to the right, using that to block the CT vision. Pushes through, and Guardian just didn't see it coming at all. Still plenty of money here for Na'Vi as well. VP known for their very aggressive T-sides, especially when they get rolling as well, going for the very fast pushes, but you've got to be faster than that to beat Guardian. Plus that Ivy jump as he lands the first shot. Standing in fire here, looking for the second, but decides to fall back. Snacks, he can return and he gets it as well. Does get legs for it, but he finds the frag that was required.
Edward's going to try and get aggressive toward the front of the site. The shite.
Excuse me.
Don't worry, Henry, it wasn't a cuss. At least it's not in Canada. I don't know what words you guys use. I'm sometimes confused. More so now that Chad's here.
Yeah, he makes things, even for me.
I feel like he actually just makes it up at this point.
Brits and Aussies have quite a close connection, but some of the words he uses sometimes I've not even heard of.
Canadians and Aussies are supposed to as well, but yeah, you guys are closer in terms of language.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. Smokes off toward Ivy once more. It's going to be Snacks and Bialy that have to wait a little bit longer to try and approach the site. And Snacks on 18. He's the one wielding the AWP, though. He'll still have a chance to try and find a shot. If it was a rifle player, it would be more problematic. But losing Pasha early and a trade, they're trying to slow this and thin the defense. No rotation yet from Flamey off that B site. It's outer again. They want to go. Simple misses a big shot. And now they've got the smokes on the left. This time, surely they're going to wrap right because their teammates are already at sandwich. They can converge toward Hell and push everyone off the bomb train except for Seized. He stays there. He finds the first kill. He's left vulnerable and open, and Taz is going to take him down as a result, but it's Edward that gets back into the picture with 2 as Neo will fall on top of the train, and a nice shot from Simple, making up for lost ground after that first miss.
Yeah, full default there from VP, not really working out for them. You can see him trying to bait out that shot towards Ivy to start. It was Guardian, then nails it and puts him in a very uncomfortable position at that stage. Went for the outside play, pushing out together from main entrance and Pop Dog, but couldn't really get going there. No plan coming for VP. It's Navi holding strong. Simple missed a couple of shots here and there, but ultimately he recovered. But he hands the AWP over to Guardian. He's you know what, maybe I'm not feeling 100% confident at the moment, and allows the primary AWP to go back in this position. It's not going to be a double AWP setup for now, and VP have purchased into this round. It's actually everything they've got left, and it's going to be 4 AKs. Taz is on the Tech 9 this time, so execution potential is going to be there. 5 smokes across the board, some Molotovs to work with as well. Taz is trying to establish inner control. This time, 2 players for Navi in towards that area. Simple will be joining Flamey. We know how strong Flamey especially is towards inside. Very similar to Taz in that respect. Is more than capable of holding it by himself. Guardian, also known for these sort of plays. Oh, he spotted the head. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to miss out on that, but it does work out in the end. Okay.
Good old Guardy.
Just about spots his forehead there, and I thought he missed out. But that's the work done at this point. They can just fall back, and Seized looks like he wants a little bit more out of this. He actually pushes Ivy once again. He's going to T-spawn. Why not?
Well, Edward on top of the train is going to see above those set smokes. Yeah, I love that position.
Yeah, when the smokes come down as well, you're just like, oh yes, this is worked out very nicely indeed, as it will be Snacks remaining. And he might find 1 kill out of this, there it is, but given his position away, 45 seconds and no bomb, and Seized, looking like he's on the hunt here. Snacks could actually do a little bit more of this. This kill should be in his favor as well. It doesn't actually work out that way. And that was a full investment from VP, no bomb planted. There'd be 2K across the board here, 13-9. Getting to the closing sectors here of map number 2 as Navi looking with certainty to go to 14-9. What's the play from VP? Have they taken their pause yet? I don't think they have. Not going to be using it this time anyway.
No, they're certainly not.
Glocks and P250s.
So Virtus Pro, limited to pistols, exactly that. Glocks and P250s up against Guardian's MP9, who can farm up some cash and try and take it to them without the armor.
They only lost 1 frag last round. Was that the AWP? Is that just gone? They didn't pick it up?
Must have been.
That's kind of weird.
Indeed it was. It's Flamey. He's going to sit back on top of Orange and watch toward the sidewalk below. Simple here as well. And that should, yeah, exactly. Flamey's got to turn his crosshair back to upper because Simple can't see it. He's the one that needs to at least relay information. Second bullet's astray, and it finds Bialy and euthanizes him before he can hit the ground inside the site. He's going to spray down, find Snacks and Simple's rotation back around the train. 2 for him. Straightforward. 14 rounds is this when we see it because it's not called yet either.
There it is. Guardian's got the AWP out once again. No AWP for Snacks, though. Potentially the round that brings Navi to match points here. After getting beaten 16-3, they actually are straight back here on train.
And if Virtus broke at a 2-0 Navi tonight, we were talking about anyone who wins a map off Navi right now after the start they had. It's almost double because it's a wins other teams aren't getting, which kind of levels it based on upset losses. Sure. If Virtus broke had got 2 off them, they would have been right back in the running for one of these 6 spots. I think they still have a chance, but it's going to be a harder task. So if they can pull this off, pull this back, it would be huge for their season.
Yeah, Guardian tries the exact same play there as he did in the previous round. This time he gets punished for it. Bialy shuts him down. Was good from VP there. They had 2 targets, so regardless if one of them goes down, they can get the kill in reply. And it's going to be an equal situation, but it doesn't even come down to that. It will be a man advantage for VP here. A chance to capitalize, but nice play from Seized. He goes and recovers the AWP, gives it over to Simple as well. And they swap weapons. That's actually kind of cool they've managed to do that. They're sitting where the AWP was as well. He drops the smoke, brings both weapons back, just denies that being a risk. As now we get to the 1 minute mark. What's the play here from VP? Edward towards main entrance as well. He's actually possibly calling this could be an inner play. This smoke's surely a fake at this stage, as Edward has got full control. He's working on these smokes mean absolutely nothing, guys. You should just go stack inside. They still have 2 players towards that position as well, and they might as well take the risk considering it is a man disadvantage for them. Edward finding a kill in return. That was towards main entrance. And the bomb at Pop Dog for now.
Snacks as the shot towards Edward. Success. Seized. You'll see Smokes land hitch, fire land on Train, but also spots Pasha coming down the lane. He's going to spot up Snacks as well immediately after. Nearly swings back to find a third, but bomb now planted in the hands of Neo. It's a pinch play coming in from either position as Simple. He's already got the AWP crossed off front bomb Train. That should give Flamey the confidence to peek, and he looks to the left. Correctly so. That's the only position not yet cleared, and if they can't find him at Sandwich, Taz, he's still looking for this rotation. They never knew the second player was back still where Simple is in the alley. So Taz, he's in behind the ticket booth, but he's got no information on where the Na'Vi players are, and they've already cleared out the rest of the site. Simple just barely holds the trigger down as the Molotov was almost thrown deep. It is going to be map point for Na'Vi.
Well, there it is. It was Guardian going for that aggressive face towards Ivy once again, gets taken down at the start around. VP had the advantage there. And they went for some sort of double fake, it seemed, at that point. You can see they're doing all the set smokes towards outside. Edward was given the call, his teammate should say, towards inner. And then at that point, Virtus Pro just sent one towards the inner side. So it's like a crazy double fake going on there. And they fell back towards Pop Dog and just couldn't find the frags in return. Sees finds two of the AK spray down and locks it in. It comes down to the 1v1, but Taz can't finish things off. Oh, sorry, I think it was 2v1. But regardless, it will be round number 10 here. Match point has been established for Na'Vi. 15-9. It's going to be two double AWPs here as we go into round number 10. Guardian and Simple, of course.
Oh, he's hugged that smoke so well, and Taz could have reached out and strangled him with more effect than the bullets from his M4 that close. And it's going to be Snacks, though. Trying to pull it back. Guardians hit the shot. It's all but done, is it not? It's just Neo remaining. He'll walk out into the open. The bullet's not landing, and he's getting desperate with that spray. It's going to leave him vulnerable. Simple. He'll close it down, and they'll split 1-1. Na'Vi yet to get swept on an evening tonight, or this season, excuse me, but they are starting to drop maps.
Absolutely that. After such a convincing performance by VP on Cobble, I thought we had to transition that towards Train as well. A map they're also very, very good on, but Na'Vi finding some form, and they actually managed to pick up a pistol as well there. So actually getting off to a decent start and looks pretty incredibly strong, I'd have to say, on the CT side as well. Actually getting that double orb setup rolling very nicely. Some big plays from Guardian and Simple as well. Didn't look like they were rattled so much as they were on Cobble, had opportunities to actually push and have the money control. So overall, a good bounce back from Cobble. It's good seeing kind of splitting the series.
Well, I think so, and Virtus Pro desperately needs wins at this point in time. They're not out of it yet, but they are in it, which is odd considering the season they had online last year. Remember, there's 6 teams from each division that will go through to the LAN this year instead. But to talk to you about much more than all of that, it's the gentleman that I do see.
He's cut off.
Well,
he
I
just
mean,
got cut off.
That is the producer's way. He's still talking, I think.
I'm just glad we weren't talking because
Oh, that could have been horrible.
career-losing situation right there.
Indeed. In fact, the only thing that was actually said, genuinely, before the mics were live, was nice prediction, Yanko. So, payback. Payback is an itch, I believe is the expression. Gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about Train. This was one of those ones which, that if you were not there for the pre-match, our analysts kind of painted a picture of VP being very historically good at Train, and Na'Vi, of course, having it in their one at the top of the priority of their map picks. Anyway, I'm making no sense. What I'm trying to say is that this was a bit of a coin flip, and you could see it in the result there that it wasn't clear cut until towards the end of the second half.
I think when you get an 8-7 CT half on this
That's
map,
enough?
you're not so happy.
Okay.
Well, you know, 7 to Na'Vi, 8 to VP. They probably like a 9 or a 10 rounds, because then you get pistol and you run away with it. But it didn't happen for them. I think Na'Vi looked a lot better on this map in the way they played the rotations and stuff. And when they lost a player, it's not as bad on this map when you lose a pick, because you're normally playing 4 people on that outer bomb site, and the corridors are quite, small. It's not like Cobble, where if you give up territory like drop, you have to worry about 2 exits. You have to worry about somebody lurking in that position. This kind of map, you can retake control, or you can play safer, and you still maintain, bomb site control. And I think we saw that here.
Because, I mean, Yanko, VP looked to hit a bit of a dead end on their T side. They couldn't seem to find a way in.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we saw how it could work wonders for them in Bucharest just last weekend against Cloud9, their default setup and working that A bomb site. But Na'Vi obviously was prepared for it. They were on point individually in the second half, which is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And you could see that they are more practiced on the map. They could get a pretty good read of when VP is going to strike and where. I would have liked it for VP to maybe have gone a bit earlier towards the B bomb site with one of the set executes, because if you're getting shut down in your default, for me at least on train, the B bomb site is one of those places where probably most of the time you can be confident that you will get the bomb down, if not anything more than that, or make it into an after-plan situation, even unfavorable for you. But that at least gives you a window of opportunity to, for your players to go for an individual play, you know, maybe be a bit more aggressive and win around that way. If not anything else, you get the bomb down, meaning you get more money, and then you have more utility if you want to go back to the A bomb site. VP was pretty adamant about running their default, and yes, there were a couple of close rounds that might have gone their way, but they just couldn't make it happen.
Couldn't make it happen whatsoever. I mean, if we were looking for kind of an individual that stood out to you guys, does any names spring out? I mean, we saw Flamey kind of holding down on the second half, but was there any names that strike you as particularly arousing, Chad?
No, I'm with Flamey on the inside side. To have somebody as strong as him be a rock on that bomb site and make sure that they can't, you know, enter without losing one or two players. That's if you can be confident in that player, that's really good. You know, you're not stressing out. You're not trying to. If you're the rotator, the CT comp player, you're not thinking, "Geez, do I have to cheat over in case he doesn't make those kills?"
Right.
Have somebody as solid as him and somebody who's so confident in playing that inside bomb site. That's such a strength to have in your team.
And it was, indeed, as the series is once again split, and Navi concede their third loss here in the ESL Pro League. Now, after the break, we have Penta, FlipSide. But just quickly, Yanko, before we do disappear off to a break, can you quickly explain why Penta and FlipSide could potentially prove to be one worth watching?
Well, because they're on a similar level, so we might get an exciting game here. And, you know, seeing how Penta played the last couple of games, you could even, they are a favorite here, even though looking at pure form, right? And when it comes to online games, sometimes form means more than like structure and history, right? So I think I'm interested to see how Penta will fare now that they will probably be more confident even that they can get the win.
Yeah, well, that's something we're going to be finding out after our break. Thank you so much, Yanko. After the break, you get Penta, FlipSide. And, of course, if you want to go ahead and recap exactly how well Flamey did hold in the second half, you can go ahead and check out all the stats and all that good stuff that you need as a CSGO fan over at the Score Esports application. Thank you very much for joining us. And when we do return, you have an opportunity just to see if Penta can crack another win. So close, yet so far, multiple results in the 16, 13, 14 region. This time, they're on it for the 16. We'll be finding out how it goes after the break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
No patrz, dawaj.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G. Pay Safeguard. The Score Esports. Mountain Dew. And ESEA.
A split series started us off here in the ESL Pro League. Navi and Virtus Pro were doing battle, and now we take a venture to the lower side of the standings for our next two best of ones. And I say we, I am joined by none other than YNK and Mr. Greer. How you doing, Henry?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, you enjoyed that cast?
It's all right, wasn't it?
Have a good time?
Yeah, nice little game. Didn't really make much sense.
You got a quick cobble.
Yeah, I did. Wasn't really sure what to make of that after VP got battered by Hellraisers on the first day and then come back and beat Navi on it 16-3. Doesn't make much sense, does it?
Unpredictable Counter-Strike, and I have no doubt that that's what we have to look forward to here as well, as we have Penta and FlipSide. Now,
tantalizing matchup.
It's no secret They are at the bottom half of the standings. In fact, if we could bring that up, I don't know if that's possible, just to kind of put into perspective.
We've got FlipSide last and Penta second.
Hellraisers is somewhere in there, of course.
Of course, yeah. Well, naturally.
I mean, I think they have 3 wins and like 11 losses. They've really had a rough time.
The thing is, though, Penta have been putting up quite a considerable fight. The team's coming from the Premier as well, and they're actually giving teams a run for their money. Getting into overtimes and having like 16-14. So to be fair to them, they're actually holding their own. They're not getting the wins, but in terms of them getting better as a team, it's actually quite promising for them overall.
Yeah, so here it is. It's now available for you. You can actually see that Penta 3 for 13.
I was right. And it's going to be, 3 for 13 for Penta, actually posting better scores than FlipSide have. They've had yet to pick up a single map here in Pro League. And this is the team as well that's qualified for the last 8-hour major. The next major, in fact. So that's how insane is that? They haven't picked up a single map yet.
It does boggle the mind somewhat to see them in such a position. I mean, they have such big names, such as your Markelovs, your Blade, historic to Counter-Strike, and yet they can't seem to catch a break. When even, and I do say this, you know, with no kind of... oh no, I don't want to say it. I was going to say even Penta are, you know, finding close games and wins in this Pro League. I felt like a jab at Penta.
No, it's fine. They're the underdogs here. They've come from the Premier. Okay. They've come from the Premier season. They're not a tier 1 team by any stretch of imagination. Okay. FlipSide, you kind of have to say that they are, considering they're in the top 8 for the next major. That's kind of exciting, you know. So Penta coming in here, like I said, they may not be getting the most amount of wins, but they're getting wins, and that's more than FlipSide have been doing. They've actually had some very convincing games as well. So Alex, why don't you take us through the lineups?
Oh, well, Henry, I'd love to. Thank you. Stefan, Crystal, Lau, Tarsin, and Mike S. do make the body of Penta. Of course, Lau, the Spaniard, the import, who's been doing a wonderful job alongside the Dutchman, Mike S. The rest coming from Germany. And alongside that, for FlipSide, you have Blade, Markelov, Waylander, World Edit, and Electronic. Now, that's going to be the main discussion here. Ignore that Shara name that has been scratched off. There's been a recent transition, and actually, they waved goodbye to Shara, who... Yeah. I mean, let's touch on Shara before we talk about Electronic, okay?
He was probably known by some talent as well, some analysts, as probably one of the worst pro players in the scene at the moment. Oof, okay. So that's a quote, I think. I won't say who said it, but it has been said. And yeah, to be fair, like, he has had some good games with him, but overall he is pretty lackluster as a player. He's not like bringing any sort of star qualities really there. So to be fair, I'm sure Yanko can elaborate on it more. I don't know much about Electronic. Do we feel like that's someone that's actually going to fill this role and at least be better?
You had a cool story for us, didn't you, yesterday? Can you have
a cool story? I like cool stories.
I mean, that's the hope for FlipSide, obviously. He is the new PAUF for Anders. Anders every now and then has
one of those guys.
Yeah, so he, I think, first came up on the radar at the CIS minor for Columbus. Right. I can't remember the name of the team, but later on they became Team Empire. That's how they played at the Cologne qualifiers as well. Didn't manage to get to the major, but he's been showing some good performances there. Obviously a young player, so you could see the reasoning behind FlipSide. Let's bring this new, young, hungry, up-and-coming player, showing some skill as well. Maybe we can make good use of him, incorporate him into our play style.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting. I just had a quick glance of, you know, of matches he's played and kind of trying to, you know, see what kind of, you know, T1 teams he's encountered, how much experience he's actually boasting. And I tell you what, it's scarce. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff for the national team. He's got a couple of game results against Envy, you know, a few Dignitas games, worst players, but...
Well, the thing is, right, we could look at results for a lot of the teams, a lot of the players that have stepped into the tier 1 scene. Look at Heroic, for example. Where did Vald come from? Like, one of the most prestigious players in Denmark at the moment, I would say, considering his recent form. And he came from absolutely nowhere. He was a player that didn't even have a picture on HLTV at DreamHack Open this year, no less. And he's just exploded. Now he's kind of like a household name, a part of the Danish team. We expect him to be posting big performances every single game. It's difficult to look at those results and think, oh, okay, we'll probably rule him out of this stage. With such an unknown quantity, he certainly could step up and deliver. That's why I'm going to be watching him tonight. He's my hot player to watch.
I mean, I think we'd be foolish not to. I mean, it has to be kind of asked. FlipSide 0 and 10, they decided to cut Shara. I guess, do you think this was quite genuinely just we need to change something? They just ran out of ideas.
I think it's the case of the atmosphere in the team being at an all-time low. I mean, obviously the losses take a toll on you, as Blaze said in his interview as well for HLTV, but it was obvious that something was really wrong in that team. They couldn't, it's not just the fact that they've been losing, it's just that they look demoralized at times. They've been losing by large margins on their best maps. You could just see how after a bad moment in a game, they would completely fall apart. You could see that they go on tilt and so forth. And at that point, the roster change is the only thing that can change something like that, because you always try as a team. You like sit around the 5 guys, you know, you try to talk about it and say, okay, guys, now we start fresh. But that usually doesn't work, at least in my experience with teams. So this is maybe something to give them a to start a new fire within the team.
Well, we saw what it did to Cloud9. If you look at them, for example, like they were in a bit of a slump. You bring one new exciting player into the fold, is automatic for them, and you can see they've actually got themselves in like top 4 in the world now, according to HLTV. So that's kind of nuts, right? Sorry, that was Thorin's top 10. I think it was top 4. Anyway, but still, like a top 5 team, right? That's showed how that's revitalized them, and sometimes that can be the catalyst to get the team back on track and maybe have a bit more firepower in there. Like I said, Shah are not known for being a great fragger. I can't even speculate to what Electronic is. I haven't watched him before, but maybe that's what he is. He's going to be a new, exciting, hungry player that's not going to be jaded by the flack he's getting from the community. He's going to give a fresh chance to actually show what he can do.
Do you think that plays a part into it? Do you think that genuinely just FlipSide are looking at the threads now? They're looking at these angry tweets?
It doesn't help, like, especially like it's going to put a lot of attention on Shah, especially as a player. Like if it's like he's getting battered every single game and like he's having poor results, and then everyone's kind of talking about him specifically, he's hard to ignore at some point. So I sure had contributing factors, but ultimately as a team, you don't really want to be reading into that stuff too much. It's like, you know what's best for the team overall, right? Reading the forums and stuff definitely doesn't have any sort of value to it.
And now we have to address the maps as well. The maps in question is going to be Overpass, and I didn't write down the second. Nuke, actually, it isn't going to be Nuke.
Nuke?
Yes, Nuke's showing up.
Well, the thing with these kind of lower tier teams, especially like someone like Penta, they're very difficult to actually kind of like counter-strat, right? Like a lot of teams won't give them a lot of attention coming into this one, and they actually have a lot more time to practice these kind of more exotic maps, if you will. They're not going to events every single week. So this is why they probably had the chance to actually have that unknown quantity against some of these top teams and get themselves in positions where they're getting close games. And maps like Nuke coming in as well, I think that's kind of perfect for them. And I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. But have you watched Penta on Nuke before? I can't say I have, so I'm not really sure what they're going to bring to the table. I would speculate, though, it's going to actually be a much more deeper game than what we see from some of the top tier teams who rely basically on the kind of the standard smokes outside and trying to work the picks, and they don't really bring much to the table in terms of its executions. I'm going to say Penta do the opposite of that, and I'm going to say they have a plethora of strategies and actually have lots of executions here. So
having high expectations from
Penta. I really do. This is all I feel like I can really bring to the analyst desk on this time, because I haven't watched him play Nuke, so I'm just going to speculate. You know,
I don't think I share your enthusiasm, to be honest, because it's hard most of the times when it comes to, at least, okay, this is a specific situation because FlipSide isn't really a tier 1 team, but actually when you look across the pool, the teams that are best at playing maps are those teams that are best at running defaults and not having like a crazy preset execute. Okay, like when SK runs this execute, it works every time, because obviously a new one might work in the beginning, but then people will figure it out and develop a counter to it. Nuke is a bit more specific, I agree, since it's still kind of new. We're still waiting for someone to come up with something really extraordinary, but yeah, I don't really think Penta is the team that we're going to see it from.
They're not going to be extraordinary. I just feel like they'll have something. They won't just be running their standard defaults as every start.
That's exactly what I'm expecting from them, to be honest.
Okay, well, we'll find out.
And maybe an NIP upper execute or something like that.
I just feel like they will have a lot more because they have a lot more time to practice than other teams. That's what I'm saying. Hi.
Please don't blow your load too soon.
I've been known to do that.
It's Overpass first. We've got a whole 10 minutes to talk about Nuke later. I know Penta vs FlipSide
does get a bit distracted, so we felt like we had to, you know,
the bottom of the barrel. I appreciate that. The reason for that is that there has been a little bit of a delay. The guys are going to be back in the server for about 4 minutes.
Okay, then let's do this.
Yeah, you want to do this? So we have 4 minutes to talk about a topic of your choice, ideally involving the video game.
Denim.
Denim shirts. Are they comfortable?
Yes. Depends how you wear them. Depends how you wear them.
If you're in the 80s.
If you're as rock and roll as Henry G, you make them comfortable. Fabric conditioner. Also, I don't know if they can pick it up, but
yes, they definitely can. The producer came in and said, "Stop squeaking the chairs." So maybe they can pick them up.
How can you hear him? I can't hear him
because I'm listening.
Yeah. Well, he does. You guys are so loud, I can't even hear what he's saying. Not at all.
Okay, so we'll go practice not moving the chairs. Alex, keep this ship on course, would you? Where are we going with this one? Denim shirts is probably not the correct area. Why don't we talk about players like World Edit? Why don't we go down that?
Because we've done it 1,000 times.
Have we done that already here?
We've done everything 1,000 times.
Just World Edit, because I don't like talking about it.
Yeah. Okay,
so I vetoed that.
I appreciate your attempt.
This is not even denim. This is like a nice... What do you even call this? Alex, you felt it earlier.
It's
bit of Italian down there as well.
Wow, that's a good camera.
That's the money shot right there.
Wow, Henry, lovely.
That's
the rings.
And the rings and the... I've got lots of jewellery, Alex. You know about that.
Yeah, I do.
Not just the ones you can see.
No. It's like tattoos. You don't actually know how many someone has.
All sorts of rings Henry has.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Solid white. So I brought a topic. That's my point, mate.
Okay, my turn.
You make a point. Go on.
Why is it that, you know, the Markelov of 1.6 never transferred to CSGO?
That is the most boring conversation we've ever had.
He's just like picking these extremely painful topics for me. Alex, please
We've
stop.
had that so many times, Alex. Come on, you know that.
These guys are not particularly exciting to talk about. We've talked about them 1,000 times.
Oh, come on.
That's
now.
harsh.
Okay, here are the topics.
Alex.
Here are the
So
topics. Here are
harsh.
the FlipSide topics. Blade, in-game leader, sometimes top frags. Markelov's fallen off 1,000 times. World edit, sometimes good, sometimes bad. We've talked about Electronic
More
coming in. We've talked
bad than
about
good, of
Waylander
course.
being hyper Katowice and then coming back and actually not being too good anymore. Nor 0 and 10. Those are the FlipSide topics.
Let's go to Penta topics.
Okay. Lau
Spin me some
and
gold.
Kairi. Kairi was taken away, so we lost the Spaniards. Now just Lau's alone. They think he's going to get poached later because he's the best player in the team. Stefan's joined in so they can play the Meisterschaft. That's about it for Penta. Thank you very much for joining in.
Your heart's not in this anymore.
Is it not?
No, I can tell.
That's genuinely it. That's it. Okay.
Why don't we talk about the map then?
I think it's always...
we haven't, you said we didn't do Overpass yet. So
Yeah,
why don't we do
okay,
that?
fine. We haven't done Overpass. let's-
Yanko knows a lot about the FlipSide Overpass setups. So why don't you break it down for us?
Thank you, Henry. Really, the
Oh, he
FlipSide-
does. Oh, you got so much to tell
Yeah,
us.
definitely. My next video is going to be about FlipSide T-side overpass.
Is it?
Definitely not. But
Oh. You got me so excited. Okay.
We have
nevertheless,
something to talk about.
I
Yes,
think we
he's got
can.
something.
I
Here we
think
go.
we can talk about these teams and you
Yeah.
know them playing in a league like this, more so for Penta than for FlipSide, because I remember when we initially as the team got the chance to first practice against the tier 1 teams and then on a very limited number of occasions play them in official games. It just means so much for you for a new team and players who have never played at that level internationally or of competitiveness. I mean, some of the Penta players have Crystal, most notably, right? Playoffs at 3 majors, I think, with Penta.
Yeah.
2 for sure, but maybe even 3. I'm not 100% sure about it. But then you see the difference between being a dominant player at a semi-pro level and then coming to the highest level of play. You see how even the smallest mistakes you'll get punished for, and you just learn a whole new different level of CS. You'll see how things work at that level and how you can use things to your advantage. So the first couple of months are probably just a learning process. You get wrecked by everyone, but you see, you begin to understand why and how you're getting wrecked. And that's when you can start improving as a team.
I think you've just gone and hit a very interesting topic to discuss.
Here we
Nice
go.
work, Yanko. We got there. So this is basically, we always treat this, even at the highest level, the T1 teams, we always say the Pro League is a very, very good opportunity to do your real, like the hardcore practice, right? Because you're playing against the best.
Okay, so there's a difference between practicing in a full practice environment
Okay,
and practicing
explain the
in these
difference.
games.
Let's
So if you're playing PCWs, right, you're playing an online game of CS, it's your practice. You're not playing to win those games. You're practicing to actually just get the team fundamentals down, the executions that you've been dry running on your own server, using that practice to actually get those solid as a unit. You're not actually playing to win. Surely winning the game is great and it feels good at the time, but ultimately you just want to be getting everything in place and making sure it runs and everything's in its position. Transitioning that to something like Pro League, when it's an online game, sure, we don't really value online CS as highly as we do LAN, but it's an environment where it's competitive and you need to be making correct decisions and kind of understanding how we're controlling our economy. What are the problems here when we approach LAN events? And that's the difference between online officials, which aren't great for in terms of like how much we respect them, but in terms of compared to online practice, and the PCWs are obviously much greater for
Just
you.
a quick point before you jump in, Yanko. There is so much reason to respect them as well. Like, I think sometimes, you know, we sit there and go, what on earth are they doing? And then you actually kind of think about it and go, guys, if you'd have won that, you'd have still been in with a shot of getting to a $750,000 LAN environment. You know, like sometimes it does seem like there's a bit of a weird discrepancy between the two.
I think a good way to describe it is once you get to that tier 1 level of Counter-Strike, you realize that the way you thought you're going to win a game isn't really how it's going to work, right? You start losing and then you realize, okay, so we just copied this execute from a tier 1 team, let's say, you know, the NIP B execute on train, but then you realize, okay, so, but we can't really run it whenever we want because it depends on the situation. So there you feel, oh, so this is how it, so we need to figure out what they're doing and then have something to counter that. And that's when the real hard work comes into play, right? Realizing what are the most common setups, how you can get reads, how to push back your opponents, how to make them play your game. And that's a process for a team, for an in-game leader more than anything else, but also individually players need to adjust to playing against better opponents, right? Players who have more skill mechanically. You can't just run out and go for a duel because your head will get blown off if your opponent has an advantage and so forth.
And we haven't really seen Penta. I mean, I always want to kind of point out that you've outlined some great points about, you know, moving from Premier to Pro. It's a great example looking at Penta.
Sure.
But you can't help but feel, for someone that has made that transition from Premier to Pro, they've actually kind of done an incredibly good job. The fact that you said already they're going to be making, you know, mistakes or they're going to be be falling into these traps where they would have won it versus Premier, but they can't win it versus Pro. However, they're sitting there posting wins versus Astralis.
Overtimes as well.
Overtimes versus some of the best in the world.
Like a few different variables going into those games. They've actually had a few more wins there. Very close ones, lots of overtimes there as well. And they're a team, like I said, I think not enough people are giving them enough respect in terms of like working out how they play. No one's going to be downloading their demos. I don't think they'll be, not wasting time, that's probably the wrong expression, but it's just not worth the effort of trying to counter-strat a team like Penta, someone you consider yourself to be much higher than, right?
And also it's hard to get some info on vetoes as well. You can't really be sure what they like to play, why they don't like to play. Might end up playing their best map, which is what Astralis did at ECS finals against TSM. In a best of one, they ended up playing TSM's best map because of lack of research, and that's something you obviously don't want to go for.
Great point to end on, Alex, I think.
It absolutely is. The casters are ready. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, guys. Just to put it into perspective, Penta have lost 13 matches. However, in 10 of them, the score was 10 or above. They're pushing it to the limit, the maximum, to closing in on those 30 rounds almost every single time. Looking forward to seeing if they can pick up the win here against free win FlipSide. 0-10 currently in the league. Let's have a look how it plays out.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you for Henry G's chest hair for redefining masculinity for the next generation. Sponge, I'm here with you, mate. First time on the desk. Shoes are already off, just the way it should be. Pluggers on the ground. I like it. Do you have anything to add to what was discussed here early on? I mean, we kind of covered everything. There's always a bunch of tropes that we talk about when it comes to FlipSide, like exactly what the guys sort of covered over. I mean, it's overpass. It's the mini Na'Vi that can't seem to win any games. You know, ostensibly, you'd probably say this is FlipSide's one of their better maps.
Yeah, I agree with that. They babbled a lot, so I didn't take it all in. You know, without me there guiding the desk, it seemed a bit off. But no, I definitely think that this is one of the better maps for FlipSide. The problem that I see them having is this new edition of Electronic. I don't know, you know, it seems like they've only had 2 days. It seems like this was a rash decision after DreamHack Bucharest, and they've just gone, well, we need to change something. If this was planned in advance, it probably would have happened before DreamHack Bucharest. So unless they're playing, you know, 12 hours a day to get all these things fixed up, they're going to struggle with synergy and chemistry and all that kind of jazz.
That's a good point. Obviously, if this was planned, it would have happened before the last event. So FlipSide obviously having a rush in a replacement here for Shara. It's overpass, ladies and gentlemen, as we did just mention, and not a sterling record really for either of these teams, but eyes are trained on FlipSide, as this was once upon a time one of their maps to go to. In recent times, it has been, well, the rug has been drawn out from under them. But we're going to jump into the pistol here as well, quickly enough, of course. It's going to be Penta on the CT side, and Markelov, the sole player inside underpass at this stage, going to be pressured heavily here and wants to try and use the corner to his advantage, but it's not going to work out. Waylander falls elsewhere on the map, and now Electronic is split off from the rest of his team. Obviously, Blade and World Editor through towards the middle of the map, and now, well, FlipSide have got to play from behind. Blade still has plenty of utility, and there's a smoke behind him here just to cut off anyone working through underpass. Flash over the top, and an imminent plant here, so FlipSide at least have that chance, but Penta, they are converging. And that nade, not too bad in getting the damage done, but Electronic did find Mike S from the side, and now FlipSide in decent positions to hold. His 3 players actually coming out here from the ramp. Try and pressure down now as his bomb is ticking away. Blade gets another one, but Tarson shuts him down. Now the 2v2. Electronic's holding a very wide angle, and now is in a 1v2 situation as well that it falls on long. And then got the USP off of Mike, so that may help for this longer range stuff. But again, he's got a player defusing there as well. He needs to cut through both. He might be able to do this one. Defuse not going to be forthcoming. Electronic, decent start for him. 3 kills to cap the round off.
Showing his worth early there. That was a really aggressive pistol round from Penta. They managed to take sewer control, and they pushed up on A as well. And FlipSide still managed to find the gap into the A side and get that bomb down. That's always such a hard position to even play a 2v1 from, like Penta was in, because you can just play around that bathroom area and just jiggle pick in and out, and that's what Electronic did and secured the round.
Easily enough as well. Now, on the back of that one, FlipSide, of course, going to be buying up a little bit more. Penta the Force looks like Crystal with a scout and a few 5-7s mixed around the team. Also a deagle for LOL here. Waylander testing mid. Just a couple taps here with the UMP, trying to keep Penta honest if he can. Waylander actually gets a bit of damage on the Stefan there as well, but quickly Penta going to try and activate themselves here from this long point, but a good nade thrown by Waylander there to clean off Stefan, and LOL now being pressured behind the tree. This needs to be some pretty fancy footwork, a bit of twinkle toes to get him out of this one. And eventually, Blade backs away. Mike S got aggressive in towards the middle of the map. This attracted the attention elsewhere, and then LOL, his second chance doesn't come up nearly as pretty. And now Crystal with 1v3. FlipSide fairly comfortably pushing through. Now Crystal, very aggressive angle, pushing out around the side. Gets himself tagged at both plays here. So actually a decent position to play from. You can win these, but it won't be the case. It's going to be Markelov to pick him off. Penta go for the 3-man stack on long, Chad. Not so successful.
I don't really like that. If you're going to buy a scout, give it a chance to tag up the enemy and then use your pistols in the close range and finish them off. They didn't even give that scout a chance to hurt anybody before all the pistol upgrades were dead. So maybe something a little bit more passive or something, you know, where they could have used that scout to their advantage, but it seems like a waste of money.
Sort of Crystal being too passive with a scout. Do you think he could have done more? I think it was someone else who actually rushed mid there, Mike S even.
Yeah, just a bad strat, I think. Trying to jump scout into the sewer at B, not really the most effective place for this on this map. Anywhere towards A where you can take long-range duels would have been better, but now with the flash and the full eco that we're seeing here, they need to do something as a unit. And what I like to see teams do is lure them into the toilets, you know, use a pop flash when they're still at that party area and pounce out, but looks like they're pretty spread out. They're not... Here comes a flash towards long now. There's nobody really pushed up that far, so it could be a waste.
Well, that actually is going to peek around. It doesn't really affect him. He didn't really mean to turn it, but he was looking away at the time. So Penta again focused a lot of players towards this part of the map. They're actually going to be able to pick themselves up on Mach 10. Crystal hoping to get good use with it at the very least. And Blade to smoke in. It's Electronic over on the B side there. Finds Stefan who leapt down from the safety, of course, of Heaven. And Markelov is also close by. So FlipSide easily being able to rotate here out through of that underpass. And Tarsian is cut down. Crystal not too far behind as well. That was the Mach 10 in hand there for Penta. Probably their best chance at inflicting some real damage here. Mike S and Lola caught together with no armor and just a collection of pistols between them. They're going to struggle here, Chad.
That's the problem. If you do a pop flash strat like that and you only have to find one guy and he's able to give that information, you can quickly go and take the other bomb site. And Electronics didn't even second guess it. He got straight in there, secured B, got the kills he needed to, and FlipSide, you know, no dramas now. They're just chilling out.
Very much so. As Electronic with his third, had a couple nice rounds, to be fair. The pistol war, if you do recall, was not bad from him either. And now it is Lowell. We'll be waiting for this time to tick down. He has himself the Deagle, but won't be getting too much use with that at this stage. Maybe hoping for something long range. You can throw the Hail Mary in every now and then. But again, Penta committing a lot of players towards long, hoping to overwhelm and only find maybe an isolated player there, which is not enough really, especially if they're giving away the Ghost. That's going to be also the Deagle given away. So Markelov picks that one up here. FlipSide with those first three, and now into the first buy to see what Penta come up with here. Obviously, no kills yet for Stefan and Mike S, but the latter has picked himself up an AWP here.
I think you got two choices right now if you FlipSide. You either go really slow, which is their style, bleed out the opponent's utility, and then do an execute on the side, or go fast and pounce on them. You know, they can't use, you know, they won't have many Molotovs and stuff to work with, and there's a high probability you can overwhelm them with your guns. And it looks like they're going for the standard slow style FlipSide here, so nothing out of the ordinary for these guys.
No, I mean, we see them always leave the bomb right back near their spawn. Sometimes it gets uncovered. Penta, if anyone's going to be able to sort of pull off a flank or have the desire to, it's normally Crystal. We often see him come from very odd angles later on in rounds for Penta, as he likes to really get in up close and personal. And sometimes that allows them to completely break enemy lines here. So it's just a flash in towards Courtyard. FlipSide just checking their corners here, making sure there's not a strong presence for Penta here. We do see a lot of teams really try and pressure this area quite heavily as CTs to stop the Ts having flexibility between the two sites, but that's not a peak you want to go for.
Well, that was pretty nice. They just, you know, took those duels and there was no utility on Penta to stop that. Crystal's going to trade one out, but this round looks like it's going to go in the favor of FlipSide as they're now in a 2v4.
Tarsin and Stefan, they're both grouped up on the A side here, so a couple smokes have been thrown. Just one of them was probably via Tarsin's hand there as well. So a bit of a fake potentially. Well did it. He's going to circle back to the bottom, maybe even take this one to B now. Electronic again finds himself well and truly dug in up on that B side, but not actually able to finish the kill on towards Tarsin here. Leaves him with 19 points of health. But Well did it still seems to be fairly adamant here to pressure towards B. Tarsin actually backed away. I think he's even towards bank or, yeah, very, very close to there. So Well did it will be able to move on towards his site. And Markelov and Blade will bring it up.
Accidentally double faked the CTs there, making them rotate back and forth because they left the bomb at T-spawn. Pretty funny to see. Looks like all of the members now have regrouped towards B and now they just trade out and take this. I don't think Tarsin on 19 HP can pull this one out.
Not after losing Stefan there up on the high ground. Well did it again with the AWP, and there's Blade to finish it off. 4-0 here for FlipSide. The first gun round goes by with not too much of an incident here. FlipSide able to control this one fairly well. Crystal had an opportunity there and through toilets, but when you can only trade out there in a situation where you could be in a good position to stymie the T side, especially pushing towards A, was no good. So he's having a better game. Markelov as well.
I like what we're seeing from Electronic here. Like, he's taking risks, you know? Like, he's going a bit out of that Blade restrictive low-risk Counter-Strike, and he's taking map territory, which is something that's really good for FlipSide. It's giving them a chance to, you know, work around the map and poke and prod, and if he keeps that up, it'll be nice to see, because I don't remember Shara really, you know, being too aggressive of a player, and maybe that's what FlipSide have needed.
It's interesting, actually, because Blade is quite heavy-handed when it comes to how he manages his team and how he sort of likes to play the game. I remember speaking to him as well, trying to have a sort of a normal conversation with him, but he wasn't about it. He did want to discuss very much the tactical side of what FlipSide were up to there. It seems very important to him. So early on, Marquez falling there, well done with the AWP for Party. It's definitely not Stefan's birthday, that's for sure. Waylander going to be able to pressure down as well. Tarsin falls. Lol, though, gets himself into a decent position. That's the player you want to take down. Gets himself an AWP and able to keep FlipSide at arm's length, at least in this position now. The bomb still being dropped back. Crystal will have to attend towards the B side at some point here. As FlipSide are already making inroads. Blade unsure if that bomb's recovered. You know, there's always going to be a thought in the back of your head there. If you are FlipSide, it's like, have they found our bomb yet? Because we tend to leave it so far back. And that's a cheap kill where they're going the way of Penta.
They could find themselves in trouble if they keep doing this and Penta get map control, because it's going to mean while they go back to get that bomb, somebody has to stop watching a part of the map. So timing could play a factor when the player is running back to get the bomb. And they're doing a lot of damage with this eco so far.
Well, I mean, the AWP of LoL definitely making it count. Crystal with an AK, so Penta have everything they really need in this situation. 2 Molotovs, for whatever use that may sort of come to in the end. They're going to let them go now, at least both of them coming out. Blade inside pit, got a position to sort of jump up on this situation. He's going to see Crystal as he crosses, but not enough damage being done. In fact, none at all. Now, the Molotov burns in front of Blade. He goes low, but not low enough. Crystal gets him eventually with the Molotov, but Markloff is there to shut things down and make sure this doesn't go any further than it should. So 5 rounds for FlipSide on the board here, Chad, but we've seen a couple situations in which Penta have been able to bring it close, but their eco round there was far more successful than their gun round, but prior, another chance perhaps to try and do a little bit better than that round number 4.
I noticed that last night as well, that Penta had pretty good like eco or force buy rounds compared to some of their gun rounds, and I don't know if it's a mentality thing or what, but they seem to be more effective, you know, when they have nothing to lose, which is, maybe they should play their gun rounds like that, and they might have won on the board so far.
Lol, the timing now, so Mike S, should I say, the timing wasn't great. He's trying to peek in towards underpass, and Markloff had already sent a flash in his direction. Electronic likes to establish these positions here and just sort of sit and wait, but that flash is really going to hurt, and Tarsin does the duty, the dirty work. Let it be that way. That was easy enough, of course, as Electronic could not see a thing. A Molotov for Blade, just to know he's not going to get pushed by short there, as he does tend a little bit more towards the middle of the map. Again, the bomb, if you see on the minimap, being left well and truly back here for FlipSide. They're not convinced, and this is very much the Blade style of CS here. They're going to make sure they have their bets hedged correctly, and they know which option they can take.
This is also an issue with that bomb. I keep harping on about it, but if they made 2 quick picks on one part of the map and they wanted to take that site really quickly, they're not going to be able to do it. They're going to have to leave members back to wait for the guy while he runs back to get that bomb. And I would like to see it a little bit closer, you know, maybe even above the ladder would be a better position than, you know, that deep.
No one with it in hand. It's Markloff that eventually went back to pick it up there as well. That slower style of FlipSide now. We're starting to see the more lethal edge to it revealed later into the round, but they are at a man disadvantage here. And Penta are going to be ready to respond to this. They're pressuring both sides almost simultaneously here, but it's just welded out on his own towards A. He's hoping to get something going on, but no, Marquez shuts him down. Marquez won't see a lot of other action going on. He'll be able to tell the rest of his team that the action is going down. At B is Stefan now. Will be waiting to receive as Lol and Waylander do trade their lives out. Bomb goes down. Stefan unsuccessful in any attempt to throw the spanner in the works, but it's still a man advantage here for Penta. They're still keeping themselves ahead of the game with Lol finding Markloff. Blade is in the pit here, going to be surrounded in just a few moments. The bomb was down, but this will be Penta's first chance to break into the game.
Blade doesn't really have any hope here. Yeah, going to get found pretty easily. Penta played that well. They had, you know, they had that sewer control, so they knew, you know, we can get that flank in, and just a matter of time before they found those last 2 players. I would like to see, you know, when you go down a man on the T side, you can just group up and you can still just walk to a bomb site as a pack, and you know you're only going to, if you went to A, it's highly likely that you're only going to find 2 guys there. So if you just walked as a pack, you could trade out successfully and get the site and put yourself in, you know, potentially a 2v2 situation. When you spread out like that, like World Edit's so committed into that A site, sure, you know, he held Mike S there for a little bit longer, but the inevitable happened and Penta were able to trade out the round and take it pretty easily in the end.
Why are you doing that? Why are you sending that one AWP player over towards A when you've got 3 players pressuring B as the T side team?
Maybe he was just like, I'm too committed, I'm going to go for a pick. At that point, I'm not sure. Like, the AWP is what you want to entry into sites. Well, definitely the way that FlipSide play, so it's weird not to have him with the pack, but here we go. World Edit, there he is with an entry.
Yeah, that was over on B here. Crystal, though, going to hold the fort for now in party. Waylander will try to press him through the smoke. He doesn't quite have the angle. Had to go for the off flick, and Crystal finds him again. 2 players down for FlipSide through the middle of the map. Now, this should certainly whittle down their opportunities a little bit here. Well, it still fancies, again, splitting off from, well, to a degree at least, from the rest of his team, but Markloff is going to be an underpass here. FlipSide still would like to pressure a bit of a man advantage at where they can on the map. But after those 2 kills, Crystal has looped back around, and he's got himself set up in the toilet block here. So no easy picks for FlipSide at this stage. They're hoping to play 2 players up here. They've got the utility to work this one out, Chad. They've got 5 flashes to try and pressure Crystal. Do they check this, though? Surely you checked it. They don't. And it's going to be Electronic now on his own. Well did it. And Markaloff actually fell earlier on there. That was Mike S over on the ace side. 1 man up against 3, and it's not going to be remotely enough. Not close for FlipSide there.
Penta did as well last night as like versus Na'Vi. They play quite aggressive, and what happens is when you get a pick and don't die, you can fall back into a better line, and they have to clear all the angles for you. But FlipSide didn't even bother checking the toilets there, and peekaboo, there's Crystal.
5 flashes between them.
Yeah, no need to make any noise, boys. Let's just walk into his crosshair.
Well, sometimes with FlipSide, the way that they play these rounds out so slowly, they don't always have the time to check every corner. But now they're going to be a little bit more expedient about this whole process. Stefan now going to be forced back by Molotov and gunned down as the flames lick at his corpse. Lol, though, trying to respond. He finds Waylander, and now we're looking at Tarsync here after Lol already found 2. You can see the kill feed filling up here. So some initial damage was done. FlipSide managed to penetrate this side, and that's well there again. Pistol work, P250 headshots. Chad, I know you love them, but Lol will eventually shut this party down. 4 kills for him for the round.
Pretty easy mop up there in the end. I like the change of pace. I wish they'd do it with guns, you know. Give us a little bit of action with those rifles, a hard B or a set B execute off the bat. Something a little bit, you know, something that FlipSide aren't really known for would be a nice change.
Do you think that's a real big problem for them? The fact that they always want to play it out quite slow and methodical. Do you think they benefit from throwing in some fast executes here and there, or is this just their style?
Yeah, well, even like Na'Vi, who we say these guys are the mini Na'Vi, they know that they need to throw in, you know, speed and set executes off the bat occasionally. So FlipSide, they must know that it's a part of the game, but it's just something they seem to avoid. I can't really put my finger on why. Maybe that's just the way Blade sees the game being played. You know, it's like chess. We make one move, they make another, and we go from there. There's a lot of, you rely on, you know, random picks or random timings or luck in rushes sometimes. You know, you catch a player off guard or somebody's not watching, and there's always that element to a rush that you can't quantify. When you play slow, you know what's happening. You know you're checking your corners, you're getting your map territory and all that kind of stuff.
FlipSide would like to be quite thorough, but again, a minute left in this round here, so they've already squandered, well, not squandered, but they've used half of it. The egg timer is ticking, no doubt about it here. Electronic will be the man to go first here. He's joined by Waylander or Weldetter, but this is not still what you'd call a fast execute. This is slow. They still haven't really put any of this limited utility to the test. Now some of these smokes are going to be coming in now, and a Molotov in towards the toxic corner. Stefan wasn't standing there anyway, but Crystal found one in towards middle, so player picking out of overpass, or underpass, should I say. And Waylander finds Tarsync though. Markaloff with control now of the middle of the map. He finds Crystal, and Stefan has the challenge here as well. He's running out of teammates. Can't quite see through the smoke. Can't even find Waylander there. Electronic was ready to receive and managed to finish the job quite admirably. Now 2v4. I'll make it a 1v4. Nice work by Electronic there. Managing to protect the bomb area quite effectively.
See, FlipSide seemed like they had a plan then, right? They definitely wanted to go towards B. They had the bomb. They had numbers towards B, and that's what they wanted to do. The other rounds, it just looks like they're defaulting, aiming to wait for pushes and then collect map territory, and it hasn't been working for them. So if they go into the rounds, they can still go slow, but at least have a game plan. You know, have a goal from the start. Understand that you could get pushed or you know, attacked from other parts of the map, but you know, with intent, I think they'll do better.
Are you more likely to go for just a stack of defaults against a team you maybe don't have a lot of information on, or maybe haven't done your homework on? Like, for example, FlipSide don't know much about Penta. Do you think they're going to lean on a default more?
Well, this is something which I want to talk about earlier, is that if you're in a match like this, or any match, one team is going to play their style. If both teams play their style, then whichever style's better will prevail. But sometimes people counter and they go with gambit plays or whatever to catch people off guard. But it looks like both teams right now are playing the same style that I've seen them in the past. So I don't think FlipSide are doing anything unusual for them, and nor are Penta. But if FlipSide, you know, now it looks like they're adapting to play with more intent as opposed to just doing those defaults. So I don't think, if you consider yourself the better team, then you're going to play your style no matter what.
Interesting angle there for World Edit, though. Finds Crystal. There's definitely a stylistic tendency here, but Marquez is able to respond fairly nicely. There's two players stacked up on long there, Lol being the more forward one behind the tree. He got peppered earlier on in this same position, but this time things working out a little bit better for him. Goes for the peak there as well and gets on towards Waylander. That's 2, and that is going to cut FlipSide down on this part of the map pretty severely. Markelov, a flash over the top. Will he challenge his corner? No, just wants the bomb, just in case someone was coming to try and hold the tight angle. He will back away here and try and work with the electronic. Just 2 players left, but selecting a bomb site like B wouldn't be terrible in this situation for them. It's not exactly a stark presence for FlipSide over on that part of the map, nor is it for Penta. Don't have a lot of people dug in close on that site. Tarsin, in fact, he is there in a safe position. It's unlikely he really challenges this. Just tries to pass over any of the word that's going on. So with a smoke, you can essentially cut that part of the map off. You can get yourself at least a plant here for FlipSide. But Stefan has now made his way up on towards that crow's nest. He saw electronic. He was on his screen so blatantly there, but misses the first couple of shots. Still knows he's there at the very least, and a 2v2 up on this site. Bomb going to go down, though. Penta have allowed this to happen.
It's quite clear that they want to play retake on this B site, so FlipSide should make a move here. They're not going to. They're just going to play standout and hope they make the kills, but you need to be proactive in this situation because Penta clearly want to play retake, and you're playing into their hands by falling back, sitting back. You need to maybe go for a double peek or something because they're coming to the side here, and Stefan not going to get that kill.
The spray from Markelov, just desperately hoping those last couple of bullets would hit the head, just peeking above the concrete, but no, they do fall wide and he falls down. It's going to be another round coming up here for Penta. And they're more than happy to play the slow, methodical retake scenario there as FlipSide were already with that man disadvantage. Just let the time tick down, play the war of attrition, and they come out on top here. So, relatively close game here, some back and forth stuff. That being said, FlipSide losing those 2 players, or 3 towards long there as well. They should be starting to realize that Penta do put a lot of emphasis on that part of the map. They put 1 to 2 players on long. Often it's Lol up front here. They did this even in the pistol round to try and catch FlipSide off.
They're picking map territory and they're taking it early. As a unit, you know, they've been taking that sewer section at B, or like you said, they've been stacking towards long at A. So it's almost a gamble as where you're going to send your players and how many you're going to be confronted with. And we saw Na'Vi struggle with that last night. Like, they didn't have a great T side. It was the CT side which pushed them across on this map. And if FlipSide can get maybe 7 rounds, I think maybe even 6 they'd be happy with. But that 7 round will be icing on the cake, I think. They've had a pretty good half so far.
So winning the first 5 there for FlipSide was a good start. So Penta are able to break back in and just try and halt this advance a little bit. And you see that now in this round. I mean, we didn't really talk about it, but it's been a couple pistols brought up here for FlipSide, mixed in with a couple of AKs. So neither team really has a steady economy because of the nature of these rounds been back and forth. But Marquez looks to try and even the lead. He actually doesn't connect that first shot. Stefan takes a bit of damage, but Crystal always lurking off towards the side. The right-hand man of Marquez gets it done. Somehow, Lol finds himself in an incredibly compromising position there and towards the middle of the map, and he can't escape. Waylander finds him with the pistol. And this is FlipSide buying in with arguably less to work with, and they managed to make it an even game at 3-3. They still have an AWP to play around, but so does Marquez. And that grenade as well. Gonna shave a little bit of health off Waylander.
I was about to call them out for bad trading on the T side there, but they traded from like different angles. They weren't together to clear out those zones, but they were still able to trade from their positions on the map, which, you know, it's not ideal. You kind of want a buddy to help you get that kill. And they're going to make their way into the A site really easily now. There's 2 crisp frags, and Stefan with a lot to do. Has utility to work with, though.
And the Molotov does go out. He's got a couple of flashes to, you know, facilitate his approach towards his side now. One does come out. He sees a player towards Bank, or at least he possibly should have there. Trying to spray in the direction of Optimus, but Waylander a little bit too sharp in this particular round. He's gotten himself 3 at that. Nice push there for FlipSide on towards that A side. This time, the long presence wasn't nearly as strong, and Crystal was only able to get himself that 1 kill. Lol might have been trying to assist them maybe from underpass and work his way through here, but 7-4 it is. That's the icing on the cake, Chad.
Well, they're going to get another one, I think, here. The money for Penta is in the bin, as I say. Not looking too good. They've got a couple of pistols and a couple of flashes, but it's going to be hard to get something done here. Full utility on FlipSide, and if they take this methodically like they have been, they should be able to clear out these close angles with Molotovs and make their way onto a site.
I mean, that's kind of one thing that kind of works in FlipSide's favor here. Their style is pretty darn good at dealing with, you know, entrenched CTs with less good weapons, I suppose. But sometimes they don't check these corners. Remember that round earlier on, they had the flash, and again, they're going to get cut down here. Marquez coming through, but Welder gets himself 2. It's going to be Marquez falls as the bullet comes through Tarsin's backside and lands in towards him. Bit messy, but they'll take it. Only losing Waylander for that one. They'd like to make it a cleaner round, but close to the end of the half and looking down the barrel of their 8th, they really can't be complaining too much.
It looks like FlipSide only want to go aggressive when they have almost nothing to lose, or that you know, they have a clear advantage. So the 2 times we've seen them go fast is they took an eco onto the B side, and this time, you know, they know that Penta on eco and they're going fast long. Long is probably the best spot to go, especially when you have AKs and AWPs, because you can take the long range duels. You're not too worried about the pistols. You finish them off pretty easily, and that's what they did too.
Well, they checked the corner this time. Didn't need a flash to do it, but, you know, expecting, of course, Penta not really having a heck of a lot to work with here. So this is sort of the first time for the half that FlipSide's economy has stabilized, barring the sort of first 5 rounds where they managed to get ahead. And it's almost done already. Only a couple more rounds of this one. 3 to be exact now. Round 13 coming through, and Penta again, that's that double eco territory that you hate to see teams get put in, but that is exactly where Penta exists right now. 3 kits of armor and 4 flashes to work with now. So again, they're going to stack long out, like they kind of have been the whole game really in any round where they're behind. So a little bit predictable maybe, because FlipSide have just walked in towards the B side and they've claimed it as their own.
Electronics has pushed right up again. They've got all this information. They know they're not here. So at this point, now they've seen the Deagle, they're going to assume another eco, and it's just battening down the hatches now and waiting for Penta to try and retake us. Wow, World is going to smash off Crystal's head there. See you later, mate.
Yeah, oh mate, thought he could have a couple peeks with the Deagle. No good. Michael off in a decent position for a bit of a spray down. Yep, that's 2 already falling. Now will be challenged out by a couple more, but Lol manages to get the better of him. The 5-7 gets the job done, but guess who's on the other side of the door? It's not Johnny, it's World Edit. But he gets shut in his face. Mike S, very audacious play. They're coming out there with the pistol, and Mike S surely shouldn't be hitting this one now. Being sprayed down, had the armor in hand. Any extra damage that Penta can really do at this stage will be good. Might be a cheeky flash through the window just in case anyone tries to challenge, but no, Blade Ops to just back away. So we've had enough for today. Probably he would be the least likely to take unnecessary challenges, but Lol catches Waylander out. FlipSide cut down to 2 guns by the end of the round. I guess the silver lining is that, plus the fact that Penta get to buy back in here, but you know, it doesn't really do much to slow FlipSide down, Shab, when they can probably just buy back again.
Yeah, the only help is if they do lose this round, 2 of their players are going to have a bit more money going into the last. Yeah, the silver lining is, you know, we're going to have an extra gun or 2 if we struggle right now, but I want to see something fast out of FlipSide. Give me something exciting, FlipSide. Come on. Nope. Oh well.
You might be asking too much. I can just see Blade's head shaking slowly back and forth like the Bond villain I always thought he was born to be. Has a look for it, but World Edit having to back away there. Molotov just at his feet. Stefan and Tarsin with fairly aggressive positions over on the B side there, willing to just fight off any interlopers.
They have taken map control earlier, which is good to see. Means that now they can waste out utility from Penta quicker, because if you know a team's going to play slow, you just start to hold on to your utility. This is a good way to keep them honest, showing a bit of map presence earlier in the round, and this boost by Electronic could be cheeky here. He's seen him. Nice frag onto Stefan.
Yeah, always a bit of an entry. Maybe that killer edge coming in with Electronic that FlipSide have been looking for, a team that's usually quite subdued, sometimes by necessity, sometimes by strategy. Now Electronic showing a little bit of that aggression. Maybe the X factor they've been waiting for so long. Mike S was in a decent spot, but it's a very tight angle to make, and he does miss it. Lol looks to try and challenge his side out yet again. It's a shoulder peek from Blade, just a tickle there, enough to keep Lol on the tips of his toes. And in the meantime, the rest of FlipSide sneak on in. Lol, the spray down, working out for him this time. But Mike S and Lol just stacked together here as well. Don't really fancy a boost.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to sit in that Molotov either. Should like be easy to defend after plant. They don't have a lot of utility to hold them back with, but, you know, Mike S on 18 HP, he can't take one wrong pick or he's out.
Time ticking down now, bomb ticking away. World Edit finds Crystal on the top, so that was maybe the chance, the opening there, just to get rid of the backstop on the side and allow for Penta to actually get a bit more aggressive, but Lol actually takes a big old step back, but Waylander takes a bit of real estate of his own. Now Mike on his own with 18.
He was running away before the team had even decided if they were saving or going for it, so he had made up his mind, and the other 2 were kind of committed to that. Not what you want to see.
Yeah, you think if Mike S had made it clear that he was backing away that was saving, that Lol wouldn't have even bothered challenging or staying around. But Electronic does fall. Catches an AWP bullet mid-flight there as Mike S sees him come across, but again, flips up with their 9th now. This T-side's starting to blow out even more, and Mike S no AWP. Bit of money here, dude, but like you said, they had made a little bit in the previous rounds, but pretty dire for Penta here.
I'm just frustrated at why he chose to save so close. He knew that there were 2 players committed in the B bomb site because they killed his teammates. He could have run long, he could have run to playground, he could have got right out of there. Instead, he stayed in a close range position and he gets punished for it. He would have had enough money to drop his teammate a gun here and they could have bolstered their weaponry. Unfortunately, though, they're stuck with a MP7, and that's not a gun you ever want to buy, not even on the anti-ecos.
Yeah, well, Stefan hoping to make some use of it there. It's going to require him to be pretty darn close to his assailant. Speaking of getting close, Lol hoping to do just that against Markelov, but the patience from this man paying off well. There were 2 other Penta players waiting inside underpass, but they're not going to challenge that. It's just too risky. Flash in. Markelov almost implying that he would leave.
No, Mark's always there. He's such an annoying lurker in the connector as well as drop zone on Cobble. It's just, he's resilient in the fact that he's like, this is my spot of the map. I'm not going to help my teammates. I'm just here. This is my zone.
Hard to play into there as well, as often as CTs want to slow things down. Oh, okay, Crystal. Let's see what you've got, mate. Finds the head of World Edit there, but Blade being a little bit more patient. Nicely done. A single tap towards the head. Crystal falls, and now with 3 left. That SMG still in the hand of Stefan hasn't been put to much use as of yet. Obviously, he needs to be tucked in relatively close there. Electronic, though, this time unable to make any inroads over towards his B side. So now, a pause for thought, perhaps, for FlipSide. A smoke over towards the B. That may not be where they're going. That might just be to keep someone there at least.
Tarson has the information to know that they're not going B, at least from T-spawn anyway. There is a small chance they'll go connected, but he can see that now. And the flashes come in onto A. Mike's going to have to do a lot here.
He does well. He finds Markov to start things off here. Blade response comes straight through over the top now. A 2v2. Bomb yet to be planted on a Molotov just off towards the side of Waylander. It means he can't come forward, but he's happy with that for now. He doesn't really have any reason to get too aggressive. And Tarsin, from behind, made the big loop-de-loop, comes up behind Waylander and takes him out. So now Blade's in a very compromising position. We probably hope Optimus could transform right now and protect him, but it's not going to be the case. And finally, Stefan chimes on in there, gets the round 1 for Penta, a 5-round margin here. Coming in towards halftime. Haven't seen a lot from Penta here, to be honest with you, Chad. Couple rounds here and there, but FlipSide have started to show us a little bit more depth as they figure Penta out.
Well, like we said, Penta seemed to be playing better when they were on the force buys or low gun rounds, and once again they won around with not as well utility as they would have liked. And the thing is with these guys, they're annoying on their CT side to verse. They're not fundamentally sound, you know. They rely on people getting aggressive and making frags. It doesn't look like they have a solid hold. They would always lose a player before a side execute came in, and maybe that was their plan. You don't really want a team who's well drilled like FlipSide executing you on all the time. But, you know, at least try it once, see what happens.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of that one. Perhaps in the second half now, as Penta are going to be shifting onto the other side of the coin. It's going to be the T side for them now, as we'll leave you with a couple nice moments from the half that was. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It is a bit of a battle of the bunnies here towards the lower table here in the ESL Pro League. FlipSide versus Penta. first half, T-side for FlipSide getting themselves 10 rounds there as well. Couple frustrating moments for you watching there, Chad, as well. But in general, we've seen FlipSide manage to make their style work against Penta, who have been a little bit in disarray at times.
Which is surprising because Penta have put up some good results versus harder opponents.
Most of the top teams they've played have gone to at least 13 rounds on their side.
Yeah, and I looked at FlipSide's results just before we started, and they've only had 3 games that have gone double digits out of 10, which is...
They've been thrown in the bin.
Pretty appalling.
Yeah.
If they can reinvigorate with electronics, it'll be good to see, though, because they do have that major spot after all, and they have basically from now until then to fix their team. And if he's one piece of the puzzle that they need, then, hey, sure, let's do it.
It's a lot of development really required, though, if you look at it this way. I mean, even last season, FlipSide were not great in the Pro League, but definitely sort of performing better than we've sort of seen them thus far. I mean, Penta as well getting decent results against some top teams. They pushed Na'Vi, if I recall, on Cobblestone fairly hard. So there's a team that has potential here, but perhaps it's more about taking their opponents by surprise. This would be a good half to do it, though. Here's fun as we jump into the pistol. It's Penta on the T side.
Well, look, if they want to avoid the last place and getting relegated from the league, they have to win both these maps. So FlipSide, there's a lot more on the line than you know, bringing in a new player. We need to be in Pro League next season, and they need to start here.
That's it. No better spot to really develop yourself. Speaking of which, of course, FlipSide are playing in the ECS Development League as well, if I'm not mistaken, with some weird results as well. We won't go into that now, though. We can talk about it later on. Well did it, though. Nade does tickle him early on in the round here. As Penta not really decided quite yet. They've taken control of the middle of the map here. That's definitely step number 1 for the T side. And now they have underpass control. They may just want to push on towards B. Yeah. Stefan's already been waiting.
Going to be a B hit here.
Ducking away. Crystal gets the shots in though, and Markloff now ready to receive, but doesn't really hit any of the crucial shots. Marquez has no idea where he shot him from there, and he does fall, but Crystal responds rather quickly now with just 2 players left. Crystal with 3 for the round. Definitely the instigator. Flash comes in, Blade gets 1. Slow and steady wins the race here for Blade, but unfortunately the game just gets away from the pace. Maybe too much now. Way better in a 1v2. Not sure who to shoot at. Doesn't really matter as Crystal, again, another kill for him. 4 for the round.
Yeah, the aggression there going connector and making that frag towards A, it just puts the FlipSide rotation in disarray. And what happened was FlipSide went for aggressive information at B by checking through Monster, and they saw nothing. So once that frag happened towards A, the rotations automatically came in, and B was pretty much open for the taking, and Crystal getting 4 kills always helps.
It's been a quiet game for Stefan, I'll be honest with you. 2 kills for him in the last few rounds or so. Not been great, but again, lol, you expect to sort of see him up the top of the scoreboard, and he always is the power fragger. Often coming out of these rounds with 2, maybe 3, and a chance for him to do so yet again. It was well down at just peeking around the corner, daring some of the challenge, and lol is more than happy to stand up and fight. Wow, nicely done. Blade is going to crumple there under the shots he puts in towards him. Headshot to finish the job. And well did it already, losing 2 teammates. He's not going to fancy hang around for too much longer, but Electronic, you see he might have his hackles up in this situation. He's got a deagle in hand and some armor. But Penta now, first couple of kills come in. They've got a lot of time to work with. They're not really like FlipSide in that they do leave themselves a reasonable buffer of time. They're more than happy to be decisive. And they're going to group up in towards mid. Markloff and Electronic want to work from the side, maybe working from toilets. Markloff still not quite in position to assist Electronic. Get a lot of information here. He can also get cut down awfully fast. He wasn't spotted.
Oh, wow.
Or was he?
No, that's unlucky. I think if you're going to do that, at least go with numbers. You know, Worlded it could have pushed as well. For some reason, he's sitting there jumping at the truck, letting his 2 teammates push up. Probably raging and rushing or something.
Well, didn't go much better for Worlded. I mean, Worlded still sat here. Markloff also was kind of out of position. But there it is. Probably Ukrainian, to be fair.
No, Worlded, it's Russian.
Is he?
Yeah. The Blade?
These guys, no, they communicate in...
I don't know.
What do they communicate in?
They talk something.
Because we've seen actually teams who none of them have been sort of English first language speakers. They're all switched towards English because sometimes it's more efficient to speak in English as a language you're not too fluent in, so you're not saying unnecessary things. I know a lot of French teams also sometimes say there's a lot of chatter going on. I just bring that as an example as I've spoken to some players. So, well, I have to wonder, but yeah, maybe a bit of rage. There wasn't too much the world ever could have done about that one. And Penta have got a chance to break back into this game now. Pressure towards underpass. It pays off, but they still have to trade a few players in. As Electronic and Markloff now with nothing to work with.
Penta are going into the weirdest part of the map aggressively. Like, if you placed a couple of pistols in toilets, or if you even got someone in connector early, like they did, and you let them come in, you've got some awesome crossfires already set up, but it looks like keep taking the longer range battle versus the rifles or SMGs, which, you know, they're going to be successful. Well, I think not the round we just saw, the round before that, I think Waylander got caught out because they were set up with a crossfire there with Blade, but Waylander was overextending or he stayed peeking for too long and he just got insta-dinked and dead. So that was probably the plan. It just didn't unfold that way.
Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. The best laid plans often don't have the most crystal clear results. Now, smoke over in towards mid. For Crystal, definitely a rehearsed one there. Smoke straight in towards the toilet block here, and Blade backing off. You can see well deaded off towards his side to flank him. But Penta seem to be set on B at this stage. They got the utility to make a full execute of it. I'm going to see this Molotov now start to rain on in. Not really ones that you want to be enjoying. You don't want to frolic through this particular rain now as Electronic makes his way up. Very aggressive position here on the site, and he's managed to avoid a lot of this peripheral damage coming in from the utility that Penta have tried to pave their way with. And now Blade challenges out. Only gets himself one, but Electronic's there. It's a trade back and forth. Penta are probably happy with this now. And even on top of that, well dead, it falls to Crystal. Not good at all for Flipside.
These are the two options I was talking about. Last half, we saw Flipside do the slow bleed out of utility and then hit the site once they have nothing left. Penta went for the execute onto the side. Oh.
Not bad. All right, Mark off on Waylander, try him back in. Turn it back around.
That's not what I was expecting. I was basically saying Penta had that in the bag because they went with the other method, which was do a full execute onto the side, use your excess utility to push them back and out of position. You know, you only have to deal with maybe the occasional flash or maybe one smoke, because you saw there that Flipside didn't have a lot to defend that site with. It was just flashes. But Waylander and Markloff were like, well, this is easy. We'll just walk in and shoot people in the head. Always a good way to win a round.
Yeah, well, I mean, Markloff had, I think it was Waylander actually had a decent angle. It came from Monster, I think, so up behind. And got in towards the canals, so Goodly. Sick, Mitch. Nicely played there from Flipside. It was the way that I responded towards the push on towards the site. Can't really complain about that one, even though maybe the circumstances that got them there were confusing. No one says Goodly in 2016, but that's fine. Blade straight through. It is. It's an old English word, but I definitely didn't mean to say it that way, I'll be honest with you. Blade, they're going to get cut down. Tarston aggressors. Markloff there, not in the best position. And we saw Get Right get pretty much like a 3K with pistol from that one in earlier rounds, but this time it's being checked properly by Penta. Again, aggressive. They're chomping at the bit here to take this ground, and they are pushing forward. Bomb being planted. Well did it, none the wiser to this. He wouldn't even have heard it from where he was. And now Stefan be safe behind the pillar. Would hate to give up yet another death. As I said, it's been a quieter affair from this newest edition for Penta.
That pit position Crystal's in, it's really hard to weed someone out from you. I just say it's the caster curse. He just runs in and shoots him. Nobody was watching anything, and yeah, cool. Just leave Crystal to watch both entrances to the B site. Fantastic work, Penta. That's just what you want to do.
Brilliant. Stefan now flashed away, backed away, and sort of cut down there. Waylander got a pressure onto him now. Bomb's still down, so a chance if Molotov gets a decent spray. He's been the man saving Penta in so many of these situations. Peaks, good timing there. Well did it. Actually had him in his sights, but then he flicks away, makes a move, and Lowell gets on top of him there. A round that maybe Penta had not much business winning after the fact, but still they get away with it, despite some weird positioning over on that B side of the after plant. The Germans take it.
I don't know. Those last two rounds were backwards. That doesn't make much sense to me. They should have won opposite rounds there, but now Flipside, they're on the eco. They've upgraded a couple of armor and stuff here. Oh no, they're force bought. If I hit tab, that'll show me their financial situation. They've actually force bought into this, which the reason you do this is because you know that you have Penta's economy almost on the ropes and that you're confident that you could grab it with pistols, but they had limited success on their 2 eco rounds earlier. So a big risk here because, you know, you have the lead still, and by doing this, you're going to blow it. It's going to be 11-11 if these don't go your way.
And yeah, and their economy, like you said, it's going to be buggered after this one, no doubt about it. I mean, at least Blade can find Crystal there, but it's not really a positive trade, especially as CT's especially essentially underarmed. So Penta, they've had enough. Their foray in towards the B site was relatively successful. Crystal got 2 before he went down, and now they might try a little bit of a different angle. Waylander, not quite sure which one that's going to be here. He probably can't even hear what's going on now, but he will more likely be the first point of contact now as Flipside will see Penta come through. The flash should give a lot of the game away, and Waylander is more than happy to give this ground up. So Penta, they take control of this part of the map now. Mike S into towards toilets, and we'll see how they want to push forth from here as Waylander gets spotted.
It's good for Waylander to fall to the side and try and use that range of the deagle, but these AKs, you know, you can't overstay your welcome. You're going to get one shot in the head, and that'll be the end of you. However, Penta slowed it down. They could have continued at the pace that they were using earlier on, and they would already be in the side. Oh, there it is. Crisp 1 dig.
Not too bad there. Waylander obviously using it as a bit of a budget AWP in some cases. Now, might look for the more brute force approach, getting up close. Lowell falls down, and this is not right for Penta. The wheels are falling off the truck as Orbit Stefan sprays down on Blade, and now Waylander, the last man there. They should know that Waylander is close by. They should know he was the man getting the kills earlier on. But Waylander, that's an interesting thing to turn around and see. He's going to make it work. Not quite. but good enough here for FlipSide as they did have to try and force into it. But Chad, money-wise, yeah, not good. Now, of course, they're going to probably have to give up yet another round here. And not quite enough damage done to Penta's economy. They can still spread that around their players to a great degree.
Yeah, they're feeling comfortable now, and it's highly likely, they'll be thinking it's highly likely FlipSide will take the eco. The FlipSide are committed, you know, they could have just gone for the force buy again, but Electronic and Markloff are pretty much broke.
Well, yeah, it's a flash for World Edit, a couple of upgraded pistols here, but this is what FlipSide knew they were going to. They sort of committed themselves to this potential reality, buying up in the previous round. Sometimes you just got to risk it to get the biscuit. This time, though, you're not even getting crackers. It's going to be Blade. Does spot a player there as LOL. A couple shots is enough for him to get away. So that's going to be radioed frantically back to his team, no doubt about it. Blade more than happy to give some ground here. Allow Penta to get up close. Now, these pistols obviously going to be far more effective if FlipSide actually opt to use them in close quarter scenarios, which they haven't done in a lot of their pistol rounds.
The way that the pistols, the eco rounds work, or the way that they're successful, is because somebody makes a really good individual play, right? You either need to come up with an awesome eco strat, you know, with like good positioning, crossfires, boosts, whatever, or someone just has to go ham. And when you have two dudes on USPs, it's not highly likely.
No, not much ham in that sandwich, that's for sure. Well, a lot of crushed up World Edit, that's for sure. He gets going to cut down there as Stefan presses his way forward. Christopher looks towards the pit player, but gets peeked by Blade at just the right time. Not too bad, but a response was always going to be forthcoming here from the majority German squad. Bomb to go down. Waylander has been relaxing a little bit there at topside. Now realizes he needs to come down and try and make something happen. At least he's not playing with the revolver anymore, Chad. That's something.
Yeah, well, I just want to quickly touch on this. So, FlipSide, they force bought on the second round, right? Which meant the first gun round, World Edit didn't even have any form of armor. A lot of the players on FlipSide didn't have that much utility to work with. They managed to scrape that round through, but then their economy was still so bad because they only had 2 players survive. Going into the next gun round where Penta could still buy, they didn't have all the utility and guns that they needed to defend, you know, 2 in a row. And now they're feeling the wrath of that. I'm a bit of a traditionalist, you know. I'd like to see just pistols bought up. Just don't worry about that armor on the CT side. If you lose pistol, just concede those 2. That's probably a quitter's attitude, but if you don't have extraordinary firepower, which FlipSide unfortunately doesn't, you should play the conservative style of Counter-Strike.
Well, in this day and age, it's funny how it's changed. You know, we talked about, especially French sides, you know, there was that period where they force bought all the time and it worked for them for so long and everyone was such a fan of it. And then it stopped working and then everyone was like, stop this is ridiculous Counter-Strike, this is not going to work. And then we saw the decline of a lot of our French teams there as well. I think back to ESL 1 Cologne, not the most recent one, but the one prior to that there, if you remember Envy. Being towards top of the tables, there was such a thing that was done, but now not so much anymore. So perhaps we're making a return to the old ways. Penta, though, have control, I guess, of this underpass yet again. So FlipSide, really no inclination to try and wrest that out of their control. They're happy enough there to just sit. And we'll be working through the riddle of the map here. World Edit will be looking straight at them here with the AWP. He's set up to sort of receive this one. And even a smoke towards long. Just to cut that one off, at least for the moment. Allow him to maybe use that as an angle, get a wider angle towards toilets or even just around the corner. We may see Penta start to pull the trigger here, though, with a bit of an execute. That'd be nice.
Yeah, Markloff is really, you know, set back in B, or they're hitting on A right now.
Yeah, they're going for a Blade, just walking through a bunch of players, didn't even know that LOL was going to be there to meet him. That was a very clean execute there. One shot from Tarsim was enough to deal with World at extreme range, even for an AK. Now, yeah, Electronic and Markloff with not much to do. They've sort of found themselves a B for the most part. They realized there's no point challenging this whatsoever. So Penta, big comebacks this half. This will be the 7th round, and only 1 for FlipSide on the CT side.
It was a different execute we saw there as well. You know, they put the smokes deeper. They didn't go for that wall of smokes across the site, which can cause a lot of chaos. The CTs can pop flash through it and, you know, catch you with your pants down, so to speak. And they just went for the deep smokes and then just traded out on the site, and, you know, it was very effective. They didn't lose any players. So if they can chase down Markloff and Electronic here, I'm going to say they basically won the game. I shouldn't be saying that this early, but I'm new to this casting thing, you know, so I'm going to make those kind of stupid statements.
You can make them, that's fine. I don't mind. Electronic, though, gets 2. I don't think he's willing to allow the game to be over just yet. I have to say, you know, amongst a middling, amongst a curious performance from FlipSide, Electronic has had his fair share of good moments. More so, though, on the T side, where he's sort of able to be a spearhead for FlipSide and actually bring some of that aggression that perhaps they were lacking in the past. Like I said, whether that's because it's the way they played or the way their players played. individually.
Well, it looks like FlipSide are playing scared. They had their B players cemented in the B side, and they had their A players doing the exact same thing. That gives you zero map information or territory. You're just sitting and waiting for an execute to come in and hoping that you have the tools necessary to deal with it. And Penta did that perfectly onto that A side just then, and FlipSide, even if they rotated, they couldn't have done anything. They didn't have any trades go their way.
Blade sees a wall of bullets come flying there from the bottom right. Flash out, checking the corners, giving themselves away to a degree, but they're okay with that, I believe. There's Tarsin, just a token amount of resistance now left for Penta, as they've sort of turned their mind to other things now. You can see via the minimap they're thinking about this B, but this is a much more slowly played out round for Penta, and it could be because of the fact that they've gained no information from being in underpass here. FlipSide were able to smoke it out and just sort of flash it through there and maybe imply the presence of more than one player. And Penta haven't really wanted to test it any further. So it'll be electronic here as well. Now, for all intents and purposes, all things being equal, there should be a Molotov thrown directly at him here. Yeah, eventually this, but the peak timing wasn't too bad. Not enough for him to get the kill, though. Markelov was already backtracking while he was trying to fight that one out. At least Worldeater gets himself one kill, but he's not in a great position to do much about it.
Wayland is timed out.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, you'd be really happy with a close match, and a round that could potentially turn the game, and you time out. I would tilt. My monitor would be in a few pieces right now.
Might probably be in my next door Yavi's backyard, to be honest.
You got a strong arm, huh? Been hitting the gym?
No, the window was right there, to be honest.
Okay.
My next door neighbour had plenty of issues with me playing games. It was actually got worse when I started shoutcasting from my bedroom back in Australia, because it's not as bad as in Germany, right? Because you literally live on top of people, right? I've got people banging my floor with their brooms when I'm casting sometimes at home, like tell me to shut up. So it's even worse here, but...
I hope you just get louder.
Oh, I thought about it, but they can call the police, apparently. That's the thing. I don't know. Everyone is quite sensible in this country, you know, just have a very reserved, polite until you piss them off remotely, and then it's game over. So Waylander comes back, but yeah, you'll get used to that. Germans are very direct, you know. It's funny. Things that maybe Aussies would think like, oh, you're taking the piss or you're actually getting mad. Germans aren't. They're just sort of saying it like it is.
They look at me like an alien when I'm walking around wearing my thongs.
Mate,
so.
my brother was here over winter, and he was still wearing thongs all through winter as well. It was like 0 degrees or something, and every person at the tram stop gave him this ridiculous look.
Your feet need to breathe.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We got real sick when he come back home, though, so maybe not ideal. We'll see what winter's like. But anyway, we're still into this one. We didn't actually have a pause. I was winding up for a big gas bag sesh with old mate Sponge, but we're actually going to be staying in this one, as Waylander has returned. But FlipSide find themselves with not a lot really to work with here. Scrabbling in the pockets, maybe some lint picked out of the belly button, Chad given it into the can depot to try and get some extra change, and they've got 1 AK.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. Penta are playing this really well now. It's a contrast to how they started this T-half, where they were very aggressive, running with SMGs, taking the jewels. And now they've slowed it down. They're playing more methodically. But as I say that, Worldeater's able to find a cheeky kill on Tarsin and hightail it out of there.
He's piecing out. Markelov forging forward a long way in towards underpass here. Now, happy enough with just picking up Tarsin's AK, reasonably so. Won't go any further than that now, as it's still a 4v4 and the rest of his team a little bit underarmed.
The ball's on Crystal. Like, I hated this map because the toilet section was, I can't use the language, but it wasn't a very nice place to be clearing out, especially on your own. And he's just pushing up by himself, nobody to trade, nobody to even help if he, cops a flash or anything. I don't get it. Like, this is where you lose an orb and the other team now gives it to a player and he gets 3 kills. And he's executing onto A by himself as a fake. What is going on?
Well, the fact that he's gotten into this position is ridiculous enough in itself now. You can actually see that Markelov rotated back for just a second until he realized what was happening. So now the real fight starts. Markelov trades out here. Electronic has to do a lot with this Deagle, and there's going to be a struggle there. 2 angles being covered by the Penta players, able to shut him down. Now Molotov up towards top side. Well, they're just going to stand and deliver. He's got no choice but to come forward. Somehow hits that shot on towards Lol. It was a very wild spray, but it was going to be enough. Now Mike, pop flash through. Why not? Let's go for something a bit cavalier here. Sees the head of Worldeater. Doesn't know if Electronic's there. It's Waylander, should I say, who manages to pick him up there. So 3 for Worldeater at the end. Weird round. Crystal didn't manage to get too much done, though, being the lone ranger over at the A side.
It seemed like a waste, and it hurt them in the end. I don't understand why teams just don't group up. You knew that, the only gun that they had was on Worldeater. You heard a couple of deals, whatever. Still group up and trade out, and you're most likely going to win the round. Doing the fake, sure, it pulled the rotators over, but...
For like half a second.
Yeah, they instantly knew because Crystal was dead. So, I don't know. I think Mike S at the end there, we used to call that in Renegades, when people play around the smokes like that, we called them moths because they're like heading towards the light, like a moth does mindlessly. That's what you see with players nowadays. They're just glued to them. It's like, oh yeah, I'll play in the smoke. That's my play.
Didn't work out so well for the man. Got one kill, an easy one to pick up there. Didn't quite see Waylander through the smoke, so that's the way it goes here. Electronic. Okay, then. Are you going to flash it through, Markelov?
Do it. Nice.
He's done it. He's going straight through. This has worked out beautifully. Crystal goes down. It was an AWPer actually now being removed. Trade 1 for 1. How much information the Electronics really been able to get from that?
It's probably just going to disrupt them, so whatever execute they had in mind is now in tatters. Somebody either has to have a smoke left over to do what he was going to do, or maybe nobody knows how to throw the smoke that guy had to throw. So it's good to give, you know, the information side of things, like you're saying, it's not much. They don't gain a lot out of that, but they do disrupt the T side. However, people will tell you that, you know, in a 4v4 situation, the Ts have the advantage. There's more places for the CTs to cover, and if Penta play this properly, they can once again trade it onto a site and get the bomb down. And after, it's after plan after that. Too many afters.
Well, like you said, trades 1 for 1 for the T side generally are okay. But I mean, this is more than disrupted Penta. This has just had them sat on their Todd for the last 30 seconds deciding what they're going to do. Molotov to short, that was from Markelov. Well, that's got one here as well just for Canals. So a decent amount of storm mechanics still available for FlipSide. And Penta showing no inclination to go to another bomb site. They seem to be still settled in this one. So now, here comes a little bit of that execute from the Penta side of things. This is a very close angle for Welder, but that Molotov definitely hurting. Markelov hurting even more though. Gets himself two, which Stefan responds with a quick 2 of his own. Now Blade wants to try and come towards his side, but Marquez is there to cut him down. And now it's just one. Waylander sat on his own, has to make his way to this side, has to push it, and he has to pull the trigger. First kill comes in nicely, and that's the one. Stefan's still healthy. A quiet game for him, but a nice loud ending to the round. It's going to be a roar for him as Penta get themselves now within striking distance of match point. And FlipSide's economy is busted.
Yeah, Markelov did so much work there, and he gets taken out, but nobody's able to trade him because I think Markelov, he was meant to be the guy worrying about Monster. He's moved over to cover the sandbag area. He's got 2 kills. He's done wonderfully there, but the guy playing behind the dildo in the side, he wasn't able to do anything. He just gets a bit of spray transfer and away he goes. And I think it's dire straits for FlipSide here as they are force buying. World's going to find an early frag, and that could be a bit of a spark for them.
Well, just the 1 kill now. Hasn't really stopped Penta in terms of their momentum here. Not like the way that sort of 1 for 1 trade stopped them last round. This time, Crystal still adamantly searching for something here as well. The flash not seeming to really connect there. He manages to find Waylander. But again, just the 1 kill, not enough to convince Penta of any avenue of approach here. Still playing it through slowly.
I'm so confused by that. Why give up a kill after you just go the man advantage? Just play safe. Do the safe angles that you do every other round in an applicable situation. Instead, they play safe when they should play aggressive, and they play aggressive when they should play safe.
Yeah, interesting moment for Waylander there. Don't know what he was really looking for.
I like this boost. See, that smoke is meant to take away the vision. They automatically have it. I don't know if he saw... Yeah, he must have, surely.
He still thinks he's going to be on that corner. He must have seen him cross.
Yeah.
It's so hard when you see the vestiges of the smoke and you have the X-ray on as well. It's not really easy to see what's happening. I like the little jump and pass him, but it's not going to be enough to distract. Yeah, well, then it's cut low, and then Crystal finally finds him. So still, the T's trading in. Penta managing to get some sort of advantages, but Blade in a good spot to really mess this one up for them now as well. See Stefan, but none of the shots really miss. Hit, should I say, until the first one comes in towards the head side. Now, still, 2 for 2. Trades coming in. Penta really putting their nose to the grindstone here. But Marquez has already got a very advanced position on towards this side. Don't look right. Markelov is just seen in there as well. He comes out worse than the trade, but still finds Crystal. And Electronic finishes it off. FlipSide again. No business winning that round. Absolutely none. Coming in with nothing but an AWP and a bunch of pistols. Still win it out. This game going longer than it really should.
Well, Penta are known for having close matches. I guess they're just playing to the level of their opponent. Or FlipSide are showing a better than normal performance. This is the most rounds in any game so far for them in this Pro League season, which is... It's impressive.
But is it really?
No, it's not. I think I saw Blade with a souvenir skin from when we played them, Vox Eminor. Was it Katowice?
Was Katowice?
It might have been. And
group stage?
It was on Cage and we beat him 16-3. So that's not a souvenir skin that I'd probably want.
Yeah, you beat him 16-3 on that one.
I think so. It was a bit of a fisting.
How about that one? How about that?
Whose pause is this? The money's... There we go, it's Penta's pause. I like the little man that talks. Where does the little man live?
I actually don't know. We haven't found him yet. Some say he's still in the air conditioning vent somewhere.
Okay.
With a walkie-talkie.
Okay. Or he's connected to the server.
Could be that as well.
He's AI, he's not even real.
Well, I heard the coffee machine go off for no reason before, so it is possible. It is 2016, Chad. You never know.
This place could be haunted.
Well, I think it is actually. If you go through the corridors, considering half the lights don't even bloody work in the corridors at night, you see them flickering on and off.
He's probably the one turning the TV screens on and off while we're doing the analyst desk segments.
Trying to run random videos when we're casting the game. I like that one. I like that one. Although nade tips might not be too bad right now to break up the monotony a bit, but somehow this game has gotten to this point. I mean, we're probably hoping for a little bit of a closer stash between these two, given that they're both sitting at the bottom of the ladder and technically both fighting for their lives here. Even if FlipSide win this game, though, that doesn't really mean that they're safe from auto-relegation. Penta already actually have a couple map wins under their belts. That's the astonishing thing. I think they snuck one off of Heroic, one off of VP, was it? So, I mean, as it stands, they've got 3 wins under their belt. So, even if FlipSide win this whole sort of double best of 1, it doesn't put them in really much better stead.
Yeah, I think, though, if they don't want to get relegated, which you'd hope that's the case, they have to win this. Like, I know Penta, they have a few more wins already, but this could be what FlipSide need to push them over the edge to, you know, get out of that last spot place. The thing, though, with FlipSide right now is they just won a round they shouldn't have. This pause is good for them because they probably weren't, they bought into that round like wanting to win, but you never really, saying expecting to win is probably a bad thing because you expect to win every round if you do the right stuff. But in reality, you probably shouldn't win a round where you're low on utility and stuff like they did. So they did a fantastic job. This pause is helping them as well because they can kind of center themselves. They're, you know, struggling right now. This could be what they need to reset as well. So I'm surprised that Penta aren't going to buy into this because the money situation, they should know it's not great for FlipSide. Oh, they are. There we go.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, it might be a third AK here if they can sort of swing it, but that would be about it. So that means Lol and Tarsin essentially have to get themselves a little bit of utility. 3 AKs to come in here with a Tech 9 for Lol. And Tarsin again has his deagle, getting himself a couple of kills here and there. And, well, you're right, FlipSide. Well, it's a Scout, it's a UMP, it's a FAMAS, so definitely not a well-developed, you know, group of weapons here.
I like this contact play a lot. If they can get this first kill, perfect. Now they can swarm the site. They can embed themselves in little corners. As long as they get this guy out of the pit.
There's 2 now, I think. Blade ducking away, gets absolutely nothing. Marker off there as well, bit of airborne play coming in. Penta bringing it back quite nicely. This is perfect. This is just what the doctor ordered here. And now it's just Wall to the left trying to plug away there with nothing but the Scout. Healthy enough here, but we'll be pressed in a few moments now, just trying to fend people off. The bomb down, he knows it too. Not much he can really do about that one. Penta simultaneously break the economy of FlipSide and put themselves on match point. This is the dream scenario, chat.
I would like to see them do a very similar play. You know, 4 to 5 members again, go somewhere together early in the round. You don't even have to use your utility, really. You just need to use the trades, because if they can get into a bomb site that quickly like they just did, that's when you can use your utility to delay FlipSide, who aren't going to have a lot to push out. You know, they're not going to be able to put Molotovs out. Oh, wow, that was a nice shot.
All right.
Not going to do anything with it, though. You know, it's good to get a kill like that, but
it's one less AK that Penta can take. Well, make it 2 less that Penta can take into the next round. They lost someone there on the bomb. I think they're not ecstatic about it. I mean, they limited on utility somewhat.
Waylander has $1,400, $1,700.
That's disgusting.
Blade $1,700. There's nothing really. This is where the individual plays have to come out, because you can't hope to hold back in a default CT setup and, you know, deal with AKs and Galils and even humps.
Well, they're going to have to, Chad. I'm not going to lie, mate. World Edit managed to at least get himself an AK at the end of that round, so a rifle to come in. Just the one for FlipSide, and again, a bit of a repeat here. The contact play comes in for Penta. Again, it's going to be Electronic just steamrolled over. Good day from World Edit, and Blade's making it happen there. Pistol kill comes in, and now Markelov wants to try and challenge. He wants to emulate his teammates' work, and so far, it's looking pretty darn good. Almost a genuine article. Grenade comes in over the top from Tarsin. He dunks it straight onto the noggin of Markelov, and now 2v2. However, Penta beaten and bruised a little bit here. That first push on towards the B side, not getting them much now. Tarsin forging ahead very, very quickly here towards A, hoping to get a decent position before FlipSide can respond to this.
It's a good play. The only problem is his HP. 15 HP. Not really going to have too many balls here to get in that site. He's going to be a bit scared, and should be, because Waylander's now rotated over with the AK, and if he can find this kill, Stefan is going to be in a horrible position.
Is one ball enough, or do you need both?
I think you need 2 testicles to get this done.
Right. 2 testicles required. Well, it depends really where Tarsin got hit in that last fight as well. He seems to be walking all right, so no complaints here, but Waylander knows he will probably likely have to deal with this from 2 angles. Now, they've had to split the sites as well, but the FlipSide have no choice here but to send Blade in. Now, Blade probably going to rotate very, very quickly now. There it is. Wayland gets a spray on Stefan. That was the healthy opponent as well. He takes a little bit of damage, but it's going to be not quite enough for Penta to get across. FlipSide hold them at the gates here, and only just. And now, look at Penta's economy. Very much a possibility here. In fact, almost an eventuality at this stage to see some overtime here.
Fantastic.
Thank the Lord.
No, this has kind of been a match of people winning rounds they shouldn't. So if it goes by that mentality, Penta are winning this round.
All right, I'm on board with that one. I'm okay with this. World edit though, advanced positioning, gets tagged up pretty heavily, doesn't get the kill, doesn't even get the damage across, so good start. Hello, Stefan, comes out of nowhere, and even Tarson responds on towards Blade. That's a second for the man now. Oh, Lord, this game, I don't even know. Really, how can you characterize? You couldn't even make this stuff up. Not even experienced playwright could really get there, but Markov here. One of the last bastions of defense for the FlipSide. Tactics team gets a 2-man spray down. Come on! What is this game? But Stefan still manages to get rid of him, and now Electronic, the newest addition for FlipSide, having to hold up against 3 players. The bomb is dropped out in front of Penta. Electronic may not have seen it, but knows it's there now. He's fully aware of its presence. And Penta, do something cute for us. A running boost, something like that. Yeah, not really going to work out. It's finally done. Penta get across the line, not in a very pretty fashion at all. They pretty much had max 3.3k on their players at the end of that round. And Chad, in the words of Natu, what do you say about that?
Running through smoke with Tech9's the best strategy in CSGO today.
You heard it here first, guys, straight from the man's mouth. Run through smoke with a Tech9. But there, of course, early damage on towards World. No, I'm not going to bother trying to analyze this one, really. Sorry. It's just a bit too hard. But the way it stands is that this is a dastardly turn of events here if you're FlipSide now.
They're done.
Dunzo.
Last place, 100%.
You heard it. They're going to be in trouble here. They still have one more chance to at least get some face saved, as it were. But now we're going to go pass over the desk. And boys, what have you got for us on this one?
What haven't we got, Alex?
Well, Mitch has just gone and said, well, this is a game that's hard to analyze. I don't want to analyze it. Let's head over to these guys.
That's why we're here, Alex.
Exactly. I've got Yenko and Henry hanging out to talk a little bit about that first map. And I mean, they're perfectly summarized in the final round of play. Just if they get, like, literally out of Chad's mouth, well, people that shouldn't win rounds have been winning rounds, so Penta should win. And they did. They pick up the win.
It felt like they should have closed that one out, though. Like, towards the last 3 or 4 rounds, after they had that huge comeback, losing 10-5 in the first half, they did a fantastic job in the second. It was a pretty standard affair for the first half, I have to say, Alex.
Standard?
Yeah, for FlipSide. In terms of their play style, the way they were approaching each situation, they got that great 5-0 start after winning the pistol, and it seemed like Penta couldn't really get going until they found a little bit of aggression. The money stabilized, getting those first picks. They got 3 in a row, but it was a very convincing half of FlipSide. Basically just sticking to their guns, not doing anything too crazy in terms of like contact plays or set pieces. That it was actually doing this classic map control into last-minute executions, and it was working pretty well for them. 10-5, I thought, at the T side especially, that should be a foregone conclusion, surely. They're going to find their first map here in the Pro League. It's going to happen. It's coming together. And we get into the second, and they really did fall apart there, didn't they? They actually managed to lose the pistol and then pick up that first gun round, but then just didn't really get anything going towards the end there. Comes very close towards the end, but ultimately it felt like Penta were always going to win it. It was just a matter of when, if I'm honest.
Yenko, FlipSide, 10-5 lead versus Penta coming into their CT side of Overpass.
Go on. You sound like you're building up a good storyline, huh?
Yeah.
Then proceed to lose it again. How is that not heartbreaking? How is that, like Penta, this is literally the team one above you. The team that came from Premier, the team that has been losing to almost everyone within the league. You get a 10-5 lead and then proceed to throw it away. You're 0-10 in the league, you're now 0-11. They are in a very bad place.
Definitely so, Alex. Definitely so. I had a lot of notes, a lot of things that I could say,
was it
but
agonizing
unfortunately
for you to
the
watch?
segment isn't that long. What?
Was it hard for you to watch?
I think it was pretty hard. I mean, here, a good example of the difference is that Penta on their T side, you could see towards the end, they went for basically contact play through the monster area, and we saw them try that yesterday as well against Navi, and the difference is, for one, they did also get the entry kill, but they got immediately, Navi started throwing flashes there, Molotovs, whatever. They didn't even have all of that utility, mostly flashes, because they know that's a contact play, that's where all of the team is. They bought enough time for the rest of Navi players to rotate, and then they just had favorable positions because Penta didn't push into the bomb side. Against FlipSide, that could work because they couldn't, buy enough time for everyone else to come in, and they couldn't even win the duels afterwards. So that tells you about the discrepancy between the teams and how as the same execute can work against one team, but can't work against another. But funnily enough, I say that second, you know, the following gun round, Penta goes for the same thing, FlipSide wins the round. Basically, the difference is they got a couple of good kills with the 5-7 from the player who was in barrels, and that's all it takes to break that round.
It's always good old Blade who comes to the rescue. It was him wielding that 5-7. Henry, just a quick closing thought before we do head over to break. I mean, that's going to be...
I have to say, electronic fans at the moment probably be like, where have you been in my life? He seemed like he posted a very good performance there in the first half. And to be fair, like I said, I was watching out for him. He actually seemed like he was bringing a new string to FlipSide's bow in terms of some aggression and actually pushing through smokes and actually looking like he was actively trying to hunt frags instead of being part of the FlipSide machine. He actually looked like he was a very skilled individual. So for me, that was quite impressive to see him step up.
I love that first round, his debut under FlipSide's name. He drops a 1v2, and you start wondering, would Shara have picked that one up?
Yeah, to be fair, like, I thought if they win this game, like that, what a great addition that would be to pick it up, his first showing here, and that would have been really cool. But for me, he seems like a very skilled player. And
unfortunately, going down with the ship.
Yeah, unfortunately, but they do move on to Nuke, Alex, and I'm sure they can bounce back. Why don't you finish us off? Later. Go on.
Well, Henry's given me permission to send us to a break, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Definitely.
When we come back, we have Nuke. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate that. When we come back, you get to talk a little bit about Nuke. But if you want to understand where on earth it all went wrong for FlipSide for the 11th time here in the ESL Pro League, there's an application that enables you to do so. It's called the Score Esports application. You've heard me talk about it before, but this is, of course, a fresh reminder to get it on your smartphone device so you can stay up to date with your favorite game on the go. You go grab that, and when we return, we'll be watching our final map of play, Penta and FlipSide, and the two Australians will be guiding you through it all.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
There is surely no way out as they toil in. Nitro will get the finishing kill.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
One more map to go, and it is none other than Nuke between Penta and FlipSide.
Oh, it's going to be a good one.
Oh, baby.
Burner.
Woo! Here we go. FlipSide have taken their time after that overpass loss. There's no doubt that that's going to be kind of another stain on their record. The scene, if you are unfamiliar, for FlipSide is a rather grim one. Sitting now at 11 losses, 0 wins. I almost gave them 11 wins there. Nearly made an amateur error. But 0 to 11. Penta are just beneath them on the standings. Of course, FlipSide holding that bottom spot, as you would expect, with the goose egg. And I'm joined by Yanko and Henry to, in some way, shape or form, shed some light on what to expect on Nuke. That's our responsibility here, gentlemen. So, let's go. Let's do it.
What would you like to know? I got lots of stuff.
Well, the thing is, Henry kind of set the scene by saying that he expects some new stuff from Penta, seeing as how they play less officials, so they have more time to practice. Maybe they introduce Nuke as a pocket pick, which is pretty smart. We heard from Chad on the desk earlier that he always liked with Renegades to pick up the new map in the pool because that will give them an advantage in the veto process and all that.
It's definitely a wise thing to do as an underdog team coming into these sort of matchups, having Nuke. They're ready to go. Like we said, a lot of these top teams going to event to event to event, and they're not really prepared to actually have the practice, so they're playing a very default game. And I guess they wouldn't spend much time actually downloading Penta demos as well. But
no, it's true.
The problem I see with that is, like from my own experience, is that as a weaker team and with weaker individuals, it's a struggle for you to get good even on the easier maps, right? On the map like maybe Cash or Mirage or Dust 2, you're struggling even to figure out those maps, and then a completely new map comes into the pool. Yes, not everyone is picking it up either. But, you know, it's also a big risk for you. You're probably going to take more time to figure it out, how to approach it. That's the problem with weaker teams. It takes them more to introduce a new map to their pool.
No, that is true. All of these points are true. Now, actually, you know what? We have a luxury here where we don't necessarily have to dive too in-depth. The players are ready and raring to go.
All right, then.
I'm sorry. I know that you are chomping at the bit.
I had all my notes ready.
No, I can see them. But if you could just so just quickly, just your closing thoughts. Just find the best point you can find.
Out of all of them, probably Penta's going to win 2-0. I think that's probably going to be the overwhelming nose I've got here. So I'd say just because it's a bit of an unknown quantity, and I think Penta seem to be firing on all cylinders tonight. We'll see whether they can take 2-0. I think
safe bet, really, isn't it, for you?
Well, considering the FlipSide haven't got a single win yet, I'll say that's probably good.
Just a team name for you.
Penta.
Okay, there it is. Okay, so once again, the desk is leaning towards Penta, and the reason for that, FlipSide have been having a very flimsy and flaccid performance so far here in the Pro League, but let's head over to see people quite the opposite of that.
Always talking about yourself, Alex.
It is two delightful human beings. It's my pleasure to introduce Chad Birchall and Mitch Leslie.
It's crazy. It's almost like Alex has an alarm for that. So how does he know I'm not flaccid?
Machine fans be like... Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, as Markloff is going aggressive on the yard here with the USPS. He's got a lot of territory so far. He can see that nobody from the Penta squad is making their way to that outside part of the map.
So we'll get Chad to cast off the right screen soon, don't worry, guys. But it's electronic inside the ramp room. We're going to try and ramp things up here. It's going to be there as well. Bit of a crossfire here. Oh my God. Okay then, now we're down to Crystal. You get to see this game has worn us down somewhat, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll do what we can.
Hold up. You think I should cast off the same screen that everybody else can see?
No. What if you're doing play-by-play, then yeah. Otherwise, no.
I love, I was on Markloff. I didn't even see what was on the main screen.
That's fine. You just say, oh, Markloff's over there, just, chilling.
Doing his thing.
That's it. Just having a walkabout. But, if you want to say, you want to talk about what he had for breakfast and, which foot he's put in front of the other, maybe on this screen would be the good one.
All right.
That's fine. We're going to get there. It's FlipSide to win the pistol, guys. You saw it there. It was a bit of a massacre inside the ramp room. Wasn't really close. We won't say that. But UMP's here have been brought up. Even a ping 90 for old mate Electronic. And that was Crystal again, firing a couple shots off. People got confused by us before, Chad. We have to make sure we call them flip-flops, otherwise we get into a bit weird territory here with some of our non-Aussie viewers.
Well, they don't want me to talk about my pink thongs.
No. Yeah, see, and they're like, why do you have two? Why do we call it a plural? Come on, guys, get with the program.
Just in case you make a mess.
You need a backup.
Exactly.
It's pretty standard.
I always pack a few pairs on the plane.
If you get too much sand in them, it's really uncomfortable.
I wish we're on Lau right now because he's made a lot of ground here around towards ladder, and you have to play quite reserved on the CT side on the anti-ecos because people will pick up the deagles and the scouts like we're seeing in that yard area is a very easy place to find free kills. If you turtle, oh, what's going on outside here?
Finds Crystal, who gave himself away a lot because of all the shots he was taking. Almost, and the one is actually pot shots. He was hoping to find a little bit of damage with them, but didn't find a lot there, Chad. I'll be honest with you. Tarsing goes in, and it's going to be way later Markov here. I mean, you win the pistol on that CT side, you're off to a running start. There's no doubt about it, but UMP's in the hands of these last two Penta players. A good chance to derail FlipSide here. Mike S up high, gets the shot. That's not ideal. Stefan actually found him, though, with the deagle. Getting pressured inside hut as well. Can't get a cheeky little flick around the corner. And an odd round, I'll be honest with you, mostly happened outside. Crystal got jumped on. And the rest, well, it's now carved in stone.
A big thing with this map is if you take outside territory like that and the CTs are playing, I like to call it a turtle setup, you know, you're in your little shell. You need to just make sure that people are aware of what's open. So this is something which the setups which, you know, FlipSide would have dry run and talked about how to rotate. But right there, it was really weird. FlipSide gave a lot of territory and then kind of just strolled back out into the yard and we're like, well, hey, there's a couple of free kills. Unusual round to say the least.
Stefan got smashed there by the nade that came in and Markov. Pretty easy for him to finish off the kill. I don't think he saw Lol up on high, but he's going to be happy with 2 and just to back away here. Penta, well, the grind begins for them. It's essentially going to be the case. They'll have a few gun rounds here and there, but again, it will be hard to fight back as Markov and co. Well, this is a good way to build up economy, and they'll do it in fine form. Electronic finds one with the P90, and Lol going to take a long walk off a short plank there from the silo. And that's 3-0. Here's the buy. Let's see what Penta can put together.
This is important for me because if Penta set a similar precedent like they did before, you know, they were quite aggressive, quite fast with their executes, then that would be good. That's something that they can work off later. But with the limited utility they have, they'll probably go for outside control. They'll get those smokes up, go for that secret or ghetto, wherever you're from, kind of, you know, naming, and then play the rotations. No dildos on this map. Oh. However, I'm wrong again, and they're going into the lobby. So it looks like we'll probably see a top execute because everybody's heading into the lobby, setting up their smokes. This is going to be pretty fast.
Lol is just climbing up there a little bit, Tarson on the other side of the door. It's not quite busted open yet. He does see the impacts of the bullets there. He does know that there were a few shots placed in that direction by FlipSide.
Worldeditor is in hut with an ult. What a madman.
And a dead man at that. Now we're going to push forward. Tarsin low. Crystal found Waylander with a Molotov there as well. And we're going to have a look at Crystal for a moment as he is up on the silo, but most of the action happens on the inside. Electronic now in a 1v2 with the P90 in hand. That's all he's really got to work with here. The kit may serve to be useful later on, but oh, this could be bad timing for Mike. Yes, no, we didn't see him. Oh, that's pretty heartbreaking. And Penta break back on the first gun round here. Get themselves that important T-side round. And that positioning from Worldeditor going to be causing a few people to scratch some heads, I think, Chad.
They went against the, you know, the normal meta of going for outside play early. They went straight for a top hit, waited out those Molotovs, and then just attacked and traded out proficiently. But what the hell was Worldeditor doing? That's not the place you want to have an AWP, you know? You want to be outside, you want to be taking those long-range duels, or at ramps. They're two good places for an AWP, not in hut. That's questionable.
He's got a couple of roos loose in the top paddock, perhaps, mate. Not sure. Boy. Anyway, smoke now in towards the hut. It's going to cut that lobby approach off for the moment. And Blade going to head bottom side here as well. Penta again, not really fancying too much outside control. You can see them all just laid up inside the doorway, waiting for Tarson to give them an entry. And this time Waylander would like to be ready for it.
I'm liking this. You know, they're going to go for a top execute again. They're not going for too much map territory because there's not a lot that can really be gained on Nuke. And it looks like they're just going to wait out utility once again and then execute onto that top site. Molotovs are pretty much all gone. Marklov's the only one that has one left, and he is leaning towards outsiders. He is getting aggressive, but Waylander on the hut, he can put out any Molotovs that we saw Anders Theorycraft that land on the hut. Here it comes. He's put it out, and now his position is very vital.
Well, let's see what he can do from this one there as well. Only a little bit of damage and not quite enough there. He's going to get taken down by Stefan. Worldeditor can't even get a decent perch from up on high. He finds Lol to start things off, but Blade sees an interloper try and peek his head in towards the vents and quickly dispatches of him. Mike S, spoiled for choice, not in the good way though, as there are multiple angles at which he can be pushed right now. Blade just opts to go for the little smoke. Electronic comes straight through, and now Penta should be cleaned up here. It's going to be Stefan with 18 solitary points of health, and now he's on his back.
If you don't go for that yard control or presence and, you know, they have somebody who's playing aggressive like Markov was, or even an AWPer just overseeing that outside area, you're not going to force any rotations. At that point, you can keep one guy solo ramps. As soon as he gets in a fight, he drops under, and 3 people pretty much embedded in that top site for an execute like we just saw. once you do the outside play and you say, and the AWP says, oh, say, look, they can get into mini or they can get down secret, that's when you force the CTs to rotate around the map. And when you do that, then you can find openings and kind of stroll into top site because you can spread the CT defense really thin. If you're doing what you're doing there, you're kind of hoping on either good timings or a perfect execute where everybody's going to be blind. They're able to get the site, but they didn't trade out very effectively.
So perhaps that's the trick then. Bit more outside control. These nades have been hurting. We saw Markelov actually. He's mostly been tasked with dealing with anyone peeking past that red container, and he does find Stefan to open up the account for FlipSide in this round. Well, did it also with a decent perch. But not able to get the shot there as well as that player just knocks around the corner. The Tarson eventually shows a little bit too much of himself, but too much skin, and he will fall. Markelov there as well to chime in, and now it's just Lol and Marquez left with probably the least to work with here out of their teammates who poured a little bit into this round. But again, sensible, little bit of a save here coming out from Penta. Lol does hit the deal, but just the one. And he'll be sent back in there. Markelov, the only player to fall, but he comes out with 2 kills in the round. Penta, no utility to get them to secret. They sort of just had to clean face out there by the silo, and they were picked apart by Waldetta and Markelov.
Yeah, Markelov's been on the mop the last couple of ecos for Penta, and he's padding his stats. He's up to 10 kills already, so he's loving it. I always loved a few cheeky eco kills. They were my bread and butter.
Well, now it might not be the option here for FlipSide. Nothing easy forthcoming. You often picked up the scout, didn't you, Chad, as well?
I loved it, the jump scout. People hate it, but it was
always you, though, because you obviously weren't AWPing in Vox or in Renegades, but you loved a bit of scout.
Yeah, well, everyone else, you know, they didn't play scout knives as much as me, but here are the outsmokes that I was talking about. However, they want to fight in front of the smokes. Usually what you do is you either use the smokes to get you across to secret. Here we go, they've slowed it down a bit. This is nice. And they're only sending Crystal out there. So right now, right, those smokes are up. They don't know how many people have crossed to secret. So they have to rotate somebody under, and they haven't. So yeah, that's not
everything going to plan.
You do. Because right now they don't know if anybody's under. I guess they're going to play retake lower, but if somebody can, you know, weed their way through the lower site and come up behind them, that could be a problem later in the round. Electronic has just gone down there as I speak.
Right, well, he's dropped down. That was more for the pressure coming in from Ramprim. Now he's going to deal with Tarson, but the second player not quick enough. Maybe just quick enough. All right, I'll correct myself there. Lol does get there eventually. A little bit of spray from Electronic, but Crystal has actually been sitting in secret this whole time and hasn't been doing a heck of a lot with that positioning. Now he might join the rest of his team as Blade starting to rattle the cage a little bit here from Toxic. Peek out, peek in. Flash down.
Crystal. Oh, no.
Cakes it. Absolutely cakes it. Didn't have the bomb at least. That was Marquez with the one-hander. Stefan at least was able to respond. So information at least is something that Penta are getting from these kills here. But now 2v2. Stefan heading topside.
Blade's going to be on their tail here. He was... Yeah, he's just spamming his way. They know where he is now. But it's going to be on this rotation here from Markelov, who is going to come through lobby. He might be able to find Mike. But Mike knows something's up here. This corner, you know, Markelov probably will not check this.
Let's have a look. Pushes forward. No, not going to be happening. But still, Blade with his third of the round there managed to sit in towards that A main. Bomb's ticking away though. That's the thing. Marquez is always going to be standing in between him and his objective now. But ooh, maybe a peek for the window would have had something for Blade there. But Marquez keeping himself scarce, keeping himself safe, and it comes down to the spray in the end. And it will be Mike to win that one out here. And Penta getting themselves a couple of these T-sided rounds that FlipSide don't really want to allow to happen. Sure, the economy is mostly there for them. Well, sort of. I mean, Waylander obviously not loving life too much here, but enough to work with. But Penta have an opening here.
I think because this map is so CT biased that you can get away with lesser weaponry, utility to stop a top rush is very important. But if the other team doesn't go for a top rush and you get lucky, then, you know, you can play the close angles with that 5-7. It's even more effective than an AK in some situations. So this buy might not hinder them so badly. They do have a decent spread of weaponry here. I think outside would be the drama, even though Woda has an AWP. He's not taking duels where he's looking for early kills. He's kind of playing off the information that he's been getting from Markelov. And it looks like the crossfire they've got set up here. Markelov will be playing in the warehouse, so he'll see if they try and go cat.
Blade's coming secret there as well.
Yeah, so it's a heavy outside presence here. But Penta not doing anything.
So Penta forced rotations for the outside without actually being there. Now the smokes come in though. But Penta still don't... Yeah, okay, so nice little fake smokes coming out. There might be that top execute yet again, Chad, at this rate.
So Blade's job right now, he knows that nobody's there, right? He can see that nobody's come down secret yet. He's relaying that information. So this is the point where he's telling his teammates to stack topside and be ready for a top hit. However, Penta are playing on yellow, and they're going to go for like a top split through mini here as Blade pushes out, finds Crystal.
Well, Lol finds Blade, though, at least able to respond. World Edit's still up in the perch there as well. And Markaloff chiming in. It's going to leave only 2 players left for Penta. So, interestingly enough, a couple of nades coming in there, but Mike is not even remotely ready for that one. Electronic gets himself 2, and that will be the defuse coming in there. So, having that player in secret, they're definitely paying off for Flipside, as they kind of knew that there was no one coming. And you can sort of peek towards the left side of the red container. You can see if anyone's sort of pushing up against the chain mesh fence. And I mean, that information, how important was that for Flipside there?
This is a map of rotations, and if the CTs know how to play it well enough, then they have a huge advantage. The Ts are hoping, like I was saying earlier, to force people around the map with utility. If Flipside are on it and they understand how they need to rotate or what parts of the map are open and how to, you know, recover from that, then they're in a good place. And this is more rounds than they won last night on Nuke, I think. Was it 6?
Like, they were like 4, I think, against Envious.
And they started on the CT side last night too, so they're doing better.
Envious finding a little bit more form recently there. There are a few players you can describe that to, but Penta recently had a fairly close affair against Heroic. I think they split that series, and one of the maps went to overtime, but it wasn't Nuke. They were 14 rounds to Heroic's 16. So not terrible, really, from Penta. It's just a funny thing about this team, a quality that Penta displays that actually makes them a really interesting fixture inside the ESL Pro League without able to give us some games. Sometimes we don't really know why, which is the tricky part. That's not our job anyway, at least. So a little bit of tag on towards Stefan here. Blade just tip-tapping away there with the M4, does find Crystal's head as he just ducks past for a moment, shows himself. And, well, wrecks himself. Now it's going to be World Edit. Found Mike. Tarstin backing away there from ramp room. Didn't fancy it for whatever reason. Electronic trying to find the best spot here. I think Stefan spotted him out. He's going to go for the spray down. It takes a lot of damage there. Gets completely hammered. And now World Edit will be the one that has to catch this. Now, if this is a multiple peak or there's any sort of flash utility being used, World Edit responding well to that one, but can't get the second. He's not quite the Guardian he hopes to be. And now Penta have 2 players only, but they've managed to make some ground here. They got an AWP and an AK, and the rods are decent.
They look like they were running around like headless chooks there for a little while, but they were able to find a couple of cheeky frags. And this under bomb site now, that AWP can stay covering the vent.
I'll do it long.
Oh. Tarstin can get in the site and plant here. That AWP is an overseer in this situation.
Not when he's pulled out a Molotov there, but Blade doesn't have the angle to see Tarstin at this stage. So Tarstin, you gonna do it, mate? Gotta be cheeky? Thought he might jump on top of that one, but no. Gonna put it down on the lower levels here. Lol, likely to be alive, but he's going to be pushed in just a moment here. I think Markaloff trying to gain position on him, and Lol realizes that. He's like, all right, boys, I'm going to commit to this room. I've got no choice. Tarstin with some free damage there on towards Waylander, who's now trying to swap flies as Tarstin had already long since backed away.
Oh, no.
A decent setup here. Lol manages to get that first kill on towards Waylander, and now Tarstin's left on his own. No armor to speak of. Risky business here, no doubt about it, but it gets the pick on towards Markaloff. Now it's a 1v1. Blade is to challenge this one. He's got a kit, so he can play for time a little bit, but still, how much time? Not going to be enough for him. His time is up, and Tarstin gets the kill. Again, Penta come in with absolutely stuff all weaponry-wise, and they bring out the round. It's 6-3.
Is this a tilt pause? Is this where slowly falling off the edge of the earth tilt?
This is
pause.
It's a technical pause.
So technical pause for Penta means that the tilt by Flipside off the edge of the world has disrupted their computers, and they need to reset.
So his waves of negativity have just messed with the hard drives, perhaps, or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, Blade, I don't know if he's going to allow the rest of his teammates to eat for a week if they don't win here. Not good. 11-4 on Markaloff, 11-6 on Blade. So, no, not a terrible look. I mean, we really need to see this half materialize a little bit more before we can lay judgment here. But the rounds that Flipside are losing, quite frankly, are just boggling my mind. Yes, it was a good moment for Tarstin there, but still.
It's the same as last game. The rounds that they shouldn't be winning, they're winning. And the rounds which, you know, it looks like, hey, it's a 3v2, they've got the bomb site in full control, and somehow they give it up. It's very odd to me that, you know, I don't know if it's pressure. Surely it's not pressure. You're in your home environment right now. When you're playing online, you know, you have the comfort. You can look around your bedroom and go, this is a happy place, you know?
So I've got my teddy in the corner.
Yeah.
I've got my, you know, little shrine in the middle of the room where I can just sort of go to my headspace and relax.
I'd say for most of these guys, mummy's not too far away.
Probably not.
You know?
Some warm milk on the go.
So what's going on? Other than, you know, Electronic and Waylander, their ping isn't fantastic, but they do come from Russia. They're a bit further away.
Waylander lives still in Finland, I think.
Does he?
No, he might actually be back in Russia. I think the thing is he's got a Finnish passport, and that's why he actually stopped playing for a while, because he had to go and complete Finnish military service to keep his passport, I believe.
Okay.
So obviously pretty good to have if you're from, you know, Russia or the CIS region. Nice to have that passport as an EU citizen, dual citizen. So that's why he absconded. But I think he might actually be back in that part of the world now. So yeah, not great ping. But then you look at the teams. A lot of the teams, some teams are mostly Kazakhstani based, like it's not Hellraisers, is it? It's one of the other Russian mixers.
Gambit?
Yeah, Gambit. There you go. Like they've got 3 Kazakhs on their team, and not great. Obviously, connections for them, but it's a Penta technical pause though, so it could be that standard TS problem here. To be fair, decent money here for Penta. I mean, this is actually a chance to get themselves snatch away another round here on the T side, which would be an absolute blessing for them. FlipSide don't have a heck of a lot to be going on with, despite holding a decent Bastion up in the last few rounds.
Yeah, well, they went into that last eco round with only a few upgraded pistols, not a lot to work with, and managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat there. FlipSide, on the other hand, they had everything they possibly wanted and couldn't get anything done with it. So losing in a 2v1 retake versus a guy with no armor, you're not happy with that. It's not a great situation to be in. And now they're on eco. The only person with money is World Edit, and he doesn't even have enough to get that AWP that he loves.
Does he ever? It's not going to be happening. I mean, this is... Wow, yeah. I mean, with electronic down to 1,700, you're not necessarily in... With the money on World Edit, you probably just, I don't know, hand some pistols out and hope that you can sort of spread over this one. But, oh, man. And that's one of the things that really counteracts the CT bias in this map, is if you do, as a CT side, get put in that dastardly double eco situation, that's where you give the rounds up, or at least you can.
Well, when you rely on AWP so heavily, the CT side's a pretty cruel mistress, because, an AWP only gets $100 per kill, which, if you ask me, is rubbish. Gabe, fix that. But... you're reinvesting. If you need to drop your AWP, if he's dying a lot and you're not recovering it, your riflers need to be dropping him, and then the riflers are sacrificing their utility, and then it hurts them on other parts of the map just so one guy can have his favored weapon.
Sure.
This is why, like, having an AWPer as a specialty, if he is a top-class AWPer, if he's a Guardian, if he's a Simple, if he's... who else can I think of right now? Even like Mao, for example, he's a really good AWPer, and he uses it to help his team quite successfully to open into rounds. Then sure, I can see reinvesting in it a lot as a positive thing. But if you don't have a superstar AWPer, then you need to be able to play proficiently with 5 rifles.
You blokes played against Fluffy. Did you play against Fluffy Gangsters at the Cologne qualifiers?
Yeah, on Mirage.
Because we did see that Little was like very much the same kind of guy. Really couldn't rifle that well. I think got like 2 kills. Is that something you're thinking about as well, playing against him? Is the guy sort of kind of one-dimensional in that regard? A very good AWPer, but couldn't do much else.
Well, yeah, if they have such a good AWPer and you'd never let them build up an economy good enough to buy the AWP, then sure, that's a huge success. It's a bonus.
Right.
When we played them, look, to be completely honest, we didn't really do a lot of research on them.
Yep.
I know that sounds stupid at a major qualifier.
You guys have just been in from Atlanta as well, though. I remember chatting to the guys at breakfast.
There's no excuses about that kind of stuff, but not that we wrote them off or anything, but the way that I look at that is when you go in and you're the favored team, the other team can counter-strike the hell out of you, right? But if you go in there thinking that, thinking they're a huge threat or questioning the way that you play the game, that's where you're going to come into problems. You need to be confident and play your style. So we took a little look and we saw, obviously this Little was the AWPer and this, that, and the other about their play style, but we also learned that Little was a massive rager as well.
Yep.
So once you put that guy on tilt, he's just going to unhinge and...
Is that something you guys think about doing a lot as well? Because I remember at that same tournament, Splice were screaming their bloody heads off every time they got one shotgun kill as well, being as obnoxious as possible. Is that something you guys ever try and employ, or is it in this age of noise-cancelling headsets, is it not much of a thing for you?
Yeah, with the noise-cancelling headsets, you can't really hear it. Like, I was known for yelling like an idiot, and some people didn't like it.
Mate,
but
I remember CGPLs, mate. I remember.
Yeah, yelling was to hype me and the team up, right? So, like, we were a momentum-based team in early Vox days, and I learned the hard way that that's not a sustainable thing. If you come off the back of beating Titan in a major and then have to go playing NIP after that and you've used all of your juice, you're going to struggle and probably lose 16-6 on Inferno.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes sometimes, isn't it? I mean, we're still in this technical pause, by the way, guys. I know what you're all thinking. Who are these guys? Well, you should know that by now. Why are they still talking? Well, it's kind of what we're paid to do, so... It's funny, it's such a placid setting for a nuclear power plant with people trying to kill each other.
Let's talk about home. What do you miss being here?
Oh, mate, I miss the AFL. I miss the beach.
Okay.
I miss being able to buy like decent thongs or decent flip-flops for like less than bloody 50 euros. Because now, right, over here, like a decent pair of Havies is like a specialty bloody fancy souvenir thing you buy here as well. Right? I just want like a decent pair of Havies, but no, you can't get them. So I've been flopping around in some I got from a hotel in Birmingham, mate. That's the struggle. So
did they have like not leather slap? What was it? I think I saw you walking around in them. The strap. It didn't look nice.
It was pretty arse, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, not the same anyway.
I wouldn't be caught dead wearing them.
No, well, no one really knows. I mean, they're going to think you're a bloody idiot anyway with whatever sort of flip-flops you wear. But I don't know, I miss the beach. There's not much of that here. There is a bit of a lake close by to Cologne that we had to ride like 20 k's to get to, but it was all right.
I saw people like sunbathing next to the river. The Rhine.
Yeah, and the current in that thing as well is super dangerous. There's only a few places you can do it because you're just going to get ripped away. It's a pretty thing to look over, I guess, as you're on the tram in the morning. But I don't know, I miss my local pub, I'll be honest with you. I do like a bit of that. Have a bit of a punt, sit with the boys. Yeah, not too bad though. This is a decent spot. What about you, mate? You haven't been here for long. What are you missing?
Not a lot, really.
Yeah.
Just my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Being really soppy. Nah, I don't know. When I was living in Vegas, it was such a contrast. You couldn't get a fresh meal. It's Vegas. Everything's artificial, right? Unless you go out to like a super fancy restaurant, then you struggle.
That.
And I wanted to avoid that as much as possible. So when I was over there, food was the big one. We lived in a hotel, couldn't cook for ourselves. Right. That was pretty rubbish. And what else was bad about it? Vegas is if you want to party and get drunk all the time. And people think that I'm a specialist at that for some unknown reason.
Why would they think that?
I don't know. Maybe it's the hair. I would look pretty crazy. But
to be fair, mate, even events back in Australia, you guys are relatively well behaved. It was more Azad that was the instigator when it came to
we
that
called
kind of
him
festivity.
Bottle of vodka a day, Azad.
Oh, that's compact. That's an easy way to call them.
Well, you know you're in trouble when you start getting gout from drinking too much alcohol.
Oh, we love him. We miss you, Top Gun, mate. Good times. Obviously, he's got himself a missus now as well. But we got ourselves a game. So let's jump in and see how it all goes. Of course, there's FlipSide coming in with just the pistols here. Bit of a wonky economy for them and a chance for Penta to break another one back in.
That's a good start. That's what you want.
Oh, God.
Yeah, all right. Marky Mark.
Old mate. Going to get himself two. Looking for another one as well.
I thought it would have been nice. They have the round, now they have the man advantage, but they haven't been able to salvage those guns because he killed them in a position where, you know, the T's have control of. So those kills, as much as they're fantastic, they're almost in vain because we see, like, a USP. A 5.7 could be nice on Blade. He's a bit of a specialist with that pistol.
We do see him opt for it on occasion. He himself is actually just inside that top A site, so just tucked away. Waiting for his chance to sort of push forward here. So a minute past in the round here, guys. Keeping you up to date with all the important statistics. Well, there's an app for that, but Alex will tell you about it later. Still, it's going to be Tarsin looking for a ramp for him here as well. He's going to have Stefan to back him up. Well, I think he's pushed up right close on the right, so this is an interesting spot. A little bit harder to sort of read into. I don't think this was here.
Wow.
Can he not? Okay, well, did he get himself on with the pistol? Just one, but that's enough. I mean, this is still taking the wind out of Penta's sails, so to speak. They're at least going to make some progress over the map, but they're forced to pay dearly at every twist and turn.
Wayland just grabbed an AK as well. And Blade, there he is.
So dumb, Chad.
Well, what are we watching? Because I think if both teams, let's just do this. Both teams only buy pistols. You can buy a head armor and utility and just play like that. Just that'd be the game.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely give us quite an entertaining firefight scenarios. Let Penta play worse when they're bored up? I don't know. Shot came in there as well from the direction of Blade. Oh, it's a tough spray down for Stefan.
Nice.
Yeah, Blade just goes and cleans him up there. Wasn't really any time anyway, but he's made sure we didn't get to that point. So Penta, their best chance of the game to get themselves essentially, and we call this with waggled fingers, a free round, but have been sold a bum steer, should I say, and it's going to be FlipSide to win back with Deagles and 5.7s. Brilliant.
Well, with Markelov getting 2 crisp kills like that, that's always going to give you a good chance, but they are buying into this. Mike's expended all of his dollary dues, but Tarsin, he didn't get the memo. He's still got 3,600.
No. Well, he's got an AK on him here, so he'd eventually spend
he went back on board. He went back on
money.
board, yeah. That was a late call out of spawn. That's the in-game leaders made a call, and everyone else is already leaving spawn. They've come up with their own plan.
I'd be mad. Would you be mad?
I'd be real mad, especially when Azza would always buy pistols like Insta, and I was deciding if we were going to force buy into a round or not, and he'd already bought like a pistol and armor, and I'm like, all right, I guess the decision's been made for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ward. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, there you go. Home truth's hitting home now. It's going to be Waylander gets himself up on towards the rafters here. It'll be fairly easy pickings for him now. Stefan spraying wildly away with the Tech 9. One arm is covering his eyes, and the other one is trying to control his weapon. Mike S gives him the big old slip. Got himself a bomb.
A plan would be nice. They full invested into that round after all, so this is just going to help them later down the track. But it's a consolation, really. They're not going to win this round. Oh, I say that. Here we go. Watch this amazing 1v3.
1v3 it is. Mike S on the bomb. It's FlipSide very slowly playing this one. Waylander gets a little bit more than he bargained for as he pushes out. There's no miracle spray down. There's no fairy tale ending to that round. It's going to be Mike S put in the dirt, or at least in the liquid, the water used for cooling these nuclear rods.
Something went the way it should, but here's the thing, right? If you're going to do a top execute like that versus a team who just ecoed you and now has full utility, you need to wait later in the round. You need to force rotation like I was talking about earlier. You need to bait out utility. You need to feign it. You could even double pump it.
Feign it. That's the one.
Don't execute and run in on guys who can throw grenades at you and slow you down and make your rush disjointed or your attack disjointed, and that's what's happening. This is the same thing I was saying the other day about teams who copy executes, right? And then they just use them. You need to know why you're using them. And they're going to make it quickly onto ramps here. They will trade out into electronic and get an AK.
Well, missed shot there from World Edit. That's not really the way things were planned to go. Lol finds Markelov with the pistol, and Blade, the pump action shotgun, hasn't given him too much action, as it were, so far.
Is he? The stream didn't see that, but Blade just used the alligator from a distance that should never be used and managed to get a frag with 3 shots, and my mind is blown.
What was it, like 10 meters, 20 meters?
So Blade was pushed out to the outside boxes, like the T ones, and the other guy was on the roof. Yeah.
Well, I guess now would like to join Stefan eventually, but maybe a little bit more groundwork needs to be laid on this B site before Penta really have any sort of peace of mind about planting and setting up for the after situation. It is an emergency, Stefan. Consider breaking that glass, mate. But no. Keeping himself nice and quiet. Again, he's seeing everything on the site. There's no one on the site. That's all well and good, but it's more than simple for FlipSide to sort of jump down from the vents, get their Batman on easily.
I wanted him to plant on the silo. Should have planted on the silo, dude.
Waylander responds. 1 health for Waylander here, so Stefan probably would want to push him, but there might be a couple more players waiting for him. No, actually, Waylander went up in a different direction, so he'll be able to get that one and actually not have to pay any health for it. Another plant here will be good for Penta. They can sort of keep buying something into this. Bit of a check there. FlipSide now got to push this one surely on towards Stefan. Yep, vent gets broken in. Stefan actually keeps himself out of their line of sight for a little bit, but Blade pushes in, almost dies for that one there as well. 2 for him for the round, and that will be FlipSide now getting themselves yet another defuse. So they go to 9 and 3 here. Penta looking for at least one more.
I want to see a clean round of Counter-Strike. I want to see the CTs, when they should win a round nice and cleanly, win it, and the Ts, when they should win theirs, do the same. Is that too much to ask?
Well, so far it has been, to be honest. So far, neither of these teams have shown any inclination to play it cleanly or to play it safely in some regards there. We've just seen some weird stuff in general. I mean, what we didn't see on screen of Blade sort of getting work done with the shotgun there has been fairly a decent metaphor for the way this game has played out. Not in the way it perhaps should, but that's Counter-Strike for you. Love it or hate it, it's the game that we all like here to watch. Or meme in Twitch chat. Or listen to 2 Aussies talk about things you don't know. Either way, that's what we're here for. So Blade drops down. A lot of windows getting broken now. Sounds like Frankston on a Saturday night.
Oh, Jesus.
You been there?
No, I can't say I have.
It's shocking. It's not good. Or Elizabeth in Adelaide.
These are the rotations, right, with Blade that we're talking about here. But World Edit, once again, close topside with an AWP. He's going to get punished again. Yeah, there it is. I'm so confused. Waylander's going to, you know, get the 2 frags he needed, make that a 3rd. And this round should be going in the favour nice and easily of FlipSide.
Well, it's been a fairly drawn-out first half. Chad, I'll be honest with you, of course, the pause in there didn't help too much, but Penta have squandered a couple big opportunities that they've had to make a big difference now. And these top executes, you were talking about them, you said they're sort of running into a lot of this utility and being cut down. Again, it seems as if they haven't learned their lesson from previous gun rounds where they've sort of come up with nothing.
Yeah, I think they need to kind of reevaluate the way or when they use these top executes. Versus full utility is not ideal. Outside presence, like I've mentioned, is very integral. We haven't seen them do it a lot. They've done it 1 round where Crystal kind of lurked across.
And then another round was just smokes and no one went there.
No one went, yeah. It was all a bit too much for them to give it another crack. I think, you know, that's the go-to, and I don't know why we haven't seen it more, because as much as it is repetitive, it's a fantastic way to keep the CTs moving.
Or at least keep them guessing, you know? They don't really know if you're going to be, you know, at least that forces them to play someone in towards Seeker, in towards that warehouse and try and get some intel. But Penta, again, fancy just to go for the guts here. Again, on towards the inside, and Mike has made his way now towards the lower levels. Checking to see if there's going to be a rotator from Secret. Sees no one. Stefan wins that out against Blade. Okay, so Penta buying with just a couple AKs and a scout and a couple pistols here and are making decent progress. Marquez has seen nothing in these lower levels here, but Penta still want to pressure on towards the upper side. So again, they're running to Electronic. It's either him or Waylander up in the rafters, and this time it's Electronic coming away with the honours. Gets taken down finally by Tarson, and Penta had such a surplus of players going into this push that, you know, in some ways, it's kind of a weird way to put it, they can afford to take some casualties. But now that time is over. Now every life is important, as it always should be, but World Edit finds Tarson, and now we have a 2v2. The afterplant situation, though, has begun.
Markelov is only on 11. Nope, there he goes. Just as I say it. World Edit is going to find a really hard time retaking with the AWP because he's only going to have close angles to find here, and if the Tech-9 to the back of the head takes you down, well, that's the round over. Interesting stuff there. I mean,
Penta, again, don't bother with the outside of the map. They still want to pressure on towards the inner. A couple decent shots coming through there, and I think it was Mike S, the one who managed to get himself on towards the lower levels. So perhaps there was some information, crucial information, that was gained by Penta there, you know, to sort of inform their push on towards that side or to give them more confidence about where the players for FlipSide might be waiting, Chad. But a chance for a fifth here potentially for Penta. But let's see if they play this out a little bit differently. A good example to see two properly brought up teams now playing and see how Penta want to play into this T side. This time they got two players on the outside of the map.
World Edit getting really aggressive here. So this is much better. This is a better line for him. It's better than being close huddle squeaky. And Electronic will get one, but World Edit will get taken down by Mike, and we're in a 4v4.
Well, I mean, you know, for World Edit there is either one angle or the other. It's very, very hard to cover them both. Don't know if he saw the gun barrel off towards the right side. Lol, okay, then gets caught as he tries to go in towards Secret. So Stefan gets there, and luckily he was the bomb carrier, so he doesn't give too much of the game away. The question is, how much of this was seen? How many players did FlipSide actually realize were going towards Secret? Markelov still seems to be looking the direction. Yeah, okay, so he's expecting more at this stage. They haven't seen the bomb, as I said. But look, you know, you can see how this is forced rotations out. Crystal takes down Markelov. It's a headshot very, very quickly coming through. And now FlipSide probably can't be too sure about where this bomb could be going. Strong presence established on the outside of the map for Penta, and this is kind of what you wanted to see.
They look like they're going to pincer on top here with Stefan in mini and Mike going to come through heart. Wow. As soon as they peek, someone on the rafters is taking them down every time. Blade's going to get Stefan, and now Mike is going to have a lot of work to do. Waylander dropping down like a drop bear. They're really scary. Vegemite is the only deterrent.
Vegemite? Yep. So I've had to go slather it all over yourself as well. Or just sleep with sleep in the same area as an Aussie bloke as well. I've heard that. Works on the Danish tourists.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Producer. Is that better?
They can't see your cord, that's fine. It's funny because the whole point is that no one knows that your cord was in the wrong position.
But now I told him.
Now you told him.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't mind what your cord is, to be honest.
He said he's deducting money out of my...
Really?
Yeah.
So that's now what, you're down to €40? Yeah, bit of rough.
Slave labour.
Well, that's the way it goes. Yeah, well, what better than two Aussies to make it, mate? Anyway, let's go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. After the break, we'll return with the second half of this scintillating match of Counter-Strike. It's been Penta struggling to make any decent inroads on the T side. A couple rounds by the end of it, but maybe not as much as they would have liked. Let's see what they can do when they go to the CT side after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. It's getting a bit foggy in here, but we're back with the last half of the night. Going to be going over towards, of course, staying on Nuke for the second half. It will be Penta going to the CT side. Bit of a weird T side from them there, Chad. You don't expect to see the T side get too many rounds here, but you think there was probably more opportunities for Penta to achieve than what we saw?
I just think setting that outside precedent is very important. I harp on it every time I see Nuke, and I would have liked to see it a few more times because it was relatively effective for them the first time they did it. Looks like we could be seeing a faster pistol round here because that's interesting smoke by Waylander. Surprising tidbit. When Markaloff was in Na'Vi back in the old 1.6 days, they never used to play Nuke, and he's now top fragging for FlipSide on Nuke.
There you go. Crystal, though, is going to shut him right the heck down, Chad. Sorry to break the narrative a little bit there. Blade and World Edit might try and salvage the situation, but Crystal's done pretty nicely here. This is exactly, I mean, this is necessity for Penta here. He gets himself 4 kills. He doesn't give a damn, really, does he? Just pushing straight forward. It's been an excellent performance from him thus far. And, you know, with the bomb drop there, Mike is like, you know what, Crystal, you go keep doing your thing, mate. Get in there. Get into it.
We're on the highlight. That pistol, though, people have so much confidence with it, and they, like, with it, when the pistol round, you know that you just need one bullet to connect to that head, and I think that's why people have so much confidence. Those Glocks, it's very hard to get the bink off and make those frags, and when you're hitting shots like that, why not go aggressive?
Yeah, beautiful stuff from him there as well. It's funny what you can do with the USP and a dream, and well, so far, Penta are just one step closer to it here. Whether that's setting FlipSide solidly down on the bottom of the table or giving themselves more of a fighting chance in the next season, they're on the way. That's the point. Crystal, nade towards outer, does catch on very heavily towards Waylander as well. He's going to fill that one in the morning. And he has the job that we saw Markaloff sort of fulfill in that last half, except he wants to push a little bit wider, further afield.
What are you doing, Crystal?
He's so aggressive. He is such an aggressive player all the time. Doesn't matter what weapon, doesn't matter what context, he will go for the throat. And this time, well, it's his that gets punched in.
He just gave away an M4. That was the best weapon that they had on the CT side. He's pushed up to T-Red, where he could get swarmed and nobody could help him, and now he's given away an M4.
And you know, that's something Markaloff never did as well. If you want to use him as an example, Markaloff played the same position, never forged further afield than maybe the warehouse. He never picked that left side of the red container. And, well, he didn't die in many of those situations. He had some big rounds. So, yeah, shame on you. Crystal, slap to the wrist from you, surely.
Well, Electronic now has an M4 and head armor. So he's laughing. He went into this round with a Deagle and head armor, and now he's just got an upgrade for free. And if they use their positioning correctly here, they can use Markaloff to scout out where somebody is, and then boom, out comes Electronic. He can make that frag. He is going to go with Markaloff up the ladder, which is nice, but World Edit will go down in the meantime.
Right. So things starting to get put back where they maybe should be. No, Tarson was not visible there. He's in the lower levels, guys. X-ray can be confusing. So, Lol gets challenged out. Electronic there, making life pretty easy for himself, getting the M4.
Do this. I'm on him. I'm on the Electronic train.
Get around him, as we'd say. Let's see what he can do. Oh, there's the spray down on towards Tarson there. Comfortable enough. He switches towards the Glock. Burst fire. All right then, mate. Let's see what you've got. Not going to be quite enough. Burst fire there is a questionable decision.
She was a close one.
We had no time to reload his M4, so reasonable enough there. But interesting choice. 19 health left for Stefan. And yeah, Penta almost let that one get well away from them here. But they secure it. Only hold one gun into the next round, though. And it's still a very shaky economy. But FlipSide may opt to be a bit more well-behaved here.
This is where you should force buy if you're the T's, right? You have a, I know you don't really want to give away your massive lead, but you just took 4 guns and got the plant. You may as well keep the, you know, the pressure on and buy up, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. They're saving a little bit of money in the bank, though. Like, World Edit will have enough to maybe go for an AWP next round, but everybody else seems to have invested Tech 9s in utility, and Electronic even has a Zeus, so let's see how that goes.
All right, I'm down with this one. Electronic trying to get up on top of the silo here as well. I mean, we can watch this for a while. This is enjoyable for me.
This is good movement. So if you can move like that, you're probably an old man like me. You run into the walls as you run around the map. It's really good.
Right, lining something up here. Interestingly enough, Electronic. So, bit of foon. No, just a smoke. Not just a smoke, of course. Something important. It's going to make it harder for Crystal, I guess, who it was, to control the outer part of the map. He's being a bit more well-behaved in this round, you'll note.
Thank God.
Yeah, well, Flash came in towards World Edit there. Probably didn't exactly get to read exactly where Tarsin was, but unsurprisingly, yes, FlipSide have encountered a Penta player inside ramp room. World Edit there strays a little bit too far off his line, and Tarsin puts one between his brows. That'll be Electronic and Blade to go hunting. I don't know if they're going to really batter the door down here. Stefan will be waiting. Here comes the execute there. Molotov comes into the top side. Stefan, oh, that's a bit shaky aim there, my friend. He gets taken down as a result. Mike S can try and salvage the situation if he can, but Waylander gets on towards Lowell. Now, Mike S back with another frag. Just taking a big old step in the reverse direction here, not peeking over on towards this site too much. Now, Waylander is exceedingly low.
Oh, not getting the plant down. It would have been... Oh, they did, sorry. I skipped the wrong player. Another frag or the plant there was integral for FlipSide because they're probably going to buy into this round now. If they had gotten that extra frag, it would have made it very difficult for Penta to drop enough guns because their economy is strapped right now as well. So we used to have an in-game leader back in the day in 1.6, and he would always harp on about if you're in a position, you know, you're saving a weapon, maybe try and get that third frag. So we're going to keep their economy very low. They have to drop, you know, more guns than they can. And that was always something which stuck with me.
Yeah, it's always the magic number, isn't it? 3, and then obviously you're forcing those 2 players remaining to sort of drop if they have to, or even 2 frags is okay, but yeah, good way to keep the economy low. Now, Penta's still isn't established here. This is the thing, and coming into a gun round, the first gun round for Penta saw them go up against the FlipSide that had 4K in the bank already. So just, you know, some of those nuances we've seen in the last few rounds have actually set FlipSide up here to be able to run over the top of Penta in a, you know, in a sense, if they manage to win this round. That's a big if, big caveat here, and that will depend on the next few moments and how FlipSide set themselves up into this one.
The interesting thing about this is FlipSide don't have a lot of utility once again. Now, if you're going to play this kind of style, it looks like they're baiting out utility and waiting it out. Make sure that you regroup because you're going to rely heavily on trade kills. I don't want to see any of these FlipSide members going off on their own, going on little, you know, missions to try and make the round themselves. They have to wait out the utility. They have to be patient enough and listen to Blade, who's going to make the call, and use the very few flashes and smokes they have to hit somewhere. If you're going off and giving kills and putting your team in a 4-on-5 situation, you're not helping anybody.
52 seconds remain in the round here for FlipSide to make a move. We've called them slow before, but this is definitely a bit more of a stately approach to this round. Again, outside seems to be the pick here. One smoke comes down on the outside. We're seeing Tarson right now, but this is what I wanted to see. So yeah, they didn't have the extra smoke to get Waylander in there safely, but he still gets across nonetheless. Markelov just checking. Crystal, he's playing so passive this round. This time he's not even watching the people crossing over. He sees Electronic, still dies, had himself sort of sandwiched in there. And Mike S, I think he was on the girders on the top side there, gets picked off there. This is working really nicely for FlipSide.
That was a really weird outside execute, but yeah, those 2 kills by Electronic opened the round up completely, and now Warberg's going to find one.
Low on his own. And he's got Electronic there. Can't even connect that one. Oh, okay. We got to talk about this one a little bit more here because FlipSide didn't have the smokes in their pocket to actually put the double smoke down to get them towards secret there. And so they use Electronic up on the silo and up on just, you know, sort of the higher ground there as well to challenge the walkway and gets himself 2 kills. Oh, Crystal, like, one round he's right in the enemy's face, and next round he doesn't even peek wide enough to see players crossing from red.
Yeah, it didn't look like they had a very good CT setup there. They didn't have players in positions to either get a cheeky kill and get out or rotate effectively. Once you're stuck in that warehouse area and somebody's up on the catwalk, it's a fight that you have to take. And it seemed like he didn't even realize that the player was up on catwalk, or it was a possibility because he got taken out without any dramas.
Odd, really odd round, but that's big for FlipSide now. And you can see, because they put so much, you know, effort into damaging the economy of Penta in those first few rounds, it forced when they did, even if they knew they might lose, get bomb plants. Look at this now, Tarson has the challenge.
What is happening, man?
Oh, the Pistol's getting the job done here. Tarson and Mike S somehow making it work. Again, a round you shouldn't be winning if you're Penta. This should be FlipSide actually getting another one on top for free, essentially, because they paved the way. They put so much effort into setting themselves up to have this round. This should be theirs for the taking, but they need to, you know, exert a little bit here of pressure on towards Penta if they want it, and so far they haven't done that. The fact that you can peek from that ramp room and get a couple kills is just nutty, and now FlipSide just completely ground to a halt.
The decision they should make is just go to ramp where those 2 kills are made. Just go as a unit. You know they're most likely going to get those kills and fall right back, which is exactly what they've done, and just play to that hole because they're going to think that they're going to force you to another part of the map. If you do the thing which is not the most recognized play, you can catch them off guard, and that is what they could do here. As Tarson does take a bit of damage, but isn't deterred from ramps. Oh, no. Yep. Yeah, he is.
Yep. Going to back right off here. So, all right, FlipSide, fine. Your move. They take a little bit more, you know, of that real estate, approach a little bit more in towards the ramp room. Crystal falls down there as well. That was an outside player, and then Waylander gets one on the site. So, okay, things are now finally starting to happen the way they should. Tarson, who had already left ramp room, saw him back away from that little situation after going down to 34 now. Well, it probably just has to try and hold on to his gun here. I mean, the economy's still pretty crap for Penta. I mean, this will be Yeah, not great. I mean, after winning the pistol here, Penta have been pretty well slowed down, so not bad for FlipSide here to get 2 rounds so early on in this second half.
He might try and cheat his way around into lobby to find one of those guns, knowing that FlipSide are probably going to want to hold on to theirs. Waylander is protecting the weapons and for some reason is choosing to do so with the AWP. You may as well keep an AK now, and then when the bomb explodes or when the bomb is closer to exploding, pull out the AWP and, you know, save it at that point. He has too many angles to watch right now, and you can see him stupidly jiggling back and forth. Well, no, you can't. I can see it. It's all right. He saved the AWP. It's all good. It's all good. The economy's been, it's slightly hurt, but he can drop that AWP. World Edit has enough to drop an AK. They're all good right now, and, you know, it was a pretty successful eco by Penta, but
it would have been better, I guess, if we saw Tyson drop down, just get the 1 kill and get himself a gun and run away. I suppose that would be an even worse for FlipSide.
Yeah, like what happened was exactly how I was saying. Penta got those 2 kills at ramps, and then they thought, okay, there's no way they're coming ramp, and FlipSide went and did that play, and that was good. Why do you have a Mac-10 Markelov?
He has 1550 in the pocket still, so I'm not really sure. Maybe he wants to.
Has 3.3.
He might want to build up a bit of a bank here, but Penta have bought into this round. Did he think they'd double eco here?
It's strange because
they won the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, and they got so many kills just there, so they might have thought they could have forced in based off of almost killing everybody last round. It's a risk that I don't think they needed to take. But on Markelov's side, the CTs, only one of them has head armor, so it might come in handy after all.
Well, I mean, often they're not going to bother really against AKs to buy that head armor, so I guess it makes sense. More opportunities for a T-sided player to find them actually some bit more value with the Mac-10. So here's the double smoke. You see this now?
I don't like this version. I like it when they do it deeper, the smokes that go and make an actual wall with the red box, because the CTs have no way of seeing over it and there's no gaps. But World Edit will find when they're over the smoke, and Crystal getting overwhelmed.
So like a one-way smoke for World Edit there as well. We saw that he was aiming up on towards Mike S, I think it was. He just took ages to respond. So it must have been really hard for him to see World Edit even pick up on that smoke.
It's a good spot. It's a nice little trick. I've seen it used before, even on the deep wall smokes. You get on that little yellow pole, and you can see if Electronics is doing work. He's getting around to that ladder quite a lot and making a lot of frags.
Stefan now went towards the side. He actually managed to get one for his trouble. Oh, there's the Mag-10 of Markelov finally coming into its own here, but Blade, good positioning, good crossfire. FlipSide now starting to have their way with Penta. Penta, not a lot of money in the bank here. This is dangerous territory for them in a big way. But and this is terrible. I mean, now you have to go, all right, we're going to have to save this and play for overtime here. FlipSide have completely outgamed them in these last few rounds on the T side. It's actually been some decent CS to watch here, Chad. I think you might agree there with, you know, a few exceptions, of course, but they definitely have Penta on the ropes here.
Look, it's exciting to see, you know, pistol kills going off, but sometimes you just want to see clean Counter-Strike, and FlipSide have been demonstrating that in the last few rounds. They've recovered from that shakiness earlier, and they're showing that they know the importance of yard. They're using out control properly. They're making Penta rotate around, and it's good to see. Blade is a bit of is known a mastermind as a tactician, and it's good to see him thinking similar to me, because it makes me feel a bit better about my in-game leading abilities.
You feel validated a bit?
Yeah.
Well, so far so good, Chad. So far so good. If you want to pay him, guys, you can be a coach, I'm sure. Just make sure you're in a really nice location. That will be important.
You gotta make room. I want my own house.
Yeah, own house. Right. Do you want a cleaning lady, or can you do that yourself?
No, I can clean myself, but I'd like a nice car if possible.
Okay, you wouldn't be able to, you'd struggle to drive in Europe though. You're on the wrong side of the road.
Oh,
I can't even cross the road in Germany sometimes without looking the wrong way.
People on bikes, they don't stop for anyone, yeah.
Oh, and the cabs are even worse, mate. But that's an aside. Tarson got himself an AK there, managed to pick out Waylander. And FlipSide, yeah, this out of control. Look at where they're positioned here.
Blade needs to get back on the KZ maps. Oh, that Molotov wreaked havoc on Stefan there. And they should be able to split onto top side with Blade up ladder. Yeah, nice and easy now. Gonna get that bomb down at the... Oh,
do it.
Why don't you plan on the silo? Did they remove it? I don't think they did.
No, I'm pretty sure you can still do it. I don't know. Maybe it's a gentleman's agreement not to do it. I don't know. It was kind of obviously really, really strong position there. Tarsin, no luck for him. This is seriously bad news for Penta now. Obviously, they knew they'd be playing for overtime at the very least because of coming into this round with not a lot to work with. And, well, FlipSide really just outplaying them here as well. Using yard control, Chad, like you said.
I don't think we're excited enough. FlipSide are about to get their first win in, what is this, their 12th match? 12th match?
Give me a sec.
Here we go. Get pumped. Get amped.
And it's match point here. FlipSide just 1 round away from taking it from Penta. Going to split this series 1 apiece. That would be fantastic for them as they have been looking for this win all season. It's going to be a board up round here, Chad, and I'm excited to see if Penta can hold on or FlipSide will run over.
Electronics breathing a life into this FlipSide team who are looking depleted. Lovely to see here. Great Counter-Strike being displayed by the FlipSide unit.
And they are a unit indeed. Tarsing going to come around the corner. Blade, though, catches him out. Maybe he's more of a moon unit at this stage. Flash in. And Stefan just around the corner now as well. It is getting a little bit close here for Penta. Surely starting to stress out a little bit. As Worldetter cuts down Stefan inside. And it's going to be a second for Worldetter. Gets himself a big chunk of this round involvement. And now it's going to be Crystal and Micus left on their own. Just the 2 of them. The bomb hasn't been planted yet as FlipSide seem to be happier playing with their food for the moment. We better hope it's tasty in the end because Crystal can't hold against 2 great little double peak coming in, and Micus will be on his own up in rafters, and it's not going to be enough. FlipSide get their first win of the season and the crowd goes wild. Or at least they would if maybe they were playing in a decent event. But hey, they'll be at the majors, so that's great.
Fantastic. They've done it. They've broken the curse. Electronics actually looking like a really good addition to this team. And they now have a bit of aggression on their T side. You know, they have somebody who's happy to take those duels, happy to get involved, and I could get excited for FlipSide if we see things like this in the future.
There's potential. You know, everyone talked about Shara as well and said, okay, there have been some harsh things said about Shara. He's had his moments, but maybe never really had that pure aggression, the X factor, the killing edge, whatever you want to call it. But we've seen that Electronics also been fairly self-sufficient as a player. And the positions been put in over these last couple of maps, especially on Overpass, even though that wasn't such a great story. For FlipSide, he himself had a few precious little moments there as well. So not too bad at all, and a decent sign for the young, new addition to FlipSide. Chad, let's finish it off here. I think they've had enough of the Vegemite special. We're going to pass it now over towards the desk to close us out for the night.
Thanks very much, Mitch. Vegemite is all about the Marmite. I live the Marmite life. Henry, I assume you do too.
I think that's what they were getting at, yeah.
Is there a Serbian equivalent to a love it, hate it bread spread?
A yeast-based spreadable product.
I love him so much. He just looks at me like, I wish you were dead. I want to talk about CS, which is what we should do. Let's do that instead. FlipSide have broken the curse. 1-11 now as they stand in the ESL.
What a storyline.
Woo! The dream is real, and they can start clawing their way out of relegation.
It's still important though, right? Yeah,
absolutely.
It's not getting relegated and staying in the Pro League, a very prestigious league. It's a big deal staying in there. Going down to Premier could be a massive detriment to the organisation, to the players, and to some morale. So it's good. They started to arrive here, and maybe they can start the campaign to stay alive. And we have to say, Electronic, he seems to be revitalising the Malax. He actually seems like he's actually a really decent addition in terms of fragging power. He seems like he's gelling with the unit quite nicely. We saw a good game on Overpass from him, but they couldn't quite find the victory. But the second map, they finally do it. Another good performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, it's two maps, right, Ranker? We don't go too crazy reading into Electronic, but so far it seems all right.
I mean, he played for them against Envious yesterday as well, so didn't help them a lot in that game, did he?
Yeah, it was 16-4, 16-5.
He tried his best. Give him a chance.
No, I'm kidding. Obviously, a huge,
task,
task, but a huge burden of the heart of FlipSide here, finally getting that win. The potato is out.
You see, you call it a potato.
That's how we say when you have a 0, it's a potato.
We call it a goose egg. We can't really laugh at his potato. I mean, it's...
Don't laugh at my
We can laugh at Chad's potatoes, because in his apartment he had some mouldy potatoes growing in various and all sorts. But our biggest takeaway is FlipSide on the road to recovery. It's going to be a very intense 2 weeks for FlipSide. Not forgetting that in the ESL Pro League, the team at the bottom of the table, the bottom of the 14, will be instantly relegated. And so that's a very scary scenario to be in. We've seen that happens to teams like that before.
Well, who knows? Maybe they decide to expand the league.
I realised what you were about to do. I was like, don't let him talk, and he talked. Okay, dank memes aside, it's been a great day. Let's bring them up because there's not too much to reflect upon FlipSide Penta. It was most definitely not the most beautiful of Counter-Strike, but still, FlipSide found themselves that much-needed win, and we can go ahead and reflect upon our day. It started with what was the most surprisingly quick game of Counter-Strike on Cobble we've seen in a while, between two large names, Navi and Virtus.pro. Henry, you casted it. Virtus.pro just stormed through.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw them slip up after a 12-3 victory yesterday against Hellraisers. Somehow they do the same thing again, and I thought, not 12-3, it's going to fall apart. They managed to win the pistol and see them off. Great start from Virtus.pro, and yeah, 16-3, what a fantastic result. But Brilliant. It wasn't such clean sailing going on to the second map, was it, Alex?
It certainly was not. 16-9 in favour of Navi, looking much more like the well-oiled CIS machine we know, of course, spending more time trying to get simple, comfortable within that roster. Following that, we did get a full 30 rounds between Penta and FlipSide, and it was the most abysmal of comebacks. We've seen various comeback stories before, just in the past couple of weeks, Kim Kardashian being one of them, and alongside that you can see, of course, 16-7 FlipSide over Penta.
Kim fans be like...
That was a Parks and Rec thing. It was great. But anyway, it's all done and dusted for another day, and we've got so much to look forward to as we do kind of set our sights on what's coming up in North America. Now, I know you're a CS nut, and you're going to have a little bit of a break before you get to go ahead and digest more Counter-Strike, but there is indeed more to look forward to. In fact, look at this one. It's going to be a Brazilian bonanza.
I'm going to watch all of it.
Yeah? Tune in. I mean, it's going to be a fantastic way to see Immortals versus SK. That's going to be the Score Esports hot match of the week, and Optic Gaming versus Selfless is going to be going down in a 2-map brawl on Cash and Mirage. That's what's going down in North America. That'll be your next taste of Counter-Strike here at the ESL Pro League, so do be sure to check that out, especially Immortals SK.
That's going to be a good one.
Right?
A real bar boner.
Zeus playing against his old buddies.
Oh,
that's kind of a good tutorial.
Brothers.
Yeah, you either play much better or much worse. There's never a middle ground, I feel, if you're going up against one of those emotional matchups. So I'm intrigued to see. There you go. That's the reason to tune in enough. Just from Yanko, get to see Zeus go up against his old cronies. Of course, he used to stand behind them, and now he'll stand in front of them doing battle here in the Pro League. That's all from us now, though, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. It was great to see the Vegemite duo, as they've dubbed themselves. We'll be seeing more of them in times to come. But for now, we will wave goodbye and see you next time. Oh, it's awkward. There it is.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!